I hope my audio did not just cut out on me. And we're live. What is good, people? And welcome to another episode of Duke the Don podcast. Guys, today we're going to be talking about some interesting things, okay? Because listen, people, listen. Part of what we do here in this space is to basically make sure that a lot of men are aware of certain things, right? Because I don't know if you guys know this or not. It's you guys probably heard it in the media somewhere or someplace going about, but men, are not in a good space right now. A lot of young men, especially younger generation, that I feel like are being under attack right now. We're not really in a good spot. There's a lot of things that we have going against us, okay? One of the main things is obviously we have the media, the society at large, right? Because there's certain privileges that we know that's recognized to the other gender, but isn't recognized for us men. Right. So a lot of you young men out there who are going out and, seeing things and seeing the world for what it really is, a lot of you guys are waking up. Now, a couple things happens when a lot of you guys wake up and see certain evidences of these injustice, we'll call it, right? Well, of these injustice at play. It's going to cause you a lot of anger. You're going to be resentful. All right. You're going to be distrustful. Okay. Especially with the opposite sex, right? Because your whole life as a man, even the older generation before the younger ones, right? That's the younger ones that are waking up. But the older ones, they had to bear the brunt of a lot of this stuff, right? So you got to go through life living the way society has broken it down for you to live as a man, thinking that that was the way to your ultimate path, right? To of salvation, we'll call it salvation, right? Or fulfillment as a man, right? And what ended up happening is a lot of you guys get to that end point or attempt to get to that point, right? Or even start your journey, and you realize that a lot of the things that society is conditioned within you as a young man was a lie. Right? It's a lie. They lied to you, that white picket fence, the house, the dog, Fido, right? All them niggas. It was a complete lie, right? Because even as you get there as a man, right? Guess what? You have something called divorce, and you go ahead and go through that bullshit too as well. Now, I'm not saying it's for everyone, but generally speaking, the traditional way society has conditions us to live as a man has basically just has not panned out. Okay. Now, in addition to that, of a lot of guys being angry and looking for solutions and looking for certain things to basically help them understand what they're perceiving out in this world that you're seeing right now, right? The stuff that Disney puts out, the stuff that mass media puts out, the injustice we see where if a woman commits one crime and the man commits the same crime, right? Well, guess what? The woman is usually let off easier than the man. Okay. The same thing we call into the child support system or the court system, right? The divorce system, unfair treatment within that. So a lot of men, the first thing they do is they come online, right? Because you find other men who've gone through these same experiences kind of talking about it and sharing it, right? And letting you know, hey, I've been through this shit, okay? And it sucks, all right? But this is what you have to understand. And for a while, this stuff has been going good. And the Manosphere really evolved to really help men understand these issues and understand these problems that are out there in the world that are obvious to us. Because realistically, all that they're trying to do is just to pacify men, right? Because men, we do have a lot of power, a lot of pride, a lot of abilities and capabilities to make things happen out in this world. All right. And to a government or to an entity or to an institution that has a vested interest in keeping the status quo, well, we don't want a bunch of woke, riled up men who are ready to change systems, right? Running around here. We have to figure out ways to pacify them. Okay. And that's what we're under right now. Now, here's the crazy thing. The Manosphere, out of that, the red pill, it's done a great job in making a lot of men aware of these issues, making a lot of men, just help them craft a path to navigate this world. The big problem that we're starting to see now is some subsection of that, those guys are coming in with different ideas, right? With a little bit more radical ideas that are more perceptible to the younger generation. All right. And it's turned what the Manosphere was supposed to be about, being able to understand and navigate the world almost as a guide It's turned from that, and it's transitioning now into this weird rule book with a cultish undertone that tries to give men false perceptions of reality to pursue, thinking that it's going to lead them to some kind of, fulfillment, but realistically, it does not take in or consider the fact. All right. Now, here's another crazy thing. If you don't think that shit's bad, right? The different tactics all these people are using to come at a lot of young men and a lot of these older men, because I've noticed a lot of older men right now, they're the easiest one to fall fools, fall victims for this. I don't even call y'all victims. A lot of y'all just fall fools to this bullshit. But here's the thing. A subsect of people within this red pill space who actually so happen to be women have sprung out almost seemingly out of nowhere, and some of them being supported by some of the mainstream or some of the bigger platform in the manosphere spaces, right? And these women, some of them, I'm not saying they're all bad or anything like that, but some of them have ulterior motives, right, when they come into this space. Because you see, men's issues, the big problem with going on out large, you think a lot of women aren't hip to that? Let me just ask you all this question. Do you think a lot of women aren't understanding the kind of privilege they have right now? Do you not understand that they know? All right. Some of them, they don't want to outwardly voice it, because some of them, it's like, yeah, why? If you have power, why would you do things that go against your position? Like, that's dumb, right? So a lot of women choose to ignore the double standards or just zip it, right? And there are few who call it out. All right. And shout out to those ladies. But within that subsection of ladies that call out fairly the double standards out there, aside from the men, there are few that actually understand that, but they're not doing it to basically help men become better. They're not calling out these double standards. They're not calling out women or anything like that to basically, help men understand and be that guide for them to navigate this world. No, they don't do that. Matter of fact, what they're doing is for selfish, narcissistic, monetary gain. And that's what they're in the money for. Because these women, they understand the issues going on with men. Matter of fact, some of these women either were prior feminists or are undercover feminists, okay, still, but they're in denial, or they want to be in denial. Either way, they still hold on to those feminist ideals that was the very reason the manosphere was created. But the crazy thing is, they understand how to mask it, because a lot of times these women are usually a lot wiser. Sometimes they'll be a little bit older, right? So they've experienced more, so they really know their way around the game, okay? And they look at this niche of men. They look at this big niche of men who are struggling with society, who are struggling with certain things, right? And just really trying to find their way. And they see dollar signs, people. They see dollar signs. Why? Because the red pill, the manosphere, is filled with guys who are essentially coming from a very emotional state. So when they see a woman, right, who is basically reflecting their issues, and on the surface, it seems as though that they are sharing their sympathy with men, right? A lot of men, our barriers, we instantly break them down just to accept it right away, right? We break down our barriers right away to willingly accept these people, because they look on the surface like they support our issues, that they sympathize with us. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with women who see the injustice and the double standards that men go through in today's society, right? And actually call it out. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's these women that understand the key points, right? Understand how to move a man, right? To get him to, in his emotions, to feel a certain way. And what also helps is that maybe they look decent enough, right? Easy on the eyes, right? They're not too hideous, right? Because, guys, it's one of those things, right? So with that, a lot of dudes, they fall in love. They throw their logic. They throw all that bullshit out the fucking window, okay? And they do this in favor of just this woman who seems as though that she is for us and our issues, but realistically, this the other way around. And a lot of guys don't see the foul play at work while it's working, right? Because we're stuck into that. And today's episode, we're going to be talking about one of the biggest chameleons in this space, like hands down, like the biggest chameleon in this space. Our good old bag, Melanie King. Okay, we listen. For those of you guys who don't know who Melanie King is, she's kind of, first of all, her entrance into this space was pretty interesting. All right, and what her entrance in this space told me as a man, that a lot of y'all niggas in this space, y'all will fold for a melanated, light-skinned, red bone looking woman, right? That somehow seems to reflect your issues. Y'all will fold so quick. I have never in my life seen so many content creators in this space that's supposed to be for man issues fold so quick when it came to a woman like that. Matter of fact, they folded so quick, they gave her practically a platform. They put this chameleon out in front of your faces, right? And for some of y'all men, some of y'all who ain't had none, who have little experience with women, or some of you who just, just some, let's just be real. Some of y'all just have simp tendencies, okay? We can't deny that. This is why we ready to work, okay? Beat that shit out of you, because a lot of y'all just naturally have simp tendencies, okay? In denial. But y'all were not ready for what a lot of these content creators, your leaders, right, were doing when they put this woman in front of you. Because what ended up happening is it gave her a massive platform. She ran the bag, right? Especially when Kevin Samuels was in town, right? When Kevin Samuels was in town, which is going to be very excellent, because we have a lot of stuff to talk about this, all right? When Kevin Samuels was in town, she rode that coat wave. She coattails. She rode the coattails, right? She wrote it. Matter of fact, the talking points were similar. All this shit was similar. She was going in. And goddamn anyone who would come in and see the chameleon for what she was, right, to call her out. Because not only would you see the real her come out, which we're about to see here in just a second, right, but you'll see a bunch of the simps and their content creators that help put her out there come in to defend this chameleon. Now, as someone who considers themselves pretty woke, and I'm not talking about woke as in a liberal sense, I'm talking about like, nigga, we awake. We are awake and we're hip to the matrix forming bullshit, the social engineering bullshit that gets us thinking a certain way. We're in reality, it's not the case. And we're seeing that a false reality being built in this space where a lot of these people are pretending that certain issues, certain things, I was just about to say something crazy, but we not gonna go there just yet, right? I want to pace myself in this conversation, because while we're talking about the content creators that push this woman in front of you, and mind you, there are others, right? And do I think that there are women out there who are great at doing this, and they should, have a spot here because you could tell they genuinely care? Absolutely. Pink Book Lessons is one of the women, oh my God, that I will push out there to a lot of you young men, because she is ready. She's got that laser, she's got it aimed, and she's 100% focused, right? So focused that she don't even put her face out there. She wants y'all to focus on the message. That's the difference between someone who's genuine and someone who's not, right? Because they can't fool you with the female faculties. They can't fool you with the figure, the shapes. They can't fool you with the visuals. They want you to focus on the message. That's how you tell the real from the fake. The fake ones, they want to distract you from everything else but the message. So don't sit there as we're going through this and say, oh, what do you mean we can't have certain females in here? No, that's not what I mean at all. There are ones that are good, the ones that aren't trying to be distracting, ones that genuinely get it. And then you got Melanie King, okay? And for a long time, she had her chance to reign in this space, right? Where a lot of dudes were supporting her. A lot of people, you know, thought she was the it. She was the female Kevin Samuels. That's how it came down. She was gonna be the female Kevin Samuels. And she, for a while, she was low-key working her way towards that moniker. She was working her way towards that title, right? And then certain people started to come out and call certain things out, right? Because we started to spot certain things that didn't make sense, right? We started to look at, you know, certain actions, especially her past actions, right? What she did in the past versus what she's doing now, right? And we're saying, wait, what a minute, wait a minute. There's certain things that don't add up. And what happened to voices like ours? Voices like ours that called this woman out and saw what she was for what she was, right? We got ridiculed. We got shamed. We got lambasted. We got called haters. We got called all these different nonsense. But what the fact actually was, you had some of these simp ass dude come in here and talk about all these things. Oh, you hating on her and whatnot, not realizing what we're trying to get them to understand. Because y'all have bought into the world they've built for you. You've bought into the matrix, right? But now it's a little bit different because her protector's gone. He's no longer here, right? And once he died, a lot of people got to see her for what she really was, right? And if those people who didn't see it before when we were calling it out, they definitely saw it now because she did a few things that got her to slip up, right? Especially after this man died, right? The live stream she did, which was god fucking tasteless. The most tasteless live stream I've ever did. Matter of fact, it was so tasteless, I had to call her out, right? And for those of you guys who didn't see it, it was a live stream where she pretended to cry. I shit you not. First of all, she was live streaming, calling hospitals, asking about Kevin Samuels, you know, just giving this nigga's personal information to thousands of people, right? Pretending to cry and play "Woe Was Me" on the freaking camera, right? And we called it out. We broke that shit down. That was when a lot of people started to see it, right? If they didn't see the fakeness for what it was, they at least thought, hey, wait a minute. There's got to be a little element of clout chasing in here because why are you live streaming yourself pretending to be hysterical? Because we know you're a good actor. Didn't you used to do like children's skits right before you came into the Manosphere? You ran a bag off these kids. Now you coming over here to run a bag off these niggas, right? But she's a great actor. She knows how to fake, right? So if they didn't call out the fake crime, they definitely saw that, hey, you might be a clout chaser because why is it that you're live streaming, pretending to be hysterical, calling these hospitals that may potentially release personal information of Kevin Samuels where we couldn't even confirm if he was alive yet or dead. So after that live stream, it was pretty much downhill for Melanie King because realistically, she didn't really have a shadow to hide behind anymore. You can't really hide behind you can't really hide behind being a female Kevin Samuels if Kevin Samuels isn't there. And by the way, you even said on your live stream that Kevin Samuels tried to teach you to the ways of the Manosphere, but you didn't want to listen, right? You didn't want to listen because you were doing your own thing. And here's the thing, people. As we play this video that we're about to get into, I'm gonna explain the video real quick, right? But as we play this video we're about to get into, there's a common pattern that you're going to notice with female chameleons, okay? And we're gonna break it down with Melanie King, but also what we're gonna do is we're gonna break down how to spot a female chameleon, not just out here in the red pill YouTube space, but out there in your life as you're walking around seeing things for what it really is. Okay, we're gonna actually present to you a guide to navigate this freaking world because without the set amount of ways to verify if somebody is a female chameleon, a lot of men are completely disarmed when it comes to those attacks, right? Because now with the rise of the red pill and everyone seeing the amount of money they can make off of hurt dudes, a lot of people are studying talking points and they're getting into the game because they see the bag that can be ran, right? And women can get it easier in this space versus the guys because let's just face it, the visual element of it. That's just what it is. So speaking of the visual element, we had Melanie King basically outing herself as a female chameleon. Not like she hasn't done it before, but she's done it. And you guys know here at Dukendon, we like to call out bullshit whenever we see it, okay? No matter what. So when we saw this video, I don't know who sent it to me, but shout out to you. When I saw this video, I knew. I knew I had to cover it. So basically, I think she was doing a smoke show, and what ended up happening is this random Asian dude pops into the live stream, right? And at first, things seemed like they were going right, and this Asian dude was calling out somebody else who was prior on the call, right? And he was calling him out for a bit, and then he then turns around and flips it on her and calls her out. And this is the biggest thing that I think is tanking Melanie King's YouTube career. And I'll explain that towards the end of this video, why I think her YouTube career is pretty much out the window. Okay, it's done. Sorry, mama. Okay, you tried the way you tried, but it's time to get your old ass out of here. Okay, your looks are fading. Hey, listen, you looking kind of rough, right? With these plastic surgeries we seeing over here, man. And listen, it's just not looking too good. Okay, just like everywhere else in the world, we got to swap you out for a new model. Okay, so her channel is out the window. Okay, but here's the thing. This Asian dude basically called out one of the biggest reason why her channel is going downhill, right? Because remember what I told y'all earlier with the whole Kevin Samuels live stream that she did, right? A lot of people started to wake up, especially a lot of men who were under her spell. A lot of men who were under her spell, a lot of women who were under her spell in her chat, right? Super chatting and whatnot when she was doing a little twirls and dance and shit, right? When she was on the live stream doing her little thing, right? Showing her assets and shit that is manufactured. We know it's manufactured, all right? Surgery all over the place, nothing natural, but yet you claim to want natural women. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's just the hypocrisy is just all over the place. But people woke up and said, hey, wait a minute. You know what? You know what's crazy? You over here balling. You over here calling hospitals. You over here pretending to care and shit, right? And then when the nigga was confirmed to be dead, none of y'all showed up to the funeral. Like, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. I'm sorry. Hold on. I got to drink to this shit. Because it's not funny, but now I got to drink. Because I guess you got to laugh, right? All these niggas, I'm going to rock with you, Kevin. This ain't for club. You really my best friend. I love you, Kevin. The nigga died. No one showed up except for one person. But no one else from his camp who's been backing him and leeching off his clout on YouTube, on the internet, came for this nigga in the real world. At the end of the day, this nigga died alone. And for a while after he died, a lot of fans were kind of upset at certain content creators, right? Because they were calling them out saying, why didn't you show up to his funeral? Why didn't you? Hey, wait, y'all talking about KS this. I love you, KS, my dog, AAYYBBX, right? Now, when it's time to show what you really all about, put your money where your mouth is and be there for your friend, he didn't show up. The only person that showed up was Anton Daniels out of which is surprising to me, right? Because Anton Daniels, if y'all don't already know, he faked. That nigga got exposed a while ago, all right? But you got to give this nigga the respects, all right? And this is one thing I would always respect about Anton, even though I don't appreciate the lies about his companies and the lies about being a millionaire, right? One thing I do appreciate about Anton Daniels, that he has that go-getter mentality, but he doesn't know, like he doesn't just know when to just slow down. All right, Anton, you got to learn how to slow it down, okay? Because you go too far, you expose yourself. All right, just keep it right there. But anyways, he was the only nigga that showed up. Can y'all believe that? So now what's ended up happening, we're experiencing a mini awakening from content, from the fans of certain content creators that are waking up. All right, a mini awakening because they're seeing the YouTube landscape. They're seeing the red pill manosphere landscape change. They're seeing that more often than not, they're watching these guys, they're investing their time, they're investing their effort, they're investing their finances and resources into these content creators, but for a long time, they have nothing to show for it in the real world. And when the biggest person that seemed like he was going to come in, take this place by storm, and revolutionize everything, and for a while, Kevin Samuels looked like he was on his way to do that. When he was gone, a lot of people started to wake up and look at what was left, right? Because what was left, it was niggas arguing on YouTube about who this nigga's who was the best friend to this nigga, but no one else showed up to his funeral. And Melanie King is no different. Matter of fact, she is the biggest one of all, claiming to be the friend. They called you the female Kevin Samuels. You leached off the cloud. You dick hopped all these content creators. You carousel ride these motherfuckers all the way to the top where you had Kevin Samuels to the point where he even tried to train you and you didn't want it because you knew who you were on the inside. A chameleon, an independent woman that cannot be tamed. But you still didn't go to his funeral. And this nigga called you out on it. So we're gonna watch this just hilarious interaction, guys. And please get the likes up. Okay. Likes are free. So is the show. Guys, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. And what we got to do now is after this video, I'm going to break down the characteristics of a female chameleon. Holy, what do you mean you're having trouble loading the video? Are you crazy? Hold up real quick. I just got a weird error. Yo, what the fuck? All right, hold up, y'all. I'm getting a weird error. Oh, it's the format, you bitch. All right, here's the thing. We'll just share the screen. Hold up. We'll share the screen. I got it pulled up. I just can't download the video to StreamYard. Hey, yo, I'm gonna stop using StreamYard, bro. The StreamYard's got a lot of freaking problems. Like, I can't stand this freaking streaming out. I'm gonna go to Streamlabs pretty soon here. But let me know if y'all can hear the audio. Okay. Hold up, that's definitely not one I want to play. This video right here. All right. We about to have fun. Let's go. Let me know if y'all can hear it, by the way. Okay. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear it.
How's it going?
Hi.
So
why is it that bad?
Okay, it's that bad because I'm gonna get my passport. I'm getting my passport. I'm leaving the country.
Where are you going? I want to go.
I'm looking at options. But I'm gonna do it.
Where do you live currently?
I'm in the Seattle area.
Oh, so Seattle. This is my second. No, the other guy was Portland. This is my second sleepless in Seattle.
I want you guys to notice something, okay? Because as we break this down, we're going to be breaking down the characteristics of a female chameleon, okay? It's the outward appearance that they put out. Usually, they put on an appearance where it's very, very nice, calm. Like I said, they want to empathize with the men, all right? And Melanie King is really good at doing this. Watch her demeanor. Watch how light, energetic, almost interested in this guy, right? That she seems, right? She's got her hand on her chin, right? She's moving a little sensual, right? So watch this behavior, okay? And we're gonna break it down or let me know if you guys can spot the change. Give me 1 second, right?
Okay, I love that movie. I do. I love When Harry Met Sally. Guys, I'm old. I like movies like that.
You know you old, bitch.
Have you seen what Meg Ryan look like now?
Okay. And Melanie Griffith. Oh, Lord God.
Poor
babies from the 80s and 90s. Oh, you've got Male. How many have you guys seen? You've got Male Sleepless in Seattle, When Harry Met Sally. It was Father of the Bride. Me and my daughters, we watched Father of the Bride religiously, part 1 and 2. Okay, I'm done.
No worries.
I'm done. I'm done with my chick flick. Otherwise, I like killing, death, spy, CIA, torture.
Yeah. So big up to you for telling off that cornball blue pill. You know, that dude is a straight up simp, and he's one of those people. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. He's a simp. He's a simp motherfucking cornball. I'm gonna say it straight up. And
wait, hold on. Marcus Gibson, thank you for coming, member, baby. But he on a roll, so I gotta do it quick. Okay, go ahead.
All right. No problem. Hey, read your super chat. If you gotta read your super chat, do what you gotta do.
Go ahead. What you said? What did you say? You said a couple words.
Blue Pill is a simp ass cornball. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That dude that called in and tried to preach the Bible and all that stuff, that dude has no idea what he's even talking about. And I'll say this, why? First off, I'm not even going to get preached. I'm just going to just leave it at this. The Lord helps those who help themselves. That dude looked like he needs a lot of help, and he's not even helping himself. And that's
he was a little crack ashy. Did you see them out? You guys see Dave Chappelle? With
What is this?
Yeah.
What? Y'all see this shit? Is she literally doing makeup right now? What the? Yo, this is, what is this? What are we covering up? What? Listen, one of the biggest complaints in the Manosphere space is that our ladies are wearing a little too much makeup. Okay, we're laying it on a little too thick. Okay, and here it is. Like if it wasn't laid on thick enough, she's doing this shit right on stream. Y'all know in that Kevin Samuel stream that she did, she had a wasn't a Snapchat filter, but she had this filter on to make her eyelashes look bigger. And I do, because there was a point where we paused the video and the eyelashes, it was like over here. It was like half of her forehead. So we knew it was like there was a filter that she was streaming through. But like, you see how obsessed with her looks and the way she's presented on camera, right? Again, it's done for a particular reason. And that reason is for the boys in the chat. The boys that can't control the little head down there, right? The big head shuts down when they see this discount Medusa with corn. I'm trying. I don't want to go too deep, but like, listen, when they see this discount broad over here, okay, when they see her with the fucking Philly Arch airline over here, listen, girl, first of all, your hairline should not match mine, okay? we can't have the same hairline. It just doesn't make sense, okay? How is it that you're supposed to be this and you can't take care of that shit? Like, come on, let's take care of this arc over here, okay? Let's go back to it. But realistically, she cares about her looks. This is what a narcissist is. This is textbook. We're having a smoke show. This is what she's doing, right? Because she knows that part of her platform and part of her retaining men is her looks, all right? And she already knows she's aging out, but she's got to keep these boys interested. That's why I find it so fascinating that you just out here just doing this. Like, this is so, like, are we about the message or are we about you? Okay, and that's what a lot of y'all men got to start answering questions. When you look at other female content creators in this space, all right, and they are basically doing certain things that are not this, you already know who's for you and who's against you. Pink Book Lessons is not gonna do a live stream where she's doing her makeup and she's talking about situations, right? You don't even see her face. You don't, because it's about the message. All right, and that's what I'm saying. There's certain people who are about the message, and there's certain people who are about the aesthetics. Okay, so let's continue. I just hope you guys notice the little narcissistic done up that she's doing up here. Okay, but I digress. Let's continue.
Dave Chappelle with the crack mouth.
No,
go. Keep talking. I'm interrupting the flow. You keep going. I'm not
going to judge on the appearance or the superficial stuff. You know, that's whatever. But it's just the way he talks, the way he carries himself. It's just it's bitch energy. You know what I mean? It's female energy. I'm sorry to say that. But here's the thing about real. Melanie, I followed you after Kevin Samuels because I watched, actually before Kevin Samuels, it was Tommy Sotomayor from Tommy Sotomayor. Then after him, then it was Kevin Samuels. Wow. I heard about you from Kevin Samuels a little bit, but I'm gonna come at you with a little bit of smoke. And I'm gonna ask you a question. Why you said that Kevin is your friend, right? And you name drop him a lot, right? I see. I notice you do. You name drop him. How come you didn't attend his funeral?
Activating self-destruct in 3, 2, 1.
This went in a direction I was not expecting it to go. We went from a simp.
He is a simp. I'm gonna keep it real.
Why I didn't attend my dead friend's funeral, although that is for public consumption or any of your goddamn business.
bug back in here. Did y'all notice the switch? Hold up. Did y'all notice the switch? Yo, that shit was quick, bro. Oh shit. Like, yo, that shit was quick, boy. Holy smokes. The moment she got asked a question that was real, all of a sudden, that flirty, that fun vibe where she's just thinking that everything's cool, gone. Completely just evaporated, right? And now you see Medusa for what Medusa is, okay? She is letting you see that right now, because this is a common trait of not only a narcissist, of someone who is actually a female abuser, but also a common trait of somebody who is a chameleon. I would not be surprised if her past relationships, she was an abuser. Like, she was very manipulative. She has a lot of manipulative characteristics. It's not even funny. One thing that I would say will help a lot of you young men in terms of not only reading women, but reading people effectively is y'all need to watch interrogation videos, okay? You need to watch a lot of interrogation videos, okay? Because that's what I do. I watch hours upon hours upon hours of interrogation videos. And what I do is I look for tells, all right? Because here's the thing. When an investigator is going ahead and fishing for information, right, he asks questions in certain ways that generates tells. Okay, they're tells that you want to look for. And tells are patterns of behavior that human beings subconsciously do when they are in moments of stress and they don't even really realize it, okay? So whether it's patting their arm or pulling their ear, or if you want to pull it into the dating world, right? When a girl's interested in a guy, sometimes she'll move her hair. These are all subconscious tells that indicate to you, person who's aware enough to read it, that this person might be interested in you. Or if you're asking questions to see if your best friend lied about eating your sandwich from your fridge, right? If you look at certain tells when they're looking away, when they're tapping certain things that they don't typically normally do, if you ask them questions that they answer truthfully, right? Because they'll behave certain way when they're telling the truth, and they'll behave certain ways when they're lying, okay? You look for tells. Melanie King, I'm not surprised if in her past relationship, her divorce that she never talks about or rarely tries to talk about, I wouldn't be surprised if she was a manipulative abuser. She carries a lot of those characteristics that I see, right? And not only that, the ability to just switch on a dime from being pretentious to be pretending to be interested, right? That whole, oh, let me just be so cute and light, to then switch to this demonic thing on a dime. It shows you that this is a classic narcissistic behavior. And the reason why I say it's classic, because narcissists, the biggest thing that they hate the most is being called out on their shit. And if they don't have any defense, they go on the attack. All right, it's a very common trait. Those of you guys in the chat right now who have dealt with narcissists, not narcissists. I'm sorry, this whiskey, baby. Those of you guys who have dealt with narcissists, okay, you guys got to understand if you've recognized these traits or not. So let me know, because a lot of times they do not like getting called out at all, and you're about to see this shit right now.
No, here's the thing.
None of your business. Why? Who's a funeral?
You say he's your friend. You say he's your friend.
None of your damn business.
And you live
none of your business. Why weren't you his friend? Why weren't you in a position to attend his funeral as a friend?
And she goes on the attack. Classic narcissistic behavior. She goes on the attack. First things first, Melanie. This is a very, very simple question. Why didn't you go? Like, listen, if you were busy, if you had something to do, right, you could just give that as an answer and no one would bat an eye. But the fact that you went on the offensive, first of all, it shows me that, yes, I was right. You're a fucking narcissist. And second of all, listen, you asking why he didn't show up to the funeral, what is that? So what does that mean? Like, you were his friend. He's just a fan. He got nothing to do with it, bro. So why are you asking him that even that argument didn't even make any sense. You see, God damn it, bro. I'm sorry. Now, I gotta rewind that back. Like that shit does not make any sense. Why would you ask him that question? Like, why would you? Why would you ask him that question? He's a fan, bruh. He's not that invested in that nigga life. You actually met him. You visited him. Okay, he tried to coach you, and you didn't show up. But the fact of the matter is, you asking him and flipping that question on him, that doesn't make any sense. And it proves a couple things, right? Mr. Everything, shout out to you. Thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, but keep it real, would you smash? Yes. What the fuck? Like, hey, baby, listen, I will break them hips. I will get her into an early hip surgery. Okay, that's just what it is. Put that bitch in the early retirement. I don't know if she can handle this bull over here, bro. Okay. See, in Nigeria, we're known for our bulls, our oxes. Okay, our oxes have the longest horns in the fucking market. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know if them hips would be able to handle it. In little life, from the look of this video, she's kind of deteriorating real quick. But yes, motherfucker, I will smash. Like, what are you talking about? I'm a nigga. What you mean, right? Like, come on, Mr. Everything. You won't smash. Like, you won't have a turn. Like, I'm sure that's why most niggas promoted her in this space anyways, because they couldn't control the dicks. They would smash, right? But listen, you're dealing with a bull, baby, okay? I don't know if you know what that means, okay? But if y'all don't know what that means, go ahead and look it up. I don't know if she could survive, but yeah, of course I would smash. Are you kidding me? But let's continue. Hold up, what's good, y'all? Let me Wingos, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. What do you mean she deleted it? What did she delete? And I won't be surprised if she deleted it, because it does look bad. A lot of this shit does look pretty fucking bad. But let's continue.
He's your friend. You say he's your friend.
None of your damn business.
And you live
none of your business. Why weren't you his friend? Why weren't you in a position to attend his funeral?
Because I'm not his friend. I follow him, but I'm not his friend.
Nobody, and you're asking me why didn't attend my friend's funeral? It's none of your damn business. Mind your business.
Because you clout him. That's what it is.
I'm sorry, it's none of your business. It's none of your business.
You clout and you live off him.
Funeral,
Antoine Daniels is the only one.
You sound hurt. Now you sound like the weak ass sent blue pill, hurt, emotional. Why are you worried about what a grown woman's doing? Visit her.
And we pivot to shame language. She noticed she didn't answer the question. She just repeated the question. Why didn't I go to Kevin Samuel's funeral? Why are you asking me why I didn't go to Kevin Samuel's funeral? It's none of your business why I didn't go to Kevin Samuel's funeral. It's not. Why didn't you go to Kevin Samuel's funeral? It's not my fault that I didn't go to Kevin Samuel's funeral. It's none of your business why I didn't go to Kevin Samuel's funeral. And then you're resulting in shaming, right? Now you're shaming the very same man. I mean, he came up here. He's not being disrespectful to you. He's just asking a question. Why didn't you show up to his funeral? But you see how now you're elevating your emotions. Now you're elevating your emotions by repeating the same words, getting yourself worked up on purpose to go ahead and give you the right to justify basically kicking this nigga off, which she ends up doing, right? Because now you're insulting him. Now you're strawmanning him, calling him a hater. And this is what a lot of these goddamn Manosphere people, when they get called out, this is what they do. They begin to shame you, they begin to blame you, and they begin to basically strawman you and make you this thing that you're not. And all you're trying to do is just ask a fucking question. Y'all niggas in the chat, was there anything offensive about what this nigga asked? Why didn't you show up to the funeral? Anton Daniels was the only one that showed up. Why didn't you show up? And the fact that you just had to like work yourself up to this level without just being straight and honest, you know, the thing that most men value in women, especially women who are supposed to be teaching other women apparently how to, you know, behave, right? You're doing the exact opposite. You're behaving like what a gaslighter would behave. Someone who's you know, carries some of these feministic traits. It's almost like those traits were on the bottom this whole time, just ready to be triggered. And this nigga just happened to be the one. That's what it's starting to seem like. You know, I don't know if y'all in the chat are getting this kind of picture, but this is what I'm getting right now. Let's continue.
Her friend's funeral. You don't know what I've been through emotionally. You don't know what I've been doing with the family. You don't know a goddamn thing, but you want to speak as though you have any information, and you sound as ignorant as that blue pill motherfucker, as you wanted to call him. So who gonna check me, boo? It ain't none of your goddamn business. Don't.
He just checked you. And this is how you're behaving. Exactly how a modern woman, as Kevin Samuels would define it, will behave when she gets called out. Like, you're no different. Like, I'm not seeing a difference. Like, are y'all seeing this? I'm not seeing a traditional woman in this picture right here. Do y'all see it? Let me know if y'all see a traditional lady sitting here talking to a man, right? A man that she's supposed to be helping. Mind you, a man who hasn't been disrespectful, at least not yet, and just asked a question, right? I thought you were for us guys. I thought you were supposed to champion our issues, right? Okay, fine. He asked you a clear question. Why weren't you there? Okay, it's a simple answer. I had important engagements I had to do at that time that was important to one of my livelihoods, right? Maybe you got to pay your bills. Okay, no one's gonna stop you from working, but we know that's not true because you know we know you. This is your YouTube's your life, so you can afford to go wherever you want because niggas pay you, right? So we know that's not true. But anyways, you can give any reason in the book and just shut it down right there. Osei Jackson, right? Osei Jackson. People, that's one of the biggest criticism people have for him, right? And I would say that'd be one criticism I would have for him too as well. Like, nigga, what happened, right? But then again, you ask him, he'll let you know what the fuck he was doing. Okay, that's an answer. All right, it's up to you to accept it, and it's up to you to not accept it. Okay, why didn't you show up? I was in a different country. Why didn't you show up? I had to visit my parents. Completely understandable, because at the end of the day, family supersedes YouTube. Just saying, like this is what it is, right? Matter of fact, a lot of things supersede YouTube. Like, for those of y'all who put YouTube above everything, it lets me know what your primary source of income is. Okay, Lord Marquardt. So don't we gonna get at your ass later in the stream. You're not escaping. We saw that little bullshit post you put up there. Okay, talking about anybody can come. So, like, nigga, what the fuck is this shit? This ain't the CIA, motherfucker. I'm not gonna show up and live stream and then say, here I am, and then wait a couple days until I get a response from a nigga. Oh, let's go ahead and meet up. What, nigga? Do you know how boxing setting up a fight works? What's wrong with you? Like, what? Why? I'm sorry, I don't want to get carried away because y'all know I get carried away. But we're gonna talk about that later in the stream, nigga. That's a bullshit ass challenge. If you want to fight me, I did a video challenging you. You gotta do a video basically accepting my challenge, so your audience don't have confusion or who the fuck you talking to, my nigga. Okay, like they don't know if you're talking about DJ Academics. They don't know if you're talking about J. Paul. Who are you talking about? Any YouTuber, nigga? I called you out, so you need to accept my challenge. Or like, I don't know what the fuck this is, bro. But we're gonna explain why this nigga is doing that in a second. I'm sorry. Let's get back to this old broad over here. Listen, old bag. Look, you could have gave any fucking answer, but you fucking didn't. You kept repeating the question he asked and worked yourself up, and now you're shaming him. You're sign language in this nigga. It's something that Kevin Samuels, if you were really a traditional woman, if you were really not an independent, we know you're an independent woman, but if you were really a traditional woman, you would listen to what Kevin Samuels had to say about this situation, and you would know that he talks against women who use sign languages, women who are not honest, women who are deceptive. It's just a shame he couldn't see all those qualities in you. I'm sorry. Or maybe there were other things he was looking past because, you know, he was a dude at the same time. I'm just saying. But one thing that is for sure, and a lot of y'all niggas do not want to deny, is y'all niggas will fold for a bitch that looks good.
Ask me again where I go, what I do, who I'm with, and who I'm talking to, because it's none of your damn business.
Oh, and she kicked him off.
Ho.
There it is.
Ask me another question about my friend.
He's not your friend. Stop lying. He's not your friend. Stop lying. He's not your friend, bitch. You got called out.
Wow. How you doing tonight?
Feeling him, because I felt like we was gonna have fun.
Until you said
no. This is a smoke show, right? This is a smoke show. He has smoke for you, and you couldn't handle the smoke. What you mean? It's not fun when you host a smoke show. A smoke show, you got to be ready for battle. I mean, you were, but you weren't ready to answer questions. You were not ready to answer questions. You just kicked them off, and we don't know. We still don't know why you didn't show up to Kevin Samuels. What's your excuse? Okay, O'Shea gave his excuse. A bunch of other, what's that nigga? The DQ Blizzard King, okay? The DQ Blizzard King gave his excuse, okay? All right, they already gave his excuse, okay? Oh, not him. The other nigga. You gotta put the other nigga on. Oh, we don't have it. All right, never mind. The DQ Blizzard King. All right, y'all remember him? Okay, he had his excuse for not showing up, even though he wanted to pretend that he was some kind of estate manager, right? I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna sue every YouTuber that talks trash. I'm gonna sue you because Kevin Samuels is my friend. Bitch, what the fuck? And then come to find out you're not really the spokesperson for the estate. So you just hogged that nigga's name while he was dead for all that fucking clout. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, Mr. Attorney. Okay, Mr. fucking reality TV show attorney. The Blizzard King, my nigga. The only nigga that ran a bag off Kevin Samuels' name being an estate manager. Y'all guess the name, okay? I call him the Blizzard King. DQ Blizzard King. Y'all let me know what y'all think. But it's a smoke show, bitch. Like, it's a smoke show. It's not supposed to be fun. He called you out for what he felt like he's supposed to call you out on. And he's a fan. He found you through Kevin Samuels. He said that, right? He just had a couple questions because the person he found you through, meaning the person you clout chased off of, and then he managed to become a subscriber because he was a fan of the big guy. He asked you, why didn't you show up to the big guy's funeral? Because he's a fan of the big guy. And you clout chased off the big guy and he became a fan of you. But then when you host a smoke show for your boys or your fans or your simps, right? You think that they're not gonna come correct. Some of them are gonna come correct because after that funeral bullshit, like I told y'all, people are waking up. They're waking up to your bullshit. They're waking up to the way you're moving, the way you're manipulating things. They're waking up to it. So this guy just asked a question, and you're saying it's supposed to be fun? It's a smoke show supposed to be fun. The only time a smoke show is supposed to be fun is when it's not genuine and it's filled with simps who are ready to just agree with you or practically just lie. You understand that, right, Melane? Okay, but let's continue.
He is angry. I'm sorry that your dick is an inch big, and I'm sorry.
Oh, now we more shaming.
You're so angry at a woman like me who's actually advocating for men. Imagine a man who's mad at me, one of the few women in the world.
She's one of the few women in the world advocating for men while shaming the guy for asking a simple question. I'm sorry. Do y'all not see the hypocrisy too, or am I the only one? I digress.
That are trying to bring balance to the dating world, and he's mad. That's Angry Inch. Angry Inch, you can come back and we can talk civilly, but you're not going to ask me a damn thing about Kevin. Hold on.
Oh, by the way, this nigga that she's sitting with, that nigga's a simp too. All right, it's mostly a lot of niggas that will fold for this shit. Like I ain't gonna jack, bro. This right here, this dude right here, the little gap right here in the teeth, right? The little tank top, right? All this whole look, probably driving a fucking Chevy Caprice. Okay, listen. This is the archetype of the typical black male Melanie King supporter. All right, the niggas that like will refuse. They will come to us and say, "Oh, you just a black man attacking a black woman." Like, "Oh, you just hating." That's them. That's them. The Uncle Mammies over here, right here. These dudes will come in and simp, right? Because we unfortunately have an epidemic in the black community of the older generation of men who are basically just. I'm sorry, y'all got brainwashed to be major simps. That's what it is. The older generation of men, they got brainwashed. Kevin Samuels talks about this a lot. They all got brainwashed to be the ultimate simps, especially when it comes to a black woman. They were the only generations that allowed black women to restrict them the way they did, right? That was the thing. And it's not a dig against all black women. I'm just saying certain manipulative kinds like Melanie King. And we're seeing some of that manipulative behavior right over here. But them the same niggas like this right here that suffered through all that bullshit and expect the younger generation like us to go through that same nonsense too. Y'all niggas are the problem. So don't get mad at me for calling this old bag out for the bullshit that she's doing, because this is the archetype. I digress. Let's go ahead.
He actually came on here and asked why I didn't attend my friend's funeral.
You stuck on that?
Like, look at this old nigga. You stuck on that?
So you gotta think about it. If you know you friends, and you already know what goes on around in your life.
No, I'm not even on that. It's just the audacity and how, like, think of the mindset. One of the few, this is what I mean. I don't get it. Do y'all see women calling and giving me smoke?
No.
Who do y'all see? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That's who gives me smoke. That's what women keep saying. Y'all need to check these men that are coming after women who are trying to bring balance out.
Whoa! Did y'all catch that? Wait a minute now. Melanie. Wait a minute. I thought this was the Manosphere, okay? What do you mean? No. The fact that you don't have women calling up to check you means you're doing something wrong. If women are telling you to check the men, that tells you that you are not for men. You are for the women agenda, the feminist agenda. That's why women are calling you to check the men that are giving you smoke. Because at the end of the day, this is a man space. That's just what it is. So if you got a gang of women telling you that you cut the men off that are checking you, right, and hurting other women, that means that you're not for us. You just expose yourself without even realizing it. So you telling me there's a gaggle of bitches that are calling you, letting you know that you should not have these disrespectful men call up and disrespect women. What do you mean disrespect women? This is the Manosphere space. We're supposed to be calling out disrespectful women, but you over here, it seems like you caping for them. So what is this? Like who the fuck are you, Melanie? Because it seems like the mask is falling off officially, right? Like what the fuck? What in the bullshit crackadoodle is this shit, bro? Like if any of you niggas who are still following this broad don't see what this shit for what it really is, I can't help you. And you deserve, listen, I hope you lose all of your money like this nigga over here in the tank top driving a fucking Caprice, wherever the fuck he is going on his way to his third shift job. That's what he's doing, okay? Because that's the typical supporter. The niggas that ain't got shit, but will give it to a light-skinned black woman because she just looks good in hopes that she'll come marry him. That's all y'all niggas are. They focus on this and not realize what the fuck she's saying. It's all y'all older niggas too. A lot of y'all older niggas be doing this shit, and it just pisses me off. Like I'm talking about y'all who are like 40s and above. Y'all will fold easy for this shit. Like you cannot do this. We have to start listening to what people says. And if you listen to that whole statement, I'm gonna run that shit back. Okay, she is not for you. And this is what we've been saying, but everyone calls us haters. She is for the female agenda. It's not for you. She's turning y'all into simps. This is a money-making scheme for her. Okay, she that's why she has to have her other ladies tell her to stop letting these niggas come up and attack women. Who's attacking you? He just asked, why did you show up to his funeral? That's it. But you guys see the agenda of play. This is what I'm talking about. The Manosphere is not what it used to be. Y'all get mad at me for saying it, but it's not what it used to be. We want to bring that shit back, but this is not it. A lot of these content creators are not it. If you guys are not willing to accept the truth that these motherfuckers are ready to just take your money and bleed you dry for whatever the fuck you're worth, and they'll do it with a smile on their face, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't. But this is clear evidence that if we don't have a massive chameleon in our hands, I don't know what else to tell you. And all y'all niggas that promoted this broad to where she was today, shame on you. Yeah. Shame on you. Listen, I fuck with some of y'all, all right? Some of y'all respect, but shame on you for this shit, for not seeing it for what it was. You're supposed to be protecting your audience. You're supposed to be protecting men. And you let this broad come out here without proper vetting, meaning that we need to revisit your badge being a gatekeeper or being certain positions of the space if you cannot spot the chameleon for what it is. Seriously, how can we protect men and then y'all letting chameleons pop out here without being vetted? And even a big Kevin Samuels vouched for her. So what does that tell you? Like, I'm sorry, can we just look at the facts for 1 second? She's not for you, and she's supposed to be a female him. So I'm sorry, with Kevin Samuels, wait a minute. If she's supposed to be the female Kevin Samuels, let me say this. I'm gonna ask y'all this question. Does Kevin Samuels have more men calling in and hating on him, or women calling in hating on him based off of the message she's putting out? I wait, because it seems like she's having the opposite effect, which kind of makes sense, because this is probably what Kevin Samuels was trying to teach you, right? Hey, let's champion men's issues, right? Because when you champion men's issues, particularly black men's issues, right, you are going to generate a lot of hate from black women. And a lot of black women are scared of the hate that other black women are willing to give. I'm sorry. I mean, we're just going to be real about that. They are scared, and including Melanie King. So she's going to come out here and be like, I'm a champion, but bitch, you a scary ass hoe. I'm just saying. It's just what it is. I'm sorry. I'm getting the whiskey. But that's what it is. You scary because you're scary of the criticism that the women are going to give you. But nah, you got the women on your side, clapping and saying, tell these niggas to stop coming up here and disrespecting women. That's your agenda. You're not for us. You never were. And a lot of these other female bags, they're not for you. Wake the fuck up. We're not hating. We're criticizing to make a point. You're being lied to. These idiots are trying to funnel y'all into a new matrix, okay? And this one, it seems like it's going to be a lot stronger than the societal conditioning we had in the past. And if y'all can see this shit for what it really is, it would scare you because it's actually affecting the younger generations as we go along. I digress. Let me rewind this shit again and play this back.
No, I'm not even on that. It's just the audacity and how... Like, think of the mindset. One of the few. This is what I mean. I don't get it. Do y'all see women calling and giving me smoke?
No.
Who do y'all see? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That's who gives me smoke. That's what women keep saying. Y'all need to check these men that are coming after women who are trying to bring balance out here.
Why would women say that? You remember what I said at the start of this stream? Because everything I say, I loop around. I loop back to it. I know it seems scattered, but I loop back to it. There's a reason why I give a monologue, okay? And what I said earlier in the monologue is that one of the traits, okay, of a female chameleon is that women are in power right now. Okay, they have a lot of powers, right? A lot of double standards that lean towards their favor, right? So why would you go against something that you benefit from directly? Why would you go against the privilege that you benefit from directly? Do you understand what I'm saying, right? People in power almost always never go against their interest. That's what I'm saying, right? So if we have a situation, we have this woman understanding the dynamic and the double standards that are facing a lot of men today, come out here and say what she just said right now. Who do you think she's protecting? Do you think she's protecting the powerless or the powerful? Because for me, it seems like she's protecting her interest and the interest of the other women that she's supporting because she's too much of a bitch to go against the grain. Right? She's not ready for that heat Kevin Samuels got when he really winning. She's not ready. A woman like this is a fraud. She's a fake, a softie, an insecure little girl masquerading as an old woman. When this person really gets ridiculed and criticized by her own sisters, she can't handle that. She's not built for that. That's why when Kevin Samuels tried to train her, she refuses because she is that woman. Y'all don't get it. It wasn't until this nigga died that all this shit is exposed, but she is that woman. You can't. Yeah, that's why she wouldn't change. That's why she couldn't listen. It was right in front of y'all faces and we couldn't see it. At least y'all couldn't see it. Y'all ridiculed me for calling it out. Y'all said I was a hater. For what? Why am I hating on this old bag, bro? Like, what the fuck I need to know? Like, there's no way that I was like, if it was between her and a freaking 19-year-old, I'm going with her. I'm sorry. You're not winning in this situation, okay? Because I know your hips can't, listen, you can lie, but them hips can't, okay? It cannot handle this work. I'm just saying, okay? But listen though, guys, it's bullshit. Because she is who she is. But I digress. I'm going to play that one more time, and then we'll continue on.
Like, think of the mindset. One of the few. This is what I mean. I don't get it. Do y'all see women calling and giving me smoke?
No.
Who do y'all see? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Oh,
that's
I like that little religious.
That's what women keep saying. Y'all need to check these men that are coming after women who are trying to bring balance out here. because you got angry inch, ain't never had nothing rubbed up on
Ashley,
nobody
Ashley
wants
Blue
it.
Lips.
Okay, so now this nigga right here, he's teaming up with the female against his own gender. See, this is the problem with men. We can't stay on code for some fucking reason. Why is it hard for men to stay on code? What a strong black man would do in this situation and say, would challenge her and say, hey, baby, he's kind of right. Why didn't you show up to the funeral? Just asking. But instead, you're going to go ahead and join in on the fun, ridiculing this man, body shaming this man on his penis size because of an Asian stereotype. So not only are you being a racist, but you're also stereotyping because she's calling him an inch, right? We already know what that means. So all these sign language, this is not the teachings of Kevin Samuels, right? All y'all niggas that claim to support him, that's not what he would say. He wouldn't say go around shaming the other gender, especially the other gender that supported him. Why are you going around talking about his penis size because he's Asian? Does that make sense? That's fucked up. So you're body shaming the guy for calling you out, and you still haven't answered the question. You're a horrible person. This is exactly what a narcissist does. Like we're factually calling you out. This is what a narcissist does. You are displaying all these different signs. From the moment the nigga got on the stream, you were pretending to be the nicest, cutest, all flowery they can be, right? And when you got criticized and you knew you had no way to, you had your back against the wall. Let's just be real, okay? You decided to go on the attack, shamed him, called him whatever, all that type in the book, body shamed him, right? And still didn't answer the question. So now this is going to be a bigger deal than it wasn't supposed to be because you just refused to basically answer the question. This is crazy, bro.
Oh, Lord, ain't they gonna ask me? Who is you crazy? Who is you crazy?
Wow.
I'm gonna need you. Listen, I'm sorry. I don't want the inch. And I know you're mad at me because I will never sit on that inch, but I promise you I never will. I know you tried. But it's gonna stay angry, red, itched up, bumped up, whatever's going on down there. But I'm not the one for it. But what you got for me tonight,
now
boo?
she's just going in on this nigga's penis size. Like just going in on this nigga's penis size. Like she's attacking an insecurity that she's strawmanning. So she's assuming because it's Asian, he has a small penis, right? But I mean, I don't know, unless you looked, that he could sue you for slander. You do realize that, right? He could, if it turns out that shit's not small, or if it turns out that he actually lost business because you're a pretty massive platform, right? He can sue you for slander. So your dumbass and your whole emotional, response, you couldn't see it for what it really was. You decided to shame a man, and you had another black man on here pretty much denouncing his own gender. Listen, bro, if it was two females and a guy doing this, the two females will team up because they'll stay on code. They will stay on code, and they have no problem staying on code. But why is it that when it comes to us guys, we can't do that? If that was me on the stream, and I'm wearing a tank top right now. Well, not really. It's a workout singlet, right? But if I was in my car and I was the person right up there, I would have followed up. I would have backed my brother up. I don't care, my Asian brother. I would have backed him up. At the end of the day, we still got shit swing between our legs. It don't matter what size. I'm going to back that because I found it foul. She is a liar, okay? She is a deceiver. This is the picture of a textbook narcissist, a textbook manipulator, okay? And a textbook chameleon. And what does that mean? We're going to break this down, right? Because I actually wrote up something about this, right? I want to break this down. What is a female chameleon? What are characteristics of a female chameleon, right? Especially in this space, a female chameleon is somebody who's pretending to champion your issues. If you go back to this lady over here, she was promoting herself to be the person that's the few, or one of the few women who are trying to help men while shaming a man. on stream in the worst way possible. Think about this. If a guy came up and said, oh yeah, that's why your titty's small. Yeah, itty bitty titty committee salute, bitch. What if a guy came up and said that, right? It's over. He's getting canceled. He is getting canceled. So we're witnessing the matrix, the double standards at play while she's actively benefiting in that privilege right now to be able to shame that man without consequence. Because we all know if the roles were reversed, it'd be a different story. That man's job is gone. That man's livelihood is gone. Me Too all over the place. But she right here is basking in that privilege, and yet then turns around and says, well, I'm the few person that is supposed to help men. You can't be both. It doesn't make any sense. You understand that? So Female Chameleon is somebody who always champions or pretends to champion men's issues. But under the surface, it's not the case because the true personality does not reflect that. Okay, they actually like their privilege of where they are in society right now, and they have no intention, believe you me, of changing that. But the only thing that is a benefit for them to basically expound these manosphere ideas is the monetary gain. There's always a mere monetary gain. Now, how do you spot a female chameleon? All right. A female chameleon is usually older. They're almost always older women. Okay. Like I said earlier in my monologue, a lot of these women have lived lives. Some of them have been married. Some of them have been divorced. Some of them have been in long-term relationship, or some of them have been hopelessly single for a long, long time, right? And tell me you guys haven't seen that. All right. Either someone is married or B, chronically single, meaning they're always single. You ask them, why you single? April Mason, right? Why you single? I got to do me. I got my business. I got to do all that. Chronically single. Okay. Or someone who's in a relationship, but it's one of those, I'm always in a relationship and out of a relationship at the same time, right? That type of deal. They're always there. They come from one of these three things, okay? They're post-wall women who have been single or in a long-term relationship who come out with these ideas of what they think relationships should be, whether they learn it from the Manosphere field or it's something that they've picked up due to certain characteristics that they have, right? And in this case, narcissistic or manipulative characteristics, right? And then one thing that you have to understand about female chameleons, they're always going to have prior damage, prior baggage. It doesn't matter what it is, prior history with men, okay? It doesn't matter what, it's almost usually negative, okay? It's almost always a negative experience with men. And that's where the damage really comes in, because just like a lot of these red pill motherfuckers undercover really have a deep disdain for women. Okay, a lot of these female chameleon is the exact same thing. When they come in here, they actually still have a deep disdain for men, right? And it's usually the men that did them wrong. If you don't believe me, look how when these female chameleons switch up, look how nasty they get. Especially when it comes to coming at men, right? They get real fucking nasty. And the reason why they get nasty because they genuinely feel that hate. April Mason got herself caught up, right? Melanie King got herself caught up. Because if you're a woman that was traditional, that was conservative, that genuinely really supported and liked men, you're not going to be as angry. You're not going to even retaliate. Most women who actually like men don't retaliate in that way. Matter of fact, they'll feign vulnerability and leave the situation, because to them a man is scary. So what do they look like challenging a man? But these chameleons, they're used to the power dynamics that it's happening right now, the imbalance. Okay, they love that shit. Okay, they exploit the hell out of the double standards that they are. So they have no problem stepping to a man and trying to fight him, because they know that the double standards is going to be in their favor. The law is going to be in their favor. So they have no problem challenging you. They have no respect for men. So when they come at you, when they feel certain way, they will come at you with a vengeance because they don't like you as a man. She doesn't like men because I don't know if it was her divorce, but you could tell somebody did something to her. We look at Melanie King. She's chronically single. She's ticking all these boxes, bro. As I'm telling you this, she's ticking all these boxes. She's chronically single. Hasn't been in one relationship, right? She had, the last one was a divorce and it was tumultuous. We know that because you talked about it. And yet, when people ask you about that as a valid criticism, how are you supposed to help men if you have no relationship or you're not proving that you can do it? No fucking answer. You retaliate the exact same way. And plus, you're older and post-war. Okay? So you're ticking all these boxes. Why do these people do this? Why do people like Melanie King do this shit? Right? It's because a lot of times, first of all, it's monetary, right? And second of all, some women who come into the space, they come into the space as pick-me's. So they don't really give a shit about men's issues or men's rights or anything like that. They just want a husband because they're older. They see the wall for what it is. They recognize that they're tired of being alone. And they're saying, okay, what in the world can I do to land me a man? Okay, so they would turn into Melanie, right? They would take on Melanie's characteristics, land a man, and as soon as they land a man, it's it. It's the same repeat all over again. Hook, line, sinker. And other times, sometimes they champion men's issues because they want money. It's money. And in this case, because you got a lot of men who are downtrodden, who are in a situation where they don't even they just want someone who is reflecting and championing their problems. A lot of those men, they fall victim to this shit, and they'll give money to chameleons like that. She is ticking every characteristic of a fake one. And yet we couldn't see this. Your leaders let you down. I hope you understand it. So when you come at me for criticizing this bullshit, at least we're being honest. It don't matter who the fuck it is, man. And we've been on the niggas for a while, but we get on the ladies too, okay? Because some of y'all ladies, you got to get that work too. Don't just don't get it twisted. But these people like her are doing way more damage to young men in their minds than even some of these other red pill dudes, because they come in undercover and they disarm a lot of these guys. And men, because we don't have that knowledge, the real knowledge of understanding women to basically see this shit for what it is, we fall victim. That's what I'm saying. These red pill guys, with how bastardized the red pill movement has become, it doesn't teach you how to spot these things. It doesn't. It claims that they do, but they don't do that. They don't get into the detail. They don't get into the human nature aspects, because at the end of the day, we're animals and we behave in patterns. You understand? Go back to the monologue I was just saying. We have tells. Every human being has a tell when they're lying. Every human being has a tell when they're uncomfortable. Every human being has a tell when they're happy. Every human being has a tell when they're disappointed, when they're angry, when they're feeling any kind of emotion. There is a tell that is subconscious, and they participate in it, and they can't hide it. If you were keen and you were smart, and these guys were actually teaching you the real knowledge of understanding people to better your relationships out there, you would be able to recognize these tells and spot people for what they are before they even get close to your circle. But the problem is we're focused on materialistic shit. We're focused on hedonistic sexual gratification for a lot of you young men who are desperately sex stars out there that can't fucking do it. And then they trick you with this shit. And you guys bypass all that and not see the message for what it is. It's not for you. It's to corral you into a function to use you like a good fashion cult. The biggest thing that Melanie King participates in, and a lot of female chameleons, there's my accent, right? Chameleons that participate in, is the bait and switch. And Melanie is really good at the bait and switch. She is, oh, baby, oh my God. Oh my God, she is great at the bait and switch. We saw it at the start of this video. We saw the bait and switch for what it was. But also, I got another video I'm going to play that is going to be kind of interesting, that basically expounds on the bait and switch point a little bit more, okay? And what that bait and switch is when a lot of these older women who are coming into this manosphere space, they result to certain characteristics, right? And in Melanie's case, it's the makeup, it's the way she carries herself on stream, it's the aesthetics of it all. And she did it, she was twirling around, right? Showing off that thing, that body, that manufactured goods, right? To all the men during Kevin Samuels' funeral. She was doing all that. That was her, right? So it's all about the aesthetics for her, right? But then when you see the aesthetics and you see that she is championing issues of a traditional Black woman, which is a rarity nowadays, right? All of a sudden, a lot of niggas fold. They fold because they see a beautiful woman, what they think is a beautiful woman. I mean, I'd smash, don't get me wrong, but like, again, I like the age is a little too up there, okay? I got an age limit, okay? I don't want to, I need an adult. I need an adult, okay? I'm not touching that without adult permission. But it's the bait and switch, right? So it's the looks and aesthetics for her, but she doesn't actually say anything. If you guys really think about it, right? The switch up is the monetary gain from it that she gets from it. But realistically, she baits you in with Kevin Samuels' talking points and a lot of the Met Pill talking points. And then all of a sudden, the switch comes when if you call her out or if there's money involved and she's got you. Go ask her why she's not married. Go ask her why there's no ring on her finger, but you're supposed to help men. You're supposed to be a traditional woman, but you're not living like it. I'm going to make a bold-ass hot take. A very bold hot take, okay? I think we need to start limiting. Matter of fact, I don't even think women should be a part of this space. I'm sorry. I know initially when I started this program, when I started this podcast, right, I was more on that side where it's like, okay, you know, you got to have a lot of women. But in this case, we can't tell. And a lot of men, they're so emotionally damaged, they can't tell the real from the fake. Until that happens, we get a lot of young men to start wising up to the bullshit. We should not be supportive of those kinds of chameleons in this space. Any one of them. Go. You need to go. No, there's no more. You got to go. You're not for us. It's a man's issue, and we need to dig ourselves out of this issue. No more women in this space. It's going to sound childish. I know. It's going to sound crazy. I'm not saying you guys can't participate. I'm not saying you guys can't go on panels and talk and do certain things. I'm just saying that realistically, any one of them that come out and saying that they're for you, it's a lie. It's not true. It was never meant to be true. A lot of times nowadays, unfortunately, especially with Andrew Tate making it easier for everyone, for everyone to see how easy it is for guys to make money and cash out in this space, a lot more people are hopping in. A lot more women, especially the TikTok broad, right? They're coming over here talking all these, man, and dudes are folding, which is funny to me because I thought y'all were supposed to be battle hardened. I thought a lot of these Manosphere dudes were supposed to teach you to be battle hardened. If this isn't evidence enough that these motherfuckers have been raising you to be simps your entire time listening to these motherfuckers, I don't know what to tell you. I don't. Because I'm going to tell you this. Niggas I hang out with, me, we don't fall for this shit. We never would. Like, that's the thing. We would never fall victim to this shit. We see it for what it is. Maybe we'll have our fun, but then we ghost you after we done. That's how we operate because we know. It's not that we hate. We don't hate the opposite sex. No, that's not the case. It's just that men like us who are actually aware of nature and don't go around pretending and to make rules about what men is supposed to do and all that bullshit, right? The men who actually understand, they know how to play the game. So we're not sitting here looking at a woman. We see through those looks. You want to know how guys get hot girls? They don't get intimidated by beauty. Okay? To us, beauty is like dog shit. You find it everywhere. You walk outside, you probably step in one. It's everywhere. So I'm sorry for me, who's used to seeing cute girls. You're not going to sit there and convince me that easily. Because for those people who have experiences with good-looking women, you'll realize that a lot of times they say some dumb shit. They say some real fucking dumb shit. Sometimes it's just like, huh? Like, do you realize how dumb you sound? And I'm looking at him like, how do you? Because like sometimes, like, I ain't gonna be real. Sometimes you see a beautiful girl and you like, damn, I bet she's smart. I mean, like a lot of the initial, things run through your head and whatnot, but you get past that, especially when you start having a conversation with them, right? But a lot of them say some dumb shit that's like, hold on, wait, what the fuck? Are you? Slow down, right? Are you dumb? Like, you retarded? Like, right? I've had that. So a lot of y'all men are at that stage where y'all fold for a woman that looks good versus what they're actually saying, right? And if you actually are listening to what they're saying, first of all, it'll make the date go a lot smoother. It'll make the interaction go a lot smoother. And second of all, if you realize that what they're saying is BS, and you can subtly call them out on it, either being sarcastic, being playful, right? And you make them aware of it, that increases their level of attraction to you, because a lot of guys are afraid to do that. There's some free game for y'all right there. Just saying. But a lot of y'all see a good-looking girl, y'all will fold. Y'all get paralyzed because you're focusing on the wrong things. So let me finish this video because it gets interesting. And there was another video that really exposes Melanie King for her being a flip-flopper, okay, on when it comes to men's issues. I digress. Let's continue.
And they're gonna run just like you did.
You kicked them off.
Hey, what's happening? Ooh, it's
You
getting spicy.
You gonna run like Angry Inch again?
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Hold
it's
on.
getting spicy tonight.
What did I tell you about the archetype?
Right.
The typical archetype of a Melanie King black man supporter, right? This is it right here. This is right. I said you got the gap. This one now got the tank. He ain't got the tank top, but there's always a gap. There's always something, right? These guys are guys that Melanie King will not fuck anyways, and they know that, but they give her money in hopes that they would recognize them. No difference from OnlyFans thoughts. Sims giving them money. It's no different. These are guys. Listen, she won't sit on the Asian dude's dick, right? But she ain't sitting on this nigga's dick either, guaranteed. That's the archetype. A lot of dudes that won't have a chance with her to begin with if she was in your face. Like, are you guys not seeing this? Are you not seeing this? And she knows that. Her beauty is intimidating to a guy like this. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. And this is something the Black Pill talks about. I'm not saying I'm into that shit. I'm just saying this is what they talk about. The looks ain't there. She not sitting on him, but watch him capitulate to the box.
Oh, give me that spice. I'm ready.
What's happening though?
Spice? That wasn't even no spice. Can someone please bring me some intellectual beef? I want the cows that studied debate.
You be asking for the beef though.
You don't have no beef. You ran just like he did. If I bring you any smoke, you get mad and hang up.
What? You kicked them off, you lying bitch. You kicked them off and you still didn't answer the question. So what do you mean he ran? He came up there to call you out. What do you mean? Hey, what's going on with this nigga's cornrows, bro? Hold up. Wait a minute. Hey, what the fuck is this shit? What is this? Hold on. What the? I'm sorry. I just looked at the photo and I'm like, what? He's got the, is the rest of his head, is it just normal? And then he's got that one cornrow just sticking up here. What is this? What? Wait a minute now. Time out. Something that's not like the other here. Something don't make any sense. Maybe I had too much whiskey, dog. Hold up. That don't look right. Something about this don't look right, yo. Hold up. Okay. Bet Uncut 2009 says, so he says, so you want the money, you killing me, bro. He says, I wouldn't give you nor her nor you money. When have I asked for money? I don't think you've been a fan for a long time, and I don't expect you to be a fan. But for those people who've been riding with Duke the Don for a long time, I don't even ask for super chats. I don't even have a Patreon right now. I don't even have any form of, listen, the only thing that we do on YouTube is the fact that we're already monetized just because we have a bunch of subscribers. But I have never once asked anyone for anything. And guess what? We built all the camera equipment, the studio, and all that shit that we have. It was all from the super chats y'all gave us. So realistically, the money y'all give us, we reinvest back into the studio. I'm an engineer, bro. I make really good money. Okay, so I don't need to like this. YouTube is for fun for me. Okay, it's fun. I'm just out here. Like that's just what it is. We react to cringe videos for laugh. Okay, it makes my day, and for 100 plus people that are in here, it makes your day too as well. Reacting to these cringe people. It's not about the money. Okay, listen, it's great to support your content creators and whatnot, but like the people there's a difference between people who beg for it and pretend they're not begging for it, and people like me that we just don't give a fuck. It's been almost 2 years since I started this channel, and I don't even have a Patreon. What are you talking about, my guy? Listen, you got to do your research. And I don't want your money because I never asked for it, okay? The only thing I asked for is the likes. If you're not going to give us that, then get the fuck out of here because you're not really helping the show. Like, listen, if you can't give something as free as a fucking like, okay, then you don't deserve to be here. Hit the like button and get the fuck out. But that's not, like, I don't think you understand how Duke the Don operates here. Like, money is not, listen, that's the thing, bro. Like, listen, I'm a man. And the fact of the matter is, money is not something that I'm worried about. It's not all these materialistic bullshit. It's not something a lot of y'all men should be worried about. That's the main thing. All these niggas on YouTube saying this stuff, that's the new bastardization of the red pill. I come up here, I say what I need to say. I don't ask y'all for shit. The base thing I want y'all to know is, do you have the message? Did you get it? Did you get the message or not? Did you picking up what I'm trying to put down? You understand? So that's the problem. The new red pill has turned it into about money. It's turned into about cars, all these materialistic things, and it's kept it away from the money. Not the money, the message. Kept it away from that. So I get it. It's hard for y'all to see a content creator that doesn't ask y'all for shit, literally just criticize it. I've been through, listen, bro, you know how much war I've been through for y'all niggas? All this war, I've been doxxed for y'all niggas. All right, I've been ridiculed for y'all niggas. All right, I've been shamed, blamed. All right. For all y'all, and I've never asked y'all for shit. I still come up here with a smile on my face, and I do my best to give you good content for free. I don't even have a Patreon, my guy. Realistically, and some of y'all, I know I'm gonna try to get more invested to create clips and shit, but I don't even have the time to do that. I just come up, do lives, and leave. So what am I trying to sell you? Ask the question. Answer the question. What am I trying to sell you? Okay, listen, I get it. Y'all come from content creators, okay, that are used to begging for church tithes and tuitions and shit, okay, and giving, okay, but not all platforms are like that. If you support, you support. If you don't, motherfucker, I don't care. I'm making good money in my personal life anyways. I don't need to ask y'all for shit, and that's how it should be. That's how y'all can tell people who make money versus people who don't. People who don't, they're streaming every day and they're begging for tuition. They're begging for super chats. They're begging for church tithes, okay? I come up here and I'm clowning them niggas and I'm not asking for shit. I come up here, clown, and I leave. I come up here, clown, and I leave. That's it. To the point I got to now for y'all to see more information, because a lot of the shit that I'm saying, it's hurting some people, and now my videos are getting taken down, right? And which I don't care, right away. I mean, I don't care, but I do understand that y'all want to see the roasting and y'all want to see that shit, right? So now I got to create clips. So now I got to get more invested, which is fine, and I'm okay doing that. But don't sit here and say that we just out here for the money. But no one gives a shit about the money. Listen, it's cool. Y'all pay me. All right, fine. I'll take it. Just know that it's going towards equipment. That's it. I don't need your money. I make enough. Trust me. I make enough without going overboard. I make enough. That's just all y'all need to know. But what is this though? What is this?
Stop the cat. But you know what? I got more respect for you. Don't be bringing up my friends who passed or anybody.
Is that Harmony Pill? Speaking of chameleons. Is that Harmony Pill? Hold up. She says, let me call in and give some smoke. It's funny, yesterday we were just talking about these weak men who dislike and harass women online. Try me. We already know Harmony Pill on some bullshit. We already know. She came in here starting some bullshit with other people in my chat. So we already know she's on some bullshit. She is just as a chameleon with that. And I'm glad y'all had that conversation the other day, because I'm glad we can put a face to the kind of women she's talking about, saying that tell you to get these weak ass men off the stream. So I'm sure she's part of that women she was just talking about earlier that tell her to stop letting these men come up and make fun of women. But yes, she's supposed to have smoke. How is she supposed to have smoke when she's part of that situation, backing your ass to go ahead and shame, blame, and basically destroy men? How is that supposed to work? So we got chameleons working in the fucking background here, talking about trying to destroy men, but you're supposed to be the all hope for men. Do y'all not see this bullshit at work, or am I crazy? I might be crazy. Jesus, what the fuck? Like you can't make this shit up. You just can't.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. That was
You
out of
ain't
pocket.
go there. You start talking about Kevin. That's when I get my feelings. You talk about me, I'll be like, I like Seattle.
What is wrong with this nigga's
Yeah.
hair? What is shit?
No, Tiger Woods boo called in
Out
from
the
Seattle,
darkness into the
qualified in a good man. I don't know what that was.
What is this nigga doing?
He was out of line.
Yo, he's got a third one. He's got a third one right here. Yo, what is this hairstyle, bro? Like, I'm so confused. It's funny, you called the clean-cut Asian dude Dusty, but I'm looking at a Dusty hairstyle right now, and you're not calling him Dusty. I wonder what the difference was, because this nigga is not, I guess would it be he's not calling you out, and the other dude did? Was that the big difference? Because this is pretty dusty to me. I would not leave my house looking like, I would much rather be bald than going out looking like this, bro. That nigga got a 3-piece fucking Wendy's special going on his head right now. This is crazy. But like, how are you not calling him Dusty? See, all this shit is leading credence to you not being consistent. The clean-cut Asian dude, Dusty. This nigga, nah. I'm so confused.
He was out of line. He was out of pocket.
That was
Stop asking for people to call you.
That is Sleepless in Seattle. That was Inchworm in Seattle. Girl, you want some
Stop
of
telling
that?
people to call in asking for beef.
He ain't had no beef. What was he talking about? Why I didn't go to my friend's funeral?
That's a legitimate question.
Fuck you, ho. You need
thought he had
to
beef.
wonder why I'm gonna put you in a body bag. You need to worry about your own funeral right now. Oh, I know somebody's gonna spin that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the one to do that. Yeah, sorry, I thought, yeah, you thought I wasn't gonna get the head on this video. You thought all Duke the Don wasn't gonna see this video. Come on now, we everywhere. Just say we gonna talk about this. What you mean put him in a body bag? How we gonna spin that? You trying to box? You trying to box the Asian dude? What is it? You see what I'm saying? What is the main characteristic I told you about a female chameleon, right? A female chameleon understands the privileges she has against men who are in society today, so they have no problems putting hands on men. They have no problems threatening men. They have no problems going toe-to-toe with men because they understand the privileges they have, the double standards. Of course, that Asian dude will mollywop your ass, girl. You're not doing shit. But here you want to talk tough like the modern woman your predecessor was trying to coach you to not be. You see how you're just exposing yourself? Put somebody in a body bag is not what a traditional woman says. That's not what a classy traditional woman says. I'm gonna put somebody in a body bag. That's what that's what a woman who's been around the block, okay, especially with men and knows how to manipulate men. That's what a woman does. A woman who understands her privileges and has no qualms whatsoever trying to go ahead and weaponize it. That's what she's doing. You want to tell me she's supposed to be one of the few voices to help all men, along with this clown over here who's in the super chat, right? It's funny, yesterday, is she the one who's telling you to get to shame these men? Is she the one who's getting in your ear, cackling, talking about let's shame this man? Or is she part of the women telling you why you got to stop letting these men on the panel in the Manosphere space? Is she the one? Who are these women telling you men can't even say shit in their own space? You need to get the fuck out. All y'all women need to get the fuck out. You are not helping. You are corrupting. And this is all selfish game for a lot of y'all. Get the fuck out. Out. We don't want you. If this is how y'all want to treat it, because this is not a space for y'all. It was never meant to be a space for y'all. But the thing is, a lot of men got content hungry, and then they started doing a lot of content with y'all. But realistically, y'all don't be saying shit. Y'all don't be doing shit. Not majority of y'all. I'm just saying some of these chameleons out here. I just got to specify. But y'all don't be doing shit. Y'all don't even add the conversation. You guys have become a token for a lot of men to laugh at, for a lot of men to ridicule, and for a lot of men to put all the projections through. If you guys don't believe me, look at the rise of TikTok right now. TikTok. A lot of Manosphere creators are reacting to TikTok. Matter of fact, TikTok is all they react to. They become TikTok 304s. Okay? And the reason why is because it's the only bit of content right, that's juicy enough for them to peg all their Manosphere talking points to, and a lot of guys to go ahead and buy into it. Not realizing these fools unknowingly are buying you into a program, but they don't give a fuck because they're making money off you. Not even y'all realizing that TikTok and all these other apps are dangerous to your actual security. No, they don't care about that. The fact that they can weaponize your emotions so you can go in and listen, they're not even creative anymore. They're not even creative anymore. It's just let me clip together a bunch of TikTok videos, all right, of women saying the exact same bullshit and let me run with it and attach the same talking points. That's all it is now. And you want to tell me that there's not an agenda for this space? I think the agenda is unfolding.
Yeah,
Verbally,
talk to him, man.
It's been on the short bus your whole life. It's called banter. Oh, that's documented fact. She said it. Oh God, I cannot do it. I can't, y'all. I need high IQ. I need to talk to like Jordan Peterson.
Why? What do you got to say? First of all, the intellectual level will not be there. Okay, I'm sure if you sat down with Jordan Peterson, he would be laughing on the inside. Like, why am I sitting next to this weird ass the dreadlock having fucking Philly arch having hairline bitch? Like, what's going on, right? That's what he'd be thinking, because you're not a smart woman. You think you are, but you're not a smart woman. Like, you're really stupid if you really think about it. Melanie King, you're not a smart person. You're fucking stupid. Like, I'm just gonna be real. And all the other dudes that think you're smart are dudes that want to smash. Let's just be real. They want the box. They like the booty. They like the assets they're looking at. That's just what it is. But you're not a smart woman. Hence, case in point, what we're calling you out on right now without you even realizing it. Talking about you need a high IQ person. I debate you. I debate you right now. Hey, case in point, question number 1. Why weren't you at that nigga's funeral? I'll wait. First of all, how is that a high IQ argument? That's just a question, right? What would you do if Jordan Peterson asked you that question, huh? Are you going to shame him too? Huh? Like, what is this? You want to hide behind IQ, hide behind fucking people's intellect and shit. More shaming. And ironically, you're doing this to an Asian guy, which is crazy. Like, y'all not seeing the agenda? Y'all not seeing the agenda?
I feel like I could actually have a conversation with that man for once. Y'all try to troll me? Y'all, you can't go no place. There's no place you can go. There's no place that can hurt me. Zero. The deepest, darkest place you want to go and throw insults at me on God.
And he didn't insult you. He did not. He just asked you why you didn't go to the nigga's funeral, your best friend's funeral. How is that an insult? I'm so confused. I'm like, how is that an insult? Like, why didn't you show up to his funeral? I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry to be insulting by asking you why didn't you go to your best friend's funeral. And listen, it's not that I was making fun of your fucking looks or anything like that. No, I just asked you where you were going. I mean, I did. I'm talking about the Asian guy. I'm making fun of you. I don't give a fuck. If you haven't told by now, I got some insane Black Force energy. Okay, that's I don't give a fuck who the fuck you are. Okay, I'm coming at you with the heat. Okay, but he came at you with facts. You weren't there and you couldn't answer the question. So how is he insulting you? Like, you haven't really been insulted. Wait till hey, I challenge you. Hey, let me on stream. Let me on stream, girl. Let's do it. What are you talking about? Like, this is crazy. You're lying. You're straw manning. That's what you're doing. This is manipulation at work. That's what you're doing. You're not being clear and you're not being honest.
Cometh to the table. The feast is ready. Angry Inch. You can't get that. Inch angry. Inch angry. It's red. It's like red, pulsating, angry. Ooh, that inch just hurt. It's so red. It hurt.
More body shaming.
You can get flued out.
More body shaming.
They be busting down anything. The camels too. You want to get it lit? I mean, Y'all see Hangover? Hangover 3?
No,
Was it
because that was the
Hangover
worst
3
one.
with the monkey?
Hangover 2 is the best movie.
It was Hangover 3, right? When the inch was angry?
No, it was Hangover 2. That's why it was funny. Anyways, that's the end of that video. She don't know her hangovers, but I want to play this one right over here because it was done by some lady. I don't know, but she sounded like a black woman. And you know, this is what happens when a black woman calls out another black woman for trying to be a fucking chameleon, okay? And she basically exposed this Melanie, like, and this was Melanie before she had her nose job. I mean, you could tell she had a nose job in this one, but the new Melanie now, you can already tell, like her new nose. It's getting crazy. She's getting the Michael Jackson special. Okay, her shit's looking wild as fuck. Let me pull that shit back up again. Like her shit looking crazy. Like new Melanie knows not looking right.
How's it
Okay?
going?
And you can tell like she is obsessed. She is obsessed with how she looks, okay, to the point where she's having these repeated surgeries, which I like. Again, no one really gives a fuck. I'm just saying, if you're supposed to promote traditional female values and you're supposed to help women promote traditional female values, stuff like this isn't traditional female values. I'm just throwing it out there. So there's her with her fat ass nose before, right? And which wasn't that fat. It was actually pretty cute. But you know, it's fatter than what she had now. And you could tell she had some kind of lift with her lip, but she looking hella different here. But this is when she was doing kids skits, right? On kids shows, right? For kids. She ran a bag off these kids. She ran a bag off of these kids and wants to stop being profitable. All of a sudden, she's in a manosphere space, right? But this lady exposed her. And in this video that we're going to play, I want to show y'all how she came in on Anton Daniel's stream, basically with the female agenda. And when the men started calling, now it wasn't until the men started calling her out on it that she switched up and started attacking the women with the backing of the men. I found this video not only to be repulsive, but just downright just telling on what the manosphere, especially some of these OGs, are all about when it comes to promoting certain things in this space, and why we have to absolutely call a lot of these bullshit motherfuckers out. But let's go ahead and digress. I continue.
Sir, she's my cousin. Now, after years of making children's YouTube videos, living in Fantasyland, she now feels she's qualified to help the Black community. When she first entered this side of YouTube, she said that Kevin Samuels put her on her purpose, and that was to help the Black community and to help Black women. Because Black men have made her feel like she's a better version of a Black woman. So now she's the self-appointed savior of the Black community. Her videos are about how Black women are the cause of everything wrong with the Black community, and Black men are perfect. And now the Black men see their preference speaking for them. They're falling all over themselves to get to her. Anton on the Lapeef podcast invited her into
one
their
thing.
show. And when she described...
Hold up, bitch. One thing you gotta know, first things first. When this lady says her preference, that's code word for light skin. Okay, but I'm skeptical of women who use the term preferences. Okay, because that's a Cynthia G term. So while we're playing this, just keep that in mind. This could be a possible Cynthia G supporter, and I'm not down with Cynthia G. But the one thing I am down with is facts and evidence. Okay, and this lady is calling out Melanie King in this video particularly is the most damning effect. Okay, everything else she kind of says after when she exposes this situation with these niggas up here, these niggas right here, especially this nigga right here, right? It's factual. She's a chameleon flip-flopper. Everything else is kind of weird, but just keep that in mind. When some of these ladies use preferences and whatnot, my spidey senses is tingling. I'm like, okay, wait a minute now. What you mean by that? But I digress. Let's continue.
What brought her to this side of YouTube, her purpose seemed to change. Here she says she's just making videos and basically trying to see what sticks as far as relationships. She hooked up with the right person because she and Kevin Samuels are a good match because she is just as fake as he is. I believe she wants to be famous. She has stated that she and her children live a financially privileged life. And remember, she was raised by a white mother and a self-hating father who handed her off to a wealthy Black man. So she has not experienced Black culture, the Black plight, and she probably doesn't even know her father's family. And if her husband hadn't divorced her, she would still be living as if Black people didn't exist.
if her husband hadn't divorced her. What was I telling you about narcissistic women like this? I guarantee you, especially women who are chameleons. What is the main thing I told y'all, right? They come from tumultuous relationships and they're chronically single. Okay, when we compared to the narcissistic statement I made, okay, what is the main thing? What is the main signs of a narcissistic manipulator, right? Someone who does what Melanie King we just witnessed her doing, right? And what did I say? I said I wouldn't be surprised in her divorce she wasn't responsible for, like she wasn't partly responsible for, right? She drove that man away. Like just witnessing her personality, I'm not surprised that she drove that nigga away. I can see it. Like she's a gaslighter, bro. Like she seems like the type of woman that would basically like would just start arguments to start arguments, right? It's crazy. No, Kevin Samuel, that's what I'm saying. Like this woman right here that's telling the story, you guys got to be careful. You got to be careful because she sounds like a real Cynthia G, fan. No, Kevin Samuels is not. I would say he's not. There were aspects of his life that were fake, but the message was not fake. That's what I would say. Then the aspect is the black belt. I'm sorry, bro. You can't tell me you got 3 black belts. You're not going to listen, bro. Listen, I know how long it takes for one person to specialize in one martial art form to become a black belt. You can't sit there and tell me that you were a black belt, bro. But everything else, I don't really have a huge problem with. But I don't think he's fake. I think his message was on point. I mean, it's Kevin Samuels, but this might be one of these divestors playing this video. The main thing, listen, what she's saying about her, Melanie, you got to listen, when women call other women out, there's certain truths to that. And there's a little bit of like, if you imagine a knife, like, right, a knife is just going in because a lot of women, they want you to stay on code. And then when you see someone like Melanie King, especially when a divester or potential Cynthia G supporter sees a woman like Melanie King and they know that she's being fake, because listen, a fake can spot a fake. A lot of these divestors, they don't like black men. They have a deep hatred for black men. So they can recognize another woman who has a deep-seated hatred from black men. All right. And this divester is just calling out Melanie King. All right. And yeah, she's talking about Kevin Samuels, but like a lot of these divestors, they have issues with Kevin Samuels. Okay. That's what it is. He did a lot for the Manosphere space. But it's just unfortunate that like we had idiots like this that rode the coattails. So don't get it twisted. Just because I'm playing this video don't mean that I'm in support of what this lady is saying. I just want y'all to look at the eye opener of what the Melanie King situation is really all about. Okay, so again, look past and look at the freaking message here that's being said, because there are other black women on stream as she goes along spot the same bullshit. And mind you, these 2 women are on the same grift that Melanie King's on. Okay, but Melanie King is trying to be the queen bee above all because she's got certain assets to her that these 2 women do not have. And you guys can guess what those are. I don't have to put that in I don't have to say it. You guys can guess the biggest assets she's fronting here that these 2 women don't have, and why these men up here, these 3 women, my bad, I forgot this one up here, but these 2 men up here prefer her than all 3 of these other black women here. Okay, I'm not going to go into that argument. Okay, that's probably an argument for somebody else. Okay, I'm not qualified to talk about why black women view other types of black women, okay, differently, particularly black women who are light-skinned versus black women who are dark-skinned. That's a whole nother issue. That's not this conversation, okay? But you guys can't infer what I'm trying to say, okay? There's a reason why these 2 guys over here treat these women differently than they treat Melanie King. There's a big difference, and you can't deny that's not a thing that exists, but it is a thing that exists. So I'm not going to get into the argument. I digress. Let's play the video.
Exists. And I'm sure some will say that.
What's good, Isaiah? What's good, bro?
Yes, that is true. But they're also very privileged. But now that her husband divorced her, she's looking for something to fill her time. And now she's an expert on the black community and relationships. But she couldn't keep her high-value man. Make it make sense.
Yourself, give them a little bit of an insight of who you are and where it is that you come from.
I'm just a chick on YouTube. Been there and just making videos on whatever I feel is interesting. And at the time, and what it's been for the past few months, is this whole dating and relationships and all the other stuff. So, you know, just dabbling, trying different types of videos, see what I really, really want to stick with, and just keep going in on it.
Because her purpose seems to change so much, she can't keep up, and she gets lost in the lies. She was invited on the show because she makes videos
Isaiah, you miss a
nannying
lot.
for Black
You miss
men
a lot,
and
Isaiah.
upholding Kevin Samuel's talking points against Black women. So as it turns out, because of the types of videos she makes, they brought her on the show to battle two of the women who are regulars, Kay and Kayla. They're educated, professional, strong, and they give pushback when necessary. When the men on the show can't keep up, they call these women masculine. So it seems they brought Melanie King on to battle these women, specifically Kay, who is very good at keeping the men in check. But when Melanie King actually started showing support for Kay, the men went in on her, cursed her out, and reminded her of her position, which is to fight other women for them, specifically Kay.
But I'm going to come at Q. I'm going to come at Kayla. I'm going to come at Chicago, JR, you, Logic, Melanie. I'm coming at y'all all the same way. My only issue is, and that's fine to me, because it's no
That's
hard
the video,
feelings.
by the way. That's not me.
I love y'all. It's fine. But the thing is, if it's noticeable that certain men go really hard at women and not really hard at men, I think that's a point to be discussed. I don't do that. I don't fall back when it's somebody, blah, blah, blah. And oh my goodness, it's a man. I'm not going to say anything. Or it's a woman. I'm not going to say anything. I'm the same.
So are you
regardless.
saying certain men, or are you saying men in general? Because when you asked Chicago, you was talking about men in general. But now you adding a caveat and you saying certain men.
I'm talking about men in general. If it's
Right.
men in general, if I disagree
Yo,
or
what
you're coming
is-
at me
hold up.
sideways, I'm gonna be the same way.
Hold up.
Sometimes you
Hold
just
up.
gotta
I
agree.
gotta play that
General.
back because I don't
If
know
it's
what
men-
the fuck just
Men
happened.
in
Hold up.
general, if I disagree or you're coming at
All right, so that's the video because like there's nothing playing, bro. Hold up.
And certain men.
I'm talking about men.
Okay, that's
in
the
general.
video. That's not me,
If
y'all.
it's
Right.
men in general, if I disagree or you're coming at me sideways, I'm gonna be the same way. 'Cause I love
Sometimes you just gotta agree to disagree. I think we can move on. from that.
Agree to disagree is some bullshit. Look, she's wrong. You can call it.
No, I
She's
get that,
wrong.
but you can't. You not gonna. Kay is on her position, and that's where she's gonna be, and
No,
and,
but she's
and
wrong.
she's allowed to be.
It's
there.
So this woman just basically, I don't know, there's a lot of K's. I don't know which K he's talking about, but a lady, one of these bitches over here named K, basically was in that video. We couldn't see who was talking because I think she masked it. But so it doesn't get flagged, right? But I think that it was one of these two women that was talking, and she was saying basically, I don't care if it's a dude, I'm gonna just basically, I'm gonna come at you. I'm gonna come at you. It don't matter if it's a man, it don't matter if it's a woman, I'm gonna come at you, right? And Melanie is backing her at either one of these K's. I don't know which K it is, right? But she's backing one of these two K's and saying, yeah, it is what it is. Let's agree to disagree. Now here's the thing, all right? The butthurt crew is in full force. We in full force out here, okay? And he's like, no, that's not right. We have to make sure that we have women that submit, right? He is not a big fan of women challenging him. Listen, and I get it. There's an archetype of women, traditional sounding women that, you know, a lot of Manosphere guys they want, right? We crave, right? We want that. But realistically, if a woman is letting you know that she's combative and you have her contracted to your show, why are you bad about that? Like, she's letting you know who the fuck she is. She's a combative woman that's gonna call you out. And I think part of the reason why you have her contracted to your show is because that combativeness, it serves as some kind of like it's like a MacGuffin, a gimmick, right? So a lot of black men can come up and say, "Oh, look at her! Like, what is she saying? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is typical of what a lot of these women are, right?" And it validates your point. But here you are, your queen bee savior was supposed to come in here and basically call this broad out. At least one of these two broads named Kay, right? And she was agreeing with them. She did what the sisterhood was supposed to do. She joined up with them, right? And it's no different than what a lot of women or these chameleons do nowadays. All right, at least one of these two Kaylas were honest about their situation, and we know that she was lying because her real self was siding with the sisters, right? Because that's the code. Women, that's what it's what it is. The code. You stick with it, right? So we got this situation going on over here, all right? And Melanie naturally falls in line with the sisterhood, right? She falls in line with the crew. She does not break trust. He's pissed. No, it's not how it's supposed to be. It's not how it's supposed to be. You're wrong, Melanie. You're wrong. We didn't bring you up here to agree with all these other women. We brought you up here to be different. You're supposed to champion our behaviors. So my question to y'all niggas up here, did y'all know who this bitch really was before y'all actually promoted her? Did you actually know? Because if you knew who she was and what she was all about, and you still promoted her to all your audiences and fans, you guys are disgusting. You guys aren't from men. You guys are here to put on a show. And it's what I've suspected this entire time. You guys are putting on a show to keep men trapped in your bullshit matrix. And you know it. And you get mad at me for calling it out, but it's true. This med pill space is not meant for y'all to be staying here and living here and consistently just guzzling truths. That's not what this space is supposed to be about. It's supposed to serve as a guide. You get your guide and then you go live your life. You're supposed to be away from here. You're not supposed to be stuck here, okay? You're supposed to come in, get your lessons, and leave. But you notice these niggas are trying to trap you, and they're using these paid gimmicks because these ladies are contractors. Do not be fooled. They are contracted to be on this show. So she's contracted to be a spectacle. So when women tell you that, hey, when the real women out there tell you, hey, I agree with men's issues, but some of these women are being used as like a cannon fodder. I won't say cannon fodder. What do you call it? As a MacGuffin. They're being used to sell a show, to sell a narrative. And when real ones see the narrative for what it is, y'all get mad. But this is a narrative. And y'all mad because this broad over here came in and did what's natural to her, which was agree with the sisterhood. And he's mad. He's mad. I'm going to play that shit back. Y'all need to see how these niggas play games with y'all. Y'all need to see how these niggas really trap y'all in these spaces. The red pill space is not meant for y'all to be here. It's supposed to be a cycle. Because there's always going to be a situation where men are going to need help. But y'all are not supposed to stay here unless you're a content creator or you decide to be a content creator. You're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to get your lessons, buy your books, and leave. And I'm not against you selling books. I'm not against you selling courses or anything like that. But if the niggas are still here, that means something's not right. They're not actually achieving what they need to achieve in the real world. That means that if they're still stuck on the internet, they have not advanced in the real world. And it sucks that none of y'all see that shit for what it is. A lot of young men who are not advanced in their life, but they're living vicariously through idiots online. That's the matrix I see. That's why we call this shit out, because it's a fucking trap. They have trapped a lot of young minds in this space, and this is the gimmick. I'm sorry I have to go on this tangent, but I got to let y'all know how these guys seed this in. We are a social engineered country, all right? Everything we do is for the benefit of gaining control of your minds. You have to understand that. This is the truth. Since World War II, we realized that we need to gain control of the minds, especially the minds of a young male. And don't be fooled. These niggas up here claiming to be for you, they are exactly in line with the agenda. Some of them are promoted by it. Just being real with you. But the fact that they have your brain stuck here, they can control you. They can categorize you. They can profile you. And once they profile you, that's a digital straw man that they have. A file that all the algorithms has compiled to know who the fuck you are. Now they have a fucking beacon on you. You don't understand how this tracking shit works? They need profiles on people. Big profiles, databases. That's the big money, data. These guys are helping. I'm gonna play this back.
There's nothing that you can do.
And right, no, I get that, but you can't.
General, if it's
Right.
men in general, if I disagree or you're coming at me sideways, I'm gonna be the same way.
Sometimes you just gotta agree to disagree. I think we can move on.
Agree to disagree is some bullshit. Look, she's wrong. Call it.
No, I get that, but you can't. You not gonna. Kay is on her position, and that's where she's gonna be.
And honestly, here's the thing: Melanie is right. Kay just said, "I'm gonna challenge anybody. If you want the smoke, come get it." Right? And Melanie's like, "Well, yeah, that's who she is. Like, if that's what she wants to do, that's what she wants to do." This nigga is basically trying to force Kay to be a woman that she's not. For what? For what? Why you got the wrong woman up there? Unless you're trying to sell a narrative. Why is Kay even there? If you want women to be submissive to your agendas and the Manosphere talking points, why don't you hire people who fall more in line with the agenda? Why you got to hire people like Kay who goes against it? Oh, because she represents what a lot of men, or the archetype of the typical angry black female that's combative. That's what she represents. Let's just be real. She represents that archetype, and she can be combative to black men on stream. All right. And a lot of black men who are sucked into the agendas will just agree with you because they've dealt with combative black women in their life, whether it's their exes, whether it's the current wives they're with, or whether it's the mothers that they grew up with. Let's just be real. You guys don't understand the psychological game being played over here. They are playing with a lot of minds, a lot of black male minds. They're using your experience, weaponizing it, and putting it on screen. How do you think they get a lot of dudes emotionally triggered? When they see this stuff, when they see Kay going off, when they see Kay getting an attitude, it reminds them of the woman that don't listen to them at home, that probably shares her skin color. It reminds them of their mama that was probably yelling at them or treating them wrong when they were growing up. Either way, Kay represents something to a lot of young black male minds. This is psychological warfare if you guys aren't looking at it for what it is. And when you see this stuff on screen, it's that nice little trigger and you're hooked. So this nigga is mad because the person that he brought up that's supposed to champion that and soften the blow is agreeing with them. But Melanie's right. Why? That's who she is. Like, just accept her for who she is. Otherwise, kick her off. But they're not going to kick her off because they're all contracted to be on this show, and what is it? She's here to represent the tumultuous nature of black women, to trigger black men, and Melanie's supposed to be here to basically be that savior archetype, but she's calling herself out. Oh shit, my bad, y'all.
Let's check on YouTube.
Purpose seems to change. Here she says she's just making videos and basically trying to see what sticks as far as relationships. She's still
my bad, I went too far
and
in.
she probably doesn't even know her father's family. And if her husband hadn't divorced her, she would still be living as if black people didn't exist.
The only issue is, and that's fine to me because it's no hard feelings. I love y'all. It's fine. But the thing is, if it's noticeable that certain men go really hard at women and not really hard at men, I think that's a point to be discussed. I don't do that. I don't fall back when it's somebody, blah, blah, blah. And oh my goodness, it's a man. I'm not going to say anything. Or it's a woman. I'm not going to say anything. I'm the same.
So
regardless.
are you saying certain men or are you saying men in general? Because when you asked Chicago, you was talking about men in general. But now you adding a caveat and you saying certain men. I'm
talking about men in general. If it's
right.
men in general, if I disagree or you're coming at me sideways, I'm gonna be the same way.
Men in general, if you disagree with me or you're coming at me sideways, she's gonna be the same way. She's letting you know she's a modern woman. She's letting you know throughout the whole thing she is a modern woman. That's it, right? And let's see Melanie King's response.
Sometimes you just gotta agree to disagree. I think we can move on.
No.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, okay. She said that she'd come at you. That's who she is. Why are we getting mad about who she is? Black man, why do we care? Why do we even associate ourselves with women like that who are combative? You see how we just put problems on ourselves that don't need to be necessary? Like, if she says this is who she is, a combative woman that will give us hell, why do we want that around us? Like, I'm sorry. All right. And Melanie is right. If that's what she says she is, that's what she says she is. Agree to disagree, motherfucker. Like, that's it. But we choose to put ourselves into toxic situations and then cry about it like this nigga's about to.
Agree to disagree is some bullshit. Look, she's wrong. Call it.
No. I get that, but you can't. You're not gonna. Kay is on her position, and that's where she's gonna be. And,
but she's
allowed to be that. And
there's nothing that you can do.
And right, there's nothing. We're not going to argue.
What are you going to
hold any of the other women accountable?
We're going to just keep talking in circles, or are we going to move on?
Right.
No, we're not just gonna move on. And this ain't how we do it.
Well, y'all keep talking in circles.
This is a perfect example. And this is the beautiful thing about it, because we can go down these rabbit holes and have real conversations.
But
that's
we
the
got
dopeness
over
of
the
this
topic.
show.
I just want to return.
See, Melanie is actually right. She's being real. This is why I respect, because she's being the real her right now. Why are these men up here so stuck on Kay following the program, following the talking points, right? Why do we care? If this is a combative woman, okay, like, why is that? Why do we need to focus on that? If we didn't care about, the situation with black women, like these guys claim to not care, right? Why are we putting this out front, right? And then when it's out there, why are we trying to change her? This is who she is. She's letting you know, I'm a combative woman. That's it, right? So Emeka, he says, combativeness brings numbers. Yeah, that's true. Because a lot of men secretly likes that. They like that shit. They want to see more combative women because it reminds them of women they've dealt with in the past, and they would like to see men really get at them. And not only that, they want to see other women that share the same reflection get at them women too. It's real. This is a psychological shit, right? So if we're looking at this, Melanie is saying just leave her to be who she is. Why are we stuck on this conversation that's just going to keep going backwards? And then
back to the topic that you actually asked. That was more interesting than kind of the back and forth, who's over talking who. Let's just reset the button. Let's just push the reset, and
or we can
re-ask your question, and then that way we can continue that conversation.
See how Melanie was being very respectful. And
but it's still no. Because the point of the matter is that, and this is the perfect example of illustrating that women refuse, no matter what, under any circumstance, to hold other women accountable. And this is why they find themselves in a position that they find themselves in every single day.
That's bullshit, Anton. That's bullshit. You saw the straw man he just made. You contracted a woman who's on purpose combative, and now you're making a point that this is a situation why women, what the fuck are you saying? You can't just create a situation and then lay that to be the blame about why women are always not listening to men. You hired someone like that, and then you're surprised that the agenda backed themselves up. The sisterhood locked in together. Like, why are you upset about that? This is what they truly believe. They're chameleon. Listen, I'm sorry to all these ladies up here on the stream, but they all seem like they're old. They all seem very old, and they give me chameleon vibes, some of them, right? But I'm just saying, I'm not trusting what they say. I'm not trusting what it is, their life experience. I'm not trusting any of that shit. But my question to y'all, who are supposed to be the men and supplying information and being the guide, why are you guys so obsessed with how they think? To the point where you want to use that as an example. No, you don't need an example. The example is in your face. We can see them for what it is. Kay let us know that she will come at any man that comes at her. Why do we need an example? She just told us who she is. But you want to sell a narrative. All y'all niggas sell narratives out here. And when we call it out, it's hate. No, you are selling narratives. The reason why she's on here is to sell a narrative. The reason why Melanie King's on here is to sell a narrative. The reason why Isla and Gal is on here is to sell a narrative. The reason why this bitch is on here because to sell a narrative. And I don't want to say that like Kayla. I don't know who the else is, right? All y'all niggas are selling narrative to black men that's not true. All y'all niggas are. It's not true. They're telling you the truth. You're trying to make it something else.
Yeah, and I'm honest. I just don't like arguing. Like I said, I've told everybody I'm 40 years old. I'm at a place in life where, unless it's really, really important to me, like it's a core value, belief, or my life is mine, I just don't have the energy to argue. So sometimes it's not that we don't want to hold someone accountable, but you have to understand your audience. You have to understand sometimes if you headbutt a person, they're just going to headbutt you back.
But you definitely argue with Mr. Logic.
Hold on, y'all. Let her finish, y'all. Let her finish.
No, this is a quick question.
Hold on. Let her finish first. Let her finish. Go ahead, Melanie.
That's so this that we're not that.
All right, hey, Melanie, isn't the purpose of your videos? I see a lot of your videos. Isn't the purpose of your videos of holding women accountable?
No.
Okay, so now
y'all heard the no, right? Is the purpose of your videos, Melanie King, to hold women accountable? She said no. So when we go back to this video over here, when she's saying that women are telling her to stop letting men come up here and pretty much hold her accountable because you're in a male space, right? We already know what your platform's all about because you admitted that, Melane. Melane, baby, you admitted that. So your platform, we already recognize it's not meant to hold women accountable. You said it. They asked you directly. You said it, and they about to be mad as fuck because they said this is not what they thought they had. They thought they had a light-skinned woman, black woman, who can go against the grain and go toe-to-toe with these other black women, okay? The Jesus factor. You want a black woman Jesus to come down from the heavens and then fight other black women to champion your message rather than just getting rid of all of them altogether and we talk amongst men. How about we do that? How about we kick all of them out, stop trying to sell a narrative and talk amongst men like the good old barbershop days? How about we do that? Right? But no. We got to sell a narrative now. So we got to include all of them here. As fake as they come. I don't trust none of them in this space. Not one. So now the fact that all of these untrustworthy people are here, I got to question your motives as leaders. Why are they here? And then why are you getting mad that they're untrustworthy? Why are you trying to force a narrative? And the thing is, when I see narrative being forced, I instantly think propaganda. And when I think propaganda, I think social engineering. When I think social engineering, I think control, mass control. Why are they here? Not one of them should be sitting here in front of your audience members because I smell bullshit out of all them bitches. All of them. She already letting you know she's combative. She's already letting you know she supports the program. They already let you know they back it. Why are they here? But no, you want to make an example and you want to sell a narrative. Y'all are disgusting, bruh.
Now, if I can show you videos that you got specifically saying holding women accountable, you're quoting Kevin Samuels. I didn't see this. So now you have an opportune time to hold a woman accountable that you see right now that's been a distraction to the conversation, and you fail to do that.
You can like literally see, you can see the clock like clicking in her head. She's like, oh shit, I forgot. I did say I was Kevin Samuels. Oh, yeah, he did call me out. They did bring me on the show to combat with these women. I forgot my role as a person on this show. And this nigga is basically subtly reminding me what my role is and purpose for being here. And that's to combat with these women that look like me for the black men's enjoyment. Like a gladiator ring, right? Put them all in the rear and go back and forth. Now, what would you guys think? Will Melanie King stick with her word and say, you know what? Nah, man, listen, I still think that these women, they have their opinions on who they are and just let them be them. Can we move on with the conversation? Or do you think she's going to switch up magically and all of a sudden put all of these women under fire? I'll let y'all guess in the comment section.
So now look,
I thought I did because I guess maybe I think what the difference is that maybe the style of how I did it, maybe you have an expectation that I'm going to go in on her or cussing her out or like shut the F and raise my voice.
You ain't said nothing to her. You ain't said, excuse me, honey. You ain't said, we ain't expect you to dive in and do the WWF on her, but you ain't said nothing.
But that proves that you only brought it here to fight the other women. Like, is this a show or are we trying to help men? Like, do y'all not see how disgusting this shit is? Like, Anton is literally crying because Melanie King is not behaving the way they thought she was gonna behave when they see combative black women on screen. Why are we putting our women against each other? Like, why don't we just get rid of them all together and just have conversations the way we used to at barbershops? We don't actually need women in this space. Like, we don't. This is all a distraction. All of it's a distraction. Y'all know I used to do interviews with women on the show, right? Do y'all know why I stopped doing it? It's because I get more views just on here talking shit versus doing conversations with women. You don't realize that, right? Go look at the numbers. It'll tell you. I look at the number and I say, oh, yeah, something is not like the other. I'm going to kick them out because they don't belong here. I'm going to just sit here and talk my talk like the good old days. But here, these guys are trying to sell a narrative right over here. Like, why? Like, what? If they're combative, why have them on here? Just talk your truth and men will believe you because men already have that experience. No need to put it visually in front of their faces unless you're trying to sell a narrative. And they're mad because the agenda is not going according to plan.
You ain't said one word.
Yeah, she don't have to know you out.
Talking about, okay. You ain't said none of that.
Look, I still got respect for you, but guess what? I just saw your videos. So, like I said, it ain't nothing. I just saw it. So when I saw it, it conflict what I see right now. That's all I'm saying, baby. You still
basically what he's saying that on Melanie King's platform, when she was by herself, no black woman there to confront her on her talking points that she steals from Kevin Samuels, right? He saw this and said, yes, this is a woman that can go after other black men because Melanie's fake. We know she's fake. We know she says one thing and then does the other. But when she's on a platform with other black women, you see how scared she was to even go after them the way she goes after them on their show. Because Melanie, that's the whole reason they had you on there, was to go after them, gladiator style. And he's calling you out. He's subtly calling you out because you're not following your programming. And this look on your face, that tells me that you know that. That tells me that you're aware of that. You're aware that you're being called out right now and you can't do shit because at the time, they had the bigger platform and they had the bigger influence that you carouseled off of. Now you notice she don't even be recognizing some of these niggas. She don't even be like, these niggas are like in the dust to her. She used them and tossed them like a used condom. That's what all y'all bald motherfuckers on here are. Bald, used condoms. You dickheads. Y'all did get them out of here. They don't need to be in this space. None of these women need to be in this space. They're all clout chasers. But you dickheads, condom wearing bitches, decided that you wanted here. And y'all got played. She ran a bag off y'all. And now she thinks she's Queen Bee on YouTube talking shit to other men. But y'all created this monster. She is shaming another man for asking a question on why she did not attend the funeral for your brother. But y'all helped her. She's trying to bag off y'all niggas. And all the other men that follow these clowns on stage. I'm sorry, I had to say that. All y'all niggas are clowns. Like, this nigga faked his business. Can we be real? This nigga faked his business and couldn't answer simple questions. God knows who these niggas are. It's like, God knows. Like, I'm not saying they don't have great conversations. They do. And some of the stuff gets interesting. But let's not take away from what their motive really is. You have to look at the motive. There's always a motive. If y'all young men don't want to be fooled out there, you always have to look at the motive. Everyone has a motive. There's always a motive.
Cool with me. I give you a thumbs up. And if I see your videos and I see you fuck up, guess what I'm going to do in your comment section? I'm going to say you fucking up. And I'm not gonna be a simp ass nigga.
No, that's exactly what a simp ass nigga do. So you telling me now that she doesn't follow the program, you're gonna be in her comment section, and whenever she's gonna be saying Kevin Samuel shit, you're gonna be pinpointing that she's a liar because she's not backing you on stage. Oh my goodness, how the mighty have fallen. What is going on here? Like, what is this? Or next time I'm gonna see you on your show, I'm gonna make a comment because you're not being real right now. You're supposed to be attacking these black females because I saw on your show that you were saying the shit that Kevin Samuel says, and I thought that you were gonna be the one to be the savior. I thought you were the Jehovah of the Manosphere black women's space. You were supposed to hold these women accountable. You were a light-skinned Jehovah mama, and you couldn't do this shit. So next time I see you on your platform, I'm gonna be a simp. Well, no, I don't want to be a simp. I'm not on some simp shit, but I'm gonna be commenting and calling you out because you did not follow the programming. Hey, JB Uncle Logic, it's not very logical. Just seeing this. This is an emotional argument. Okay, you see what happens when we have people here. They don't need to be here. They tend to drag the conversation from logic to emotion. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm of the mindset right now that these women do not belong here. Matter of fact, none of them do. We need a new movement to, like, really, if the red pill is going to survive, we have to rid the influence of women in this space. I'm sorry, it's the truth. If the red pill manosphere is to survive, we have to rid the influence of women in this space. We have to. We have to. It is not. I'm not saying that, and it sounds crazy. And those of you guys who really understand my mindset right now, you know where I'm coming from. But it's too much of a distraction. It's too much of a distraction on the minds of the guys who are supposed to be learning something, but they're not really learning what they need to learn. They're being distracted by the boobies. They're being distracted by the makeup. They're being distracted by the assets on screen. I mean, same thing. Fresh and Fit really pioneered this whole sit-down podcast thing that you see nowadays, right? And the same thing with Kevin Samuels with this whole going back and forth because he was one of the main creators that were talking to women on such a massive scale, right? Which worked for him. But now it's getting to the point where it's starting to become subtly manipulative. They don't need to be here. They need to go. A lot of them need to go. And the fact that you guys are putting them out here, there's an agenda to have views. It doesn't work. It doesn't work in the long term.
Oh, no. I'm going to tell you, you fucking up.
I'm going to put the link in the chat if you guys want to do a call in. I see your post, Mr.
Guess what?
I'll put the link
they
in the
know
chat.
I'm going to keep it 1,000. I
don't care.
All right. And I still love you, baby.
And you still simping.
All right, let me go get let me tell.
So as they discuss the last topic, this is Melanie King's chance to redeem herself. She jumps in and starts talking about things nobody said. She starts pouting Kevin Samuel's talking points, getting loud, becoming belligerent, and basically doing everything that 5 minutes earlier she said she didn't want to do. And it's all for the validation and acceptance of these Black men.
The topic is, if your preference is not of your skin color, is that a form of self-hate? The context behind this, so you have a Black man that says he only dates white women. You have a Black woman that says they only date white men. If your preference is not of your skin color, is that a form of self-hate?
Black person does not like or is not at all attracted to Black people, that is internalized. Wait, can everybody go on mute? That's internalized racism for sure. Like in this country.
First of all,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna put my 2 cents in this. First of all, if black men don't date black women, that's not a form of internalized racism. And I mean, any black man who dates outside the race knows that. I mean, there's some cases of it, especially the guys that really go in on their own race of women. Because listen, I don't diss my race of women to other races of women. Okay, that's actually a sign of insecurity, and other races of women don't respect that. You don't go around saying, "Oh, black women are shit." Like even some women, they find that tasteless, right? So don't be one of these black dudes dating white girls and then dissing black women. It's weird. That is a form of hate, but realistically, that's not the major reason why a lot of men date out. So this K person already, you got me lost. you got me lost because it's a bullshit argument. Okay, it's a dumb argument. Most reason people date out is because, well, first things first, we're men. I mean, let's just be real. I like a variety of women. Okay, I like little flavors of the ice cream rainbow. Okay, I like sometimes vanilla, and sometimes I like chocolate, and other times I like a little bit of spicy caramel. It is what it is. But like, I got preferences, right? I got my own choices. It is what it is. I have whatever option is open to me, and I can utilize that. Just like a lot of y'all women, okay, here's where the double standard is. Y'all got to be aware of this, okay? Y'all have your choices, and you guys are aware of this. So you need to leave us alone. Matter of fact, it seems like some of y'all divesters, especially some when y'all making these videos, right? Y'all like the ideas of having more preferences. Y'all glorify that white dick so much. I mean, I don't know why the fuck we're having problems with this, right? So y'all, okay, let's just keep it what it is. If we're gonna have our choices, you can, and let's have our choices and you have your choice. Okay, just because we decide to date out and not date down, not date black women doesn't mean we have internalized hate. That's just not what that means. Sometimes to a man, women are just damn attractive regardless of what the race is, and whatever a guy wants and he's willing to go after it, he's gonna go after it. Now it just depends on if you're being easy or not, right? And sometimes we all know it disproportionately favors women of color, but a lot of black women don't make it easy when brothers approach. A lot of brothers they don't find initially attractive, right? That just be real. And it's none of these. If any of these niggas up here approach the black women, they will shut them down with a vengeance, hands down, because they don't have that bad boy thug look. They don't have that look to them. They got the pasty, educated black man look, but they don't have the bad boy, little baby, the baby, or fucking little dirt type of look. You know, the dreadlocks, the chains, the cars, just a badass vibe. That's what them fine black women, they will find attractive all fucking day. These guys don't have it. And they've gone through their lives being rejected by women that look like them because they didn't have those characteristics. And now they up here mad. But either way, they wouldn't choose you. Neither y'all. That was a weird tangent. Link is pinned, Mr. Everything. Shout out to you for the $2 super chat. But doesn't that make sense, y'all? Or am I crazy? Like, none of these women would choose these educated fools anyways because they don't have that look. And that's why a lot of men, black men particularly, who are educated, who come into this manosphere space that don't get a lot of play from black women, this is what they're pissed off about the most. They're pissed off about this the most because these women want thugs. They don't want educated men like that most of the time. And the ones that do want the educated men, they're rare. And you're not going to find them on YouTube. These are the men that's gone through their entire lives being fucked over by women that didn't like them because they didn't live a certain lifestyle. That's why this nigga always talks about not going to jail and not doing, like, you act like you some kind of gangster, bro. Like, relax, chill on that. They still not gonna fuck with you.
But if you just like, I prefer this, but I like this too, maybe it depends.
Can you describe internalized racism specifically for me, please?
Yes. That is when the racist ideologies that are in the fabric of our society here in America affect you and you see your own people as less than, you see your own people, I'm talking about Black people, as less attractive, you see
That's
them
bullshit,
as less
Kay. Come on
worthy,
now.
less whatever, due to all of the programming that has been happening hundreds of years. So you have internalized that even though you're Black, you also are projecting these things and feeling these ways about people that look like you. That's when you have internalized this racism. So I'm not mad at anybody who, you know, is attracted to whoever they're attracted to. That's fine. But if you are anti your own race as a Black person, that I absolutely believe is internalized racism, and it's a form of self-hate and and all of that.
If you don't date your own kind, it's not it does not mean you have self-hate. Sometimes it just means that you just paired off with someone who's attractive and they just happen to be of another race, right? It does not mean like I don't get this, bro, because like that never because I've dated outside of my race too, like, and does that make, and I don't hate Black women at all. Matter of fact, I prefer that. So that's why it just doesn't make sense. Just because I decided to date out, I've dated. I can go out right now. I live in Wisconsin, so it's majority a lot. You see a lot of white women, right? So I can date majority white women, and I can the one Black woman I date, right? What do you mean? She's gonna look at that as like a fucking internalized hatred? No, it's just what's the options available to me, or at least the majority of it, right? Over here is usually Latinas and white women. That's it. Like Black women, yeah, but they're not in abundance, right? So you really got to go find them, right? But they're there, and I date them, but it doesn't mean I don't. I have some kind of internalized hatred. Like that's just a weird ass way, in a fucked up way, to look at the world and to look at Black men. And it adds to a lot of. See, this is the thing with the insecurities and projection a lot of Black women put on men. This is the problem. You're putting this is an insecurity. All right, you're putting that on us. This is not what men feel. We're not thinking of the world this way, okay? That's not how we see things. Mr. Everything, I see you back there. Let's get you on here in just a second, okay?
So if you don't want to date, if I don't like, let's just say, for example, I'm single, and I don't like to date women with light-skinned women, is that a form of internalized racism?
If you don't like to date light-skinned women,
let's just say I will not date light-skinned women. Is that a form of internalized racism?
It's colorism. You're Black and you are anti-light-skinned woman.
Come on.
Not anti. I will not. Okay, I will not date a Black woman. Is that anti? Is that internalized racism?
Anti-Black women, and yes, that would be
reverse racism.
I never said that term.
I'm sorry, not reverse. Internalized racism?
Yes.
If I say I will not date Black women, that's internalized racism.
And you're Black?
Yes.
Like we're using you? Absolutely.
Because
why wouldn't you want? And
wait, I want to say though, it's not because
Rumpled. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said women who are chameleons like this. There's a reason why their relationships don't pan out well, and they have tumultuous ones, okay? And they come up here, and they either fake as chameleons or they join the other side, okay? Like the Cynthia G crowds, okay? We already know Cynthia G's baby daddy. That's not what I meant. I'm not talking all Black attractive women. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. So let's not misconstrue that. It's chameleons. They're the ones, the chameleons out here. The chameleons and the content creators that come into space are the ones that want that. Really, look at the content creators online right now and look at what they say. I want thugs. Look at the men that promote those type of content creators, right? They're out there. I'm not saying in the space, but they're out there. We even react to them in the space. So it's there. The reason why they're out there and everywhere is because they're on social media. In the real world, a lot of attractive women, they're not on that bullshit. They're not on this shit right here. This is not what they're on. But it's the women that have failed in their relationships with the wrong toxic men that come up here and group. The women who have deep hatred for men. And I'm not saying it's all women. It's the women that have hatred for men that come up here and do this shit. That's why they need to go. I mean, if you don't support that, I don't know what else to tell you, bro. But that's my opinion. I think they all need to go. It's my opinion. It's my not even opinion. It's a hot take. They need to go. If you don't agree with it, it is what it is, bro. But they need to go because these are frauds. These are frauds. These are people who actually hate men that are on screen right now in your face. That's just what it is.
But you have to ask the black man why he maybe doesn't want that. You're just assuming it's based on racism.
I just wanted
it could be you can have an experience with a group of women, and I will say across the board, as I've talked to men and black men in particular, it's not that they hate black women. They love black women. They want a black woman. That's usually a black man's first choice. But usually he can't find the black woman who is fit, feminine, friendly, cooperative. It's all this pushback, you know, and it's always the need to be right. And if we're honest, we can be argumentative. We can tell it like it is. But no, Kay, you've been dominating the conversation tonight. And I think some of us want to talk. It's like you're having a conversation with yourself.
Melanie, I see you're trying to
over and over. I'm not. I'm just
and you're gonna have to backtrack on
Did
that.
y'all notice the switch?
To be right.
Did y'all notice the switch? Or am I crazy? Did y'all notice the switch? All of a sudden now, Melanie's coming at him. She's coming at him pretty hard. And the other women are noticing it. Look, she's sipping her water bottle like, yep, I know what, hey, this girl's on some bullshit, but I'm not gonna say nothing, right? Kay called her out. This other one over here is just eating. She over here eating. She not even. Well, I'm not even sure she knows what's going on right now. But y'all see that shit? This is wild, bro.
Right? And you're not really saying anything new. Okay. You're just arguing for the sake of it, but you're not presenting anything new or factual. Everyone, and you're just assuming that black men are racist when they're not. Black men are not racist because they date outside their race.
Racist.
You just assume that it's internalized racism.
I didn't say they were racist.
You said, isn't that internalized racism? Isn't that a form of racism, or am I wrong?
You're wrong.
I'm not trying to go at you and argue with you, but literally you have dominated this panel and we get it, okay? We got your point. I think everyone knows where you stand.
Melanie.
You don't have to say it over and over.
Hey, you know what Melanie just said? She was like, you're trying to dominate this platform. And Carrie retaliated and said, I am a partner on this platform. This is your first time here. First things first, a lot of things just got exposed in just that statement alone, in the highly emotionally charged statement that she made in response to an attack being made on her, right? She said, I'm a partner here, meaning I'm paid to be here, and you're new, and now you over here just acting like you coming at us, but a few seconds ago, you were just agreeing with us. So where does this new energy come from, right? Now look at the faces of these weak ass niggas on stage right now, and look how pleased they look. Especially this nigga, right? He is pleased to hear what he's hearing right now. Yes, this is what we wanted. You are promoting the agendas we want. And they're smiling. Anton chilling. He's just cooking back there. He's ready. This is what they wanted. This is the gladiator show that they were looking for out of Melanie, and she did not disappoint. At first, they were like, hold up now. What's happening? And then when she got the message, she got the marching papers, she changed. And you notice these other two women are still kind of on code, but she the only one calling her out because she's letting y'all know. First of all, she already let them niggas know what she was all about. Okay, so she's at least being real to herself. And she gonna call anybody out, and she's calling out Melanie. We're gonna finish this up and we'll get to the calling portion.
Other people talk. Kay has been quiet. Q has been quiet while you keep going back and forth. And I don't like.
Look at this nigga.
Putting out there.
Look at him. He's clapping.
He's clapping. And actually had one-on-one.
This is sick.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You're trying to redeem yourself, and I get it.
Yes, I need to redeem myself because it's middle school, and I want the captain of the football team to pick me. Listen, I'm a grown. I don't need validation.
Look at this.
Trust me.
Look at these men celebrating.
So don't talk down on me with your shaming, language. I don't need your shaming language. You can back down, put your whiskers away, put your tail away. We get it. I know. Can't nobody tell you nothing. But we have all been quiet and let you go on and on, and you cannot stand to not hear your own voice for 1 minute. And it's overbearing. It's overbearing. And what you just said about black men is unfair, because let me tell you something. You know why? You know why I take exception to that? Because I have a black father who has gone to back to
wow.
From my childhood.
Look at this dude.
This man is 72.
Look at this sad excuse.
Recently, his cancer just came back.
Yo, do you see this? Do y'all not see this sick shit? Or am I crazy? At first they were crying because Melanie was agreeing, and then this dude had a little temper tantrum, and now he's holding off candles. Everybody's celebrating. Why? You got to ask yourself why. Because this is what they want. This is the image that they want to put out there. That black women are combative. That black woman is but they're not letting you know that they're actually going out of their way to find combative black women to put in front of you. No different than when Fresh and Fit put OnlyFans girls in front of you on their podcast and then turn around and say most girls are gold diggers. And you believe it. It's all social engineering, manipulation. She's contracted to be here. This is who she is. And the thing is, if they were real men, they would have told you to stay away from women like Kay. If they're going to be combative and you're a man that want peace, you don't want her in your life. You don't want any of these women in your life. But no, they parade these women in front of you for views, for money, to sell a narrative. So how am I wrong for calling these people out? And now, once Melanie King is playing the part that they want her to play, they're excited, they're clapping, they're jovial. They're joyful. This nigga's sparking candles. Look at the smile done return back to this nigga's face. And this is the same nigga talking about, I'm going to go back in your comment section and just call you out every time you say something, Kevin Samuel's talking points, because you said you were talking about his talking points, and you were supposed to be the female Kevin Samuels, and now you're over here backing these women. Now he's smiling. They're all smiling. This is disgusting, bro. This is manipulation, bro. And you see how fast she switched up. Mr. Everything, welcome to the stream, bro. I'm gonna keep playing this real quick, and then I think there's some feedback coming from your mic, though. So okay. Perfect. All right, let's continue.
I went through the hardest time in my life, and that man, my mother is disabled. My father has cancer. And
look at this nigga. He turned out the lights.
It's not a popularity contest. If you don't like me, say la vie. Godspeed and God bless. I don't give a damn. But I'm gonna tell you what, I am tired of black men being put down and said who they are, when every black man in my family is a good man. No, they're a great man. And particularly my father. When I went through the hardest time in my life, as I'm going through now, he got my elderly mother, he got my disabled mother, and him still with cancer. They moved down here to be with me.
Wait, time out. What is your daddy? Was your daddy white or was your daddy black? Because if your daddy was your daddy's black, right? So what does your dad cancer have to do with dating preferences? It seemed like you being melanated, he in light skinned, his preference was a white woman, not a black woman, right? So your dad is just as guilty as what Kay is talking about. But yeah, you using her to bring an argument to go against her. You see what I mean? Do you not see the fakeness at play? Her dad wifed up a white woman, and she's talking about, and this is a question about preferences, right? All right. So there's a black man like you. Oh my God. Like, are we still? Oh my God. Like, holy fucking shit, bro. I can't do this. I can't do this, bro. Like, the hypocrisy is too much. a black man that married a white woman is the offspring of that relationship is using that, her daddy, as a point to attack a fully black woman, meaning mama and daddy was both black, okay, on preferences. Meanwhile, your dad chose a different race. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm not saying that I have a problem with it. I'm pretty sure Dr. Umar Johnson might have a few choice words to say about your daddy's relationship and you being the offspring of that. But the main crux is how you're switching up pretty fucking quickly right now. Like, who the hell is this broad that we're dealing with? Because this was a different Melanie than what we saw initially on screen. Just saying. And you want to tell me that this is not a chameleon in our midst? Come on now. And you want to tell me that these niggas, especially this nigga hiding the candle over here and matching it like it's some kind of bullshit, you want to tell me they don't have an agenda to sell you? You don't think they, oh my God, people, wake up. Wake up. The Manosphere is not what it used to be. We need to bring it back. But if we're going to bring it back truthfully and honestly, these women have to go. All of them have to go, except for like a certain few that meet certain criteria. And it's got to be like Pink Book Lessons. Okay, because Pink Book Lessons, she does not give anything to be distracted by. She's a laser. She gets at the point. She gets in and gets out. We need more like that. If you're not in that standard that she has set, get the fuck out. Because this is a bag for you. We don't want that anymore. We need to rebuild. We need to rebuild. These men have corrupted the space. They're faked, phony, and corrupted their space. The way into the space.
For me, my father said, I don't care what else I got going on. He's calling his cancer doctor and find out, can he have surgery down here? Because he don't want to leave me when I'm down bad. I got uncles that took care of me.
Yes.
So when you tell me I'm here because I want to redeem myself, no, I am sick of the one-sided narrative about black men. Now, if you want to talk statistically about all
what does that have to do with anything, bro? Like,
any other narrative in this country.
Oh my goodness, Melanie.
No, I'm sorry. Listen, don't give me the shaming. Oh, I'm sorry. You're just so emotional. Yes, I am. Because that's what women should be.
I didn't call you emotional
all night. Everything is about you. You gotta be the star of the show. We get it. I'm a bow wow.
This is a textbook manipulator. This is textbook. Now she's just putting words in this woman's mouth that she didn't say. You brought up your sick, dead, dying daddy. You did that. You were fishing for sympathy, not her. Now you putting all that on her. I see why your husband ran. I see why, because you are a manipulative, crazy old woman. That's what you are. How you gonna put words in somebody else's mouth and then bow out like you didn't just fucking do that? You're gaslighting them. That's what you're trying to do. This is disgusting, bro. This is fucking sick. Hey, Mr. Everything, shout out to you. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, brother?
What's going on, Big Duke, man?
What's good? What's good? First of all, I appreciate you being here, man. You're a valued guest. So let me ask you a couple questions. First things first. What are your thoughts on this whole Melanie King situation?
Man, I
already asked you back there. You're gonna come up in just a second.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be like, bro, at the end of the day, bro, it's a female. She's the one who's actually benefiting from the system, and you really can't trust nobody who's really just like, anybody that makes money off of something, they already have that bias. So if she's spewing, okay, black women, black men are good men and men are actually paying her for that message, what is she gonna do? Keep on spewing that message? So I mean, like, I don't know, bro. It's a woman, bro. I wouldn't expect much. They wake up every morning.
Let me ask you this. That's an interesting point.
She's an emotional being, bro. She just had that emotional speech.
Yeah.
It sounded like, you feel me? It sounded like something off The Color Purple or something. Like, bro, I don't know why I would hear that. It is just goofy.
Yes,
like,
my daddy died or not died, had cancer, or his mama had cancer. My dad to do this. Like, nobody asked you that. But like, it's funny how you switched up, because for the 1 minute you were agreeing with the woman, you're agreeing with the sisterhood, and then the next minute, all of a sudden, when it's not beneficial to agree with the sisterhood, you chameleon transform it to be like, oh, well, yeah, my daddy died. I'm sick and tired of black man being mistreated. Where the fuck did that come from? Whoa. And then he went, oh, God, dog. This is crazy. this bitch is crazy. Yo, like, she's crazy. That is a sign of somebody that, like, yo, will pick fights with you, all right? And then she'll get a black man to put hands on her and then call the cops and get him in jail. That's her. That's her. Just witnessing this bullshit. That's her. Okay. Let me ask you this question, Mr. Everything. And then Marty, what's good, brother? How you doing?
Good with you and shit.
What's good? What's good? We don't have a conversation today. Mr. Everything, what are your thoughts on the statement? I'm gonna ask you this too, Marty, on women should pretty much vacate this space. Am I wrong for this? Or challenge me. Challenge me if I'm wrong for making that hot take. Or maybe it should be a little leeway. What are your
There's feedback, dude. There's feedback.
Yeah. Say what? I didn't catch that.
It was feedback. I couldn't really hear you. I couldn't really hear the question because it's like.
Let me repeat it. So I said, what are your thoughts on me saying that women should vacate the manosphere space and it should just be men talking to other men about male issues? What are your thoughts on that?
I agree with you 100% because a woman doesn't understand a man's struggle, just like how a man doesn't understand a woman's struggle. Because I'm a man 24 hours out the day. She only sees certain aspects of my existence, you know. She doesn't know everything what's going on and what it takes to actually be a man. You know what I mean? Just like how I don't know what it takes to be a woman. So
that's
for them to come over here and try to, I don't listen to it, bro. It's just a clown show, dog. I don't really listen to it anyway, bro.
You got a point. You got a point, though. Like, I'm just saying, because I'm starting to see that more and more of them filing into the space, it's starting to become more of a distraction than a benefit to a lot of men. Marty, what's good, bro? I see you ready to go. Got the shit sparked, ready to go. Make me want to roll up some real quick.
I just lost a whole pack of woods, man. This shit crazy, bro. I don't know where that shit is.
Chilling tonight on a Saturday, baby. Well, what are your thoughts on this? I don't know if you're familiar with Melanie King. What are your thoughts on this?
No, I'm hip. I know about Melanie, MK Ultra King, and all that. I know what's going on, bro.
MK Ultra King, baby.
Bro, she came in, infiltrated the space and all that, as niggas call it, and this shit has just been bad ever since, bro. Like, shit crazy, bro. I don't disagree. Like, they don't really got no business. That nigga Ringo TV be talking about that shit, and he been saying that shit for months. Like, yo, it's gonna get real shady and shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's too crazy. It's so many of them, bro. It's I don't even remember her name. Her initials is CS though. It's something. I can't remember her exact name, but she got like a Caribbean accent.
Okay.
Always bringing up Kevin Samuel's name all the time.
That's the Pineapple Show, bro.
No, not her. It's another joint. It's a whole nother
situation. Bro, how many of these females are there, bro?
Bro, it's like,
there's a lot, bro.
What the fuck? They're everywhere now. What in the hell?
Bro, I'm cool. Like, I'm good. That's what I'm gonna say, bro. Like, everything niggas are saying about they need to stay in their lane and all that. They not even talking to women, yo. Like, when she was talking to that Asian man, and he was like, why don't women call in? It's because women don't even care to even watch her show. It's not even that they agree or disagree with her. They're not even watching that shit. That's the part. Like, I mean, it's crazy, bro.
God damn, bro.
She had like a little stop Asian hate moment and shit, like with that whole
she body shamed this nigga. Like, and the thing is, and that's the crazy thing, because like, that's the question I had to ask, because there was another dude that came up there and did not stay on code. You see how girls, they're really good at staying on code.
Black man was looking
Melanie came on that platform. She came and she stayed on code. But like the dude that came up after, just
she got triggered because her white mom. She might got like a white mom or something. So she got
a white mom. She got a white mom.
Oh, that's facts. Okay.
The inner Karen. She got the white mom.
But that's us as black people. You feel me? Like, we simps. She just totally disrespected this grown man. And the dude came up after like, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he was not right, bro. He was not right.
Trying to dirty man, trying to hate on it.
He did hit niggas in the dead. That's crazy, though. He did hit niggas in the
door.
Yo. bro.
Yo, that's wild. But like, I was sitting there watching this video, man. I was looking. I'm like, yo, there's no way this person is claiming to be an advocate of all men while shaming a dude for asking a legitimate question. And I don't know about y'all, but
he
to
set
me,
her up.
that's a legitimate question. Like,
Yo, the
you
whole
claiming
shit
he's
was
your
a
best
setup,
friend.
bro.
Like, why you didn't show up to it? Anytime Daniels, I was clowning him earlier, but at least I gave him his respect. He was there. He showed up.
Oh, he showed
So,
up.
I mean, it is what it is. None of y'all niggas, the rest of y'all niggas didn't. So when he asked the question, why you the hate that like the shaming that came out of that, it was just disproportionate.
Question
like,
did not
like,
get answered, bro.
Go ahead.
She did not answer that question, bro.
She did not.
She just couldn't do it. She had to go with the shame.
What are y'all thoughts on why she didn't go?
Why she didn't go?
Because she didn't really. I mean, I don't really think Kevin Samuels was like that.
No, he fucked with her. They
was
was cool.
I think you feel me. No, I'm gonna keep it a band. I think that Kevin Samuels just smashing.
He might have been
playing it cool, but I don't really think that he.
I don't know if he smashed though. Y'all think he smashed?
Yeah, I think he smashed.
Really?
I think he smashed.
Or like,
hey, listen, I think he smashed.
Okay, well, you gotta explain that because I got my reasons why I don't think they did.
I got reasons I don't think they did, but I ain't gonna say them right now.
Bro, bro, a picture a picture tells 1,000 words, bro. When you look at that picture with Kevin Samuels and her dog, man, listen, bro, he smashed. Bro. I don't care,
It looked
bro.
like somebody that wanted to smash and somebody that was like, I mean, I don't know. I see what you're saying, but like, it looked like
Kevin Samuels, bro. Listen, bro. Y'all need to stop with this Kevin Samuels is getting there, bro. Kevin Samuels is from Oklahoma City. He went to Millwood High School.
But the nigga in the bed shit, all right, bro. With the nigga in the bed, though, that was nothing.
Bro. All
the
that
glitch in the system, nigga?
Shit, all that cheerleading and all that, bro, that's not true. Bro was a part of a dance team. For Millwood High School, bro.
I don't care about none of that shit. Nigga was in the bed.
People who graduated with Kevin Samuels.
Somebody was sleeping in the bed.
I agree with you. My thing is this. Right, the messaging he had, like it made sense, and I agree. The thing is, I agree with most of it. Like the only thing is, there were certain things that I was just like, hey, wait a minute now, Kevin Samuels. You don't have 3 black belts. I don't listen. The things that are relevant to me, my nigga, you can talk to these females all day long. I don't recommend it. You know, I think it's not informational, but you go ahead and do your thing. But don't sit there and tell me you have 3 black belts.
That was pure cat. That was pure cat.
When I hear that shit, I gotta keep the energy the same, bro. Especially with the same all these other niggas out here. All right, it's not true. It's a lie, bro. It's a come on, bro. So if you're lying about that, you know, then
maybe that's why Marquardt didn't want to smoke. I mean, my man got the 3 black belts. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Hey, time out, bro. Like that don't make sense. Come on, bro. Like, and you don't even need to lie. You don't even. That's my problem with a lot of these niggas. Like, why y'all coming up here on YouTube and just lying? Like, y'all don't need to lie, bro. Just nigga, okay.
They do need to lie, bro. They do. That's a whole part of this shit. This shit is all deception, all skullduggery, and all that. It's all skullduggery, my nigga.
That nigga Marquardt was looking zesty in that picture, though.
Bro, that shit. That's like, nigga, what is y'all niggas? Picture say 1,000 words, my nigga. They
both look like a journeyman, bro. Hey, did you know them journeymen?
Like, bro, you ordered the whole penthouse? Like, what you was just in case you was
like a French mailman. Oh my mama.
Niggas ordering.
Hey, Poppy, what's good? What's good? Welcome, Poppy Blanco, to the street. What's good, brother?
Shit, nigga.
But I'm gonna keep it, bro.
What are your thoughts on this whole thing? Go ahead. Hey, bro, Marty, you inspiring me to roll one up right now, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie.
I'm shocked you ain't got one roll.
Nah, I gotta go. I gotta go seek my stash. Hang on, real quick, bro. Hey, Poppy, welcome to the street. Hey, guys, please subscribe to my homie's channel. He's almost close to 1,000. Go ahead and the link will be in either the description or look out in the community tab. But help him get to 1,000 subs, people. Y'all know Poppy already. He's been here for a long time, so help him get there as much as you can. All right. But yeah, what do you think? What are your thoughts on this whole situation, Poppy?
Man, that girl, Melanie King, man, she is. I mean, first of all, I hope everybody having a good night, yo. she just making a kill, man. Like, if I'm mistaken, Homegirl is about like 200,000 subscribers, I think. And she
Making a whole
is
thing.
a Melanie King. Like, she's about 200,000 subscribers, if I am mistaken. And all she did was follow Kevin Samuels talking points, and that's it, man. Because
be light
she
skinned too.
understands.
Ain't all she did was be light skinned too, though.
That's all. Listen, bro. That's all she do, bro.
I don't think that
Kevin Samuels and swear that she's so smart and all this. Talking about my IQ was high, like, bro. That's what I don't like, bro. People that think that they smart when
But at the end of the day, bro, it's like man fault. You feel me? Because she's not really telling you anything spectacular. Like, everything she's doing is repeating what Kevin used to say. That's it. That's it. And then she understand that, by her looking okay, that's gonna attract a lot of men. It's a lot of suckers out there. They kind of think, first of all, why are you there looking like dating advice from a female, bro? Like, why?
Sickness.
That makes absolutely no sense. It's kind of like your mom teaching you how to be a man. It's all about the money, bro. Like, I remember I reacted to one of her videos, and bro, fam, son, she said in the video that I reacted, homegirl was like, "Yo, I need some money so I can get my nails done." Motherfucker saying like $500 in an hour span.
Don't $500 crazy, bro.
Hey, I see that too, bro.
You're a whole nickel piece, bro. Like,
I see that. So sad.
All these high value trips, bro.
I was disappointed, bro. I'm like, is this what we've come to? Is this what it is? What are we doing?
High value simping,
She can literally just come up here and say, "Hey, you know what it is? It's no different from the bras that these dudes complain about that got like Cashapp in their Instagram bios. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Some of these girls have Cashapp, right?
Yeah.
For just cause. That's no different. Like, yo, I need my nails done, and them niggas do it.
It's kind of like, yo,
and
dude, it's kind of like,
the females act the way that they act, man, because these niggas is allowing that behavior.
No, that I blame them, bro.
Niggas is rewarding bad behavior. Like, niggas, stop simping, nigga, and she wouldn't act like that.
You know what that reminds me of, bro? Yo, dude, you remember when we used to react to Fresh and Fit videos and shit like that?
Yeah.
Or like the niggas all the niggas used to be in the chat like, "Oh man, she's a 304, she's a hoe, she got an OnlyFans." And Homegirl used to come back like 2-3, because they always repeat girls, right? And Homegirl used to come back like 2-3 weeks later, like, "Yo, I made $30,000 on my OnlyFans." She went from making like 1,000 to like 20-30,000.
They be promoting
the same guy. The same guys that complaining about it.
No lie. See, when I'm talking about the agenda, bro, I'm telling you, feminism and the red pill movement, they're like two sides of the same coin, bro.
It's starting to seem like the red pill is like the evil feminist, the evil male feminist. Like red pill niggas, like they like the evil male feminist, and like the regular male feminist, they just like the simp ass niggas or whatever. But
they like that.
Niggas is just simps, and a lot of niggas is bitter. Like, have y'all ever dealt with like just a bitter individual? Like, they got did wrong in their past, and they just bitter. Everything's bad. Like, and I don't even think they're really that intelligent, bro.
Uncles like that. I got uncles like that are just bitter. You know why? Because I know why. Because is that one girl that everybody told him not to be fucking with, but they always with, and he's always having these situations with her, right? But then when he's here because he got kicked out on his ass, he's complaining about it, he's angry. I know what you mean,
man. Like, if you really think about it, bros, this game right here, like YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and all that bullshit, this shit is made for females. You see what I'm saying? Like, for them to win. Like, all they have to do is look semi good, and they automatically and that will automatically put them in around 100,000 subscribers or something. If they look good, it's over, bro. It don't matter what they say. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with Sis the Goddess.
Sound familiar.
Yeah, listen, that's one beautiful woman right there, boy.
Okay, okay.
Hunger is the real deal, yo.
Oh, you say Six the Goddess? Oh, yeah.
Six the Goddess, yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Was that
Niggas
the one?
Oh my God.
She is bad as hell, son. Like, beautiful black woman.
And then Kevin Samuels got called out for it because they called him a home wrecker because her man came out and was mad about that picture that she took with him. Was that the one?
Bingo. Yes,
that was
yes.
the one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I know who that bitch is. I know exactly who that bitch is.
Yeah, but like my point is, like, all you have to do is look good and just talk whatever, bro, and niggas will literally fall into her lap, yo. Like, in today's day, man, like the females is pimping these niggas when it comes to social media, bro.
Yeah.
Like, look,
the real question.
Listen, like my man Duke right here, he be talking some good shit, yo. He right? Yeah, I don't be seeing they don't be supporting him like that financially. But I'm telling you, if Duke was a female boy and this broad look good, they're gonna roll up over here and take care of her for forever,
that's
bro.
Because like that's what it is. But the thing is, they for some reason we value women who parrot the same situation that we parrot. Like, we value that versus the men. Like, that's crazy. So if a woman can just come up here and say the same talking points that I'm saying, we will value that more than the actual fucking men saying it, which don't make any sense. So yeah, if I was a girl saying the exact same thing, bro, they'd listen. They'd be super chatting, they'd be simping, right? And the thing is, like, it's not the case, because are you guys actually listening to the message being said, or are you guys just looking at the eye candy? And that's a big fucking issue, because that's how a lot of these motherfuckers just slip in here and then it's just over with.
But you know what I learned, bro? The Nika Marie, that's another. But at least I ain't gonna lie, I believe her for the simple fact that she is married. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so at least she is living what she preaching.
So that's respectable, because Danica is married.
Exactly. So she living what she preach, like what she preaching, at least at the bare minimum. You see what I'm saying? She always is preaching about marriage, how she like be submissive to her husband, and listen, she living it. I mean, we don't know that for sure, but she is married.
About a female chameleon is that they're oftentimes like they're in long-term single situations. So just the fact that she's married, it actually helps out. But then that can also, I mean, it also be a downside too as well. But realistically, you know, I would say she would lean more towards the legitimate, more so than Melanie King.
But still, at the same time, we don't really know how her marriage is structured. You know what I mean? Because we're not around her like in a public setting. So you don't know if her man is a cuck or what. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these men out here like hella weak, especially in the marriage, because in the marriage, the woman has all the power. The woman can take all your shit.
Yeah, so, you're right, bro. But you're absolutely right. But at least, like I said, we have to believe for the simple fact she's being married. That right there alone, you know what I mean, put you in that category.
Yeah, but the thing is, realistically though, I'm of the opinion I don't even think we should be supporting women in this space anyways. I'm of the opinion of that. I really think so. My thing is, if we need to reset and we need to rebuild this space, I think we got to start from scratch. I really think we got to start from scratch, remove all the distractions, and really just talk about what needs to be talked about. Because realistically, I think a lot of these spaces, where a lot of these females coming in here with the spaces, it's nothing but a distraction.
I get what you're saying. So when you say being in the space, like you mean, like, let me ask you a question. Like, y'all just want the women to still support the male content creator from the chat, or like being in the panels and saying their opinion?
They can engage in the chat, they can support. Listen, the real females that know the bullshit out here, they'll support anyways. You see what I'm saying? Because the women that
Yeah.
I said in the monologue earlier, the women in the space that are legitimate, they live their lives, they just come in here and see, but they understand the gender roles and they understand the double standard, right? And they'll support you no matter what. But realistically, the ones that we platform, the ones that we platform that go extra, brother, those are the problematic ones. I don't think they should be here. But the ones that are supporting anyways, they're gonna want to sit behind and be in the shadows because that's what typically a traditional woman does. They don't want to be out there out front. They support from the shadows, right? That they do their thing. So I think we already have that situations is the ones that are forcing themselves into the space that have ulterior motives. If you feel what I'm saying,
I don't like that.
None of them should be here.
I think that passport bro shit is scam too, and they in on that, John. That passport bro shit, they in on that shit, bro. Cause like Mel, she interviewed the boy Austin or some shit like that.
Who?
Yeah, she interviewed that man. So like, I'm like, come on, bro. Like y'all got backdoor deals and all the types of skullduggery type shit.
And you know she getting paid too. You know she getting paid.
You talk about
interviews with her.
You talk about the I forgot his name. He said, what is his name?
The nigga name is Austin. He from Dallas.
Austin,
I'm like, I don't know. This shit sucks,
man,
bro.
that nigga have been viral literally for like a whole month
That's the
straight,
passport, bro, nigga.
Yeah, he been viral for like a month, bro.
What?
Damn, bro.
Austin Hollerman, look him up.
He trying to get 70 bands out of niggas.
Yeah, he trying to get 70.
bro?
Yeah, hey, dude. That's who you need to get on next. He trying to get 70 bands out of niggas.
Yeah, like I heard, yo, dude, I heard homeboy. Yo,
hey, where y'all hear this at?
Yo, I reacted to one of those videos, bro.
From him,
yo,
nigga.
dude,
I'm gonna put his name in the chat, bro.
Listen,
put his name in. I'm gonna put it out there right now. What the fuck?
Yo, dude, the guy
wasn't donating to that shit though.
Yeah, the guy he put up like a GoFundMe.
Bro,
Check the chat. Yeah.
And the crazy part, and the crazy part is that he might get it though. He might get that whole 70
He
bands.
ain't gonna get that 70, bro. That shit dead.
I think, yo, bro, I wouldn't put it past it, bro.
Bro, these niggas gotta save up so they can go overseas at one time. Like at one time.
I'm gonna tell you why I believe. I'm gonna tell you why I believe he might get it, bro. Because that movement right there is becoming kind of big. So he's the face of it. He's like their Michael Jordan.
Yeah, O'Shea threw the oop too.
You Colombian, right?
Yes,
you Colombian, right?
Yes, sir.
Now
I was born in Colombia, raised in New York.
I've dated girls who are from Colombia, right here where we're at. And one thing I realized, bro, and correct me if I'm wrong with the culture of dating down there, but I think it's drastically different than what these guys promote. And the culture of dating down there, if you correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it like where they do social kind of dating, where they date friends of friends, right, in like a big social circle? So, for instance, if y'all were going out to like a club or something now, or something around down there, right, y'all would invite friends and friends of friends, and then y'all go out, go party. But the thing is, everybody there kind of knows each other, kind of. But then if somebody from one clique wants to get to know a girl from the other clique, it kind of, that's how they kind of hook up and work, right? Would you say that's in some cases
that's
correct?
That's pretty accurate, right? But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, like with the passport, bro. Like, first of all, I travel. I have been in like 8 different countries, right? And I got families in the different countries. That's why I travel the majority of the time. And the other countries I went, it was just me and my friend just to party. We didn't go there for females. I can get females over here in the States probably even easier than any other place. But when I get on them planes, bro, I don't be seeing niggas in them planes at all, bro. You know what I mean? I usually be like, it would be only me and another nigga going to a different country. So I don't know.
I feel you, but that's not what I was getting at. What I was getting at,
no, I know what you're getting at.
Here's let me just. The thing is, like, what I'm saying is the dating style is different versus how we do it here in the West, right? Because if we're leaving the West to go find quality women that are gonna, have these qualities aren't there.
Dudes don't be having no homies, though.
We're not dating or selecting like they are in terms of building, like having communities where we go in and date social groups, right? We're not doing that, especially in the Black community, because it's hard for us to like really.
Bro,
like,
I don't know. I got hooked up on it. Bro, that's that's not necessarily like, it just depends on who you are. Cause like I got hooked up a bunch of times. Cause I got a lot of had shit. You see what I'm saying? Like I had a big homie group coming up, like niggas I grew up with since I was like 4, and we still cool to this day type shit. Niggas don't be having no homies, they be fucking losers, bro. Like I'm not the coolest nigga in the world, but they don't be having no homies. And that's another reason. Like,
you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So you be out here going out meeting strangers blind, right? Obviously, it's easier for a stranger to deny a stranger. But if we actually had like a big friend group, like a big homie group, like niggas weren't lames out here, bro. Don't you think the success rate in terms of finding valuable long-term relationships that are vetted would be in the cards for a lot of people out there?
Yes and no, because niggas be on some shallow shit, bro. Like, let's keep it a buck. Niggas be shallow. So really, like, you supposed to know if a woman for you or not. Like, sometimes shit get confused and all of that, and people be switching up, but niggas be just like, I don't know, bro. They be simping and they be shallow at the same time. Like, you can't be a simp and be shallow, dog. You gotta simp for the right person. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just be like, oh, I'm just to be a wild rabid simp and any, like, I'm fucking with Jones just because how they look.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
Pussy.
Here's the thing, bro.
Niggas just want that in-house pussy.
Let Mr. Everything go. Let Mr. Everything go real quick, Poppy.
Go ahead.
I said, niggas just want that in-house pussy, and niggas will do anything to get it. Because these niggas really don't be getting no play like that. They don't know how to bounce from female to female. They can't. They don't got no rotation. None of that. So they just want the in-house, and that's why they on this shit crying. Oh, you're not submissive.
But that shit don't make no sense. Like, it's not hard to get it. Like, it's not really hard to find a girl. It's not hard to find a good woman, though. That's why I'm confused, dog. It's not hard to find a good woman.
If she don't do what you want her to do, then don't fuck with her.
You got an echo, bro.
Echo, Mr. Everything. You got a little bit of echo.
You probably got that YouTube app open in the back.
Man, niggas be shallow. That's my theory, bro.
Oh, that's better. That's better. That's better. Continue.
Yeah. But all I said was, you feel me? It's just simple, bro. It's just simple math. If she don't want to do what you want her to do, then just don't fuck with her. Find another one. Simple. Talk to another girl. See if she like you. Simple.
It's that simple, bro. Like, you see what I'm saying? Just if you get rejected, move the. Is this the nigga? Is this him?
Yeah.
What is?
I think he be in Brazil. He be in Brazil.
Bro,
he talk about.
He's a passport, bro.
Yeah, he be talking about moving to Brazil. Yeah.
I think that's an escape, bro. Like, real talk. Like, I feel like if you don't learn how to get girls here, you're gonna get played out there, bro.
I would say that, bro.
Think that, bro. Like, if you miss clear, obvious signs about women and female nature here in the West, and you go out there, you're not gonna see real game for what real game is, bro. Because their game is real.
He even said niggas be getting denied out there, so it was almost like, then why y'all about to spend $1,500 to $5,000 to get denied? No y'all can just do that at your local hood bar. You could go to, like, wherever your mom from, you could go to that local bar, and it's gonna be like, I mean, I don't know, man. I just figured it's simple, like, I don't know, cuz.
Man, bro, these niggas be tricking. It's cheap pussy.
It's like, listen, I'd rather just play on hard mode, right? Because I know that it don't matter when I in fact do decide to travel, things are gonna be easy, and I know not to get played. You see what I'm saying? Versus thinking with my dick, because I'm not successful here, and thinking it's going to be easier in a different country because the women are craving Western men. Like, this whole Western savior type complex. Like, my nigga, this is weird. It's no different. Like, y'all need to listen. For some men, yeah, I do support that because, like, listen, if you like 5'5", I'm sorry, bro. Like, I don't know what else to say to you. It's a wrap. You go overseas, you're fine. You get a pass. If you're butt ugly,
hold on, bro. I got a homie, bro. My main man, bro, he like 5'4" or something like that. I don't know his exact height, but this nigga about to get married and shit. So, like,
yeah, I'm about to say,
some short niggas get
listen, but here's the Marty. You say that these niggas online. You say this, Marty. These niggas online will look at you dead in the face and say that's bullshit. I get you, but they don't believe because a lot of times for a lot of these dudes, they think looks and height, size, wealth, and all this superficial shit these dudes promote is the things that are important, because they've convinced a lot of our young men that these things are important versus what is really gonna take. In this case, girls don't. Some girls don't really be caring about that shit. Like your friend about to get married. He's about to get married, bro. He's about to get married. That's crazy. He's 5'4". But I digress. They won't believe you. They won't believe that's the case.
They gonna tell me I gotta come online and lie about that.
They gonna, yeah, they gonna.
That's crazy.
Hey.
I ain't no money.
Am I wrong?
For this, so I don't know why they would say I'm. I mean, I don't know.
They be dude, they be lying, bro. Because come on, man. Listen, I got some homies that are super short, bro. You see what I'm saying? Them niggas get females out the ass. I also got a big old homie that this nigga like 6'3", like 350, my nigga. He'll get bitch. You see what I'm saying?
Niggas be getting hoes too. That's why I be like, yo, they just be shaming niggas all around the board. Like, yeah, maybe if a nigga want to get a little stocky and get skinnier, cool, but like fat niggas be getting hoes too, bro. I don't get it. Like, I've even heard Jones like.
This is what I like about this, bro, because y'all niggas real, and that's why I'm saying we got like when I come out here and I talk about the real world, right? People don't think that shit actually exists, but you got real niggas letting y'all know what the fuck the game is. And y'all don't y'all prefer to listen to these manufactured people. Like they're putting on fake lives and telling y'all how to live. Like, real talk, if y'all really want it, y'all can get it out of here. It's not that crazy. You don't need to waste money, waste time, and potentially risk your life going to a foreign land that you're not even really sure of the customs or culture, and then getting yourselves into trouble. What these passport people don't tell you is a lot of young black men don't go in there with the same level of respect, right? And they get hurt. Some of them you don't hear from them. And that's the downsides of it.
Man, look.
There you go.
They ain't gonna tell you about that.
Nah. They're not even telling you that some of these countries have a different legal system. And you fuck up, they'll lock you up in the prison and good luck getting out.
But here's the thing, Duke, yo, listen. One thing about, to me, and this is me, this is what I believe, is these dudes, they go over there just to go fuck them bitches and shit like that. They don't want to go over there to go get married like that. It's that, and I want to tell you like the truth, bro.
This is how these guys get in trouble and get fucked up, because the men get pissed off. They know they're using them wealth and money to fuck their women.
Yeah, and here's another thing. If them females, first of all, it's only a very few countries that speak English. Most of the countries, they got different languages and shit like that they be going to, right? Like if they go to Brazil, like this guy right here, they speak Portuguese. They go to like the country that I was born in, Colombia, they speak Spanish, right? If the female that you find over there speak English, man, you in for the trip, my nigga.
Yo,
you in for the trip.
He got a whole little liaison situation going on where it's like a Hooters. It's connected to like a little prostitution area, and boys on camera like, yo,
are you for real?
Bro, that's Ringo did a video about it. Go to Black Male Advice TV, bro. He did videos about that shit. Like,
Black Male Advice TV.
I didn't know that shit,
bro. He did hella videos about that shit, about how like basically, long story short, they got a little liaison situation. They got coke and weed, whatever the fuck you need. He gonna say, yo, you might want to edit that out the video. This dickhead left that shit in the video, bro. Like
this gotta be Dominican Republic.
Oh, I gotta see this shit.
This was in Brazil.
Is that this? Brazil? Oh goddamn! I never
like, this is where you get the prizes at. Oh, there go the Hooters right there. So they get all they get all them simp American niggas to go into the Hooters, and then that's how they line them. They be like, oh, you need a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I mean, I'd probably be getting my bud if I was out there too. I'd probably be grabbing up. But I'm just saying, like, they got some type of situation where there's prostitutes and it's incels, and they gonna make all this money off that shit. Niggas were talking about.
Is this the video?
Huh?
Oh, here it is, right here.
Bro, he got a lot of them.
Oh shit! Passport.
He got a lot of them, bro.
Beg $60,000 to move to Brazil.
Yo,
I gotta do a video on this nigga now.
Yeah, bro, you feel me? You gotta
y'all heard about how the joint got knocked up by two different dudes and shit? Remember the joint that got knocked up by two different dudes? The joint, she from Brazil. It's some news story out. You know how they be capping about shit, but they saying allegedly, according to this news story, that it's some woman that got knocked up by two different dudes, and they was from Brazil. And this dick.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like
he was in the live.
She had twins, right?
Yeah, bro. He was in the live, in like
Niggas told him like, bro, like she was from Brazil, and he was like, oh damn, like, oh really? He was like, oh damn, that's crazy, but still, like that shit crazy, bro.
Y'all good, y'all good.
Yeah, facts. I
That
seen
shit
that
crazy,
video
man.
too.
God
I seen that video
damn,
too. He
bro.
didn't even
This
care.
is a hustle. This is worse than I thought. This hustle is worse than I
All
thought.
thuggery, my nigga. This is
my,
like some low level.
There's really no protection for a lot of men out here, man.
Bro, this some low level Illuminati shit, bro. They got like some
liars
YouTube
and scammers.
Bro, it's like a YouTube fraternity, a sorority, bro. It's a gang, bro, and we ain't in it. We ain't in that joint. We just here looking and see what's going on. Like we just in the mix. We just trying to see what's happening, bro.
They sucking a lot of these fools into this matrix, bro. It's not even funny.
This shit crazy, bro. But see, like,
all I know, the only advice that I got for the passport, bro, is one, bro. If she knows English, she gonna trick you, man. She's selling that pussy, buddy.
Facts.
You get in a prostitute, homeboy.
Yo, that's a key point. A lot of these dudes don't even talk about. A lot of these girls are low key they're working girls, bro. Because literally that's part of the economy down there. Because a lot of times there's not a whole lot of opportunities, bro.
That's the
so
truth,
these
my
girls
nigga.
have to go earn money for the family somehow, and they don't talk about these. Yo,
bro, they going over there and paying for it, bro.
Yo, any joint over there fucking with an American nigga, I'm good, bro. It's something suspect about him, bro.
Hold on. Let me get Mr. Everything. Go ahead, and then we get we'll get you, Marty. Go ahead, Mr. Everything.
I said, bro, they're literally over there paying for it, bro. Did you hear about what they did to the Dior?
Dominican Republic.
Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
Did you hear what they did over
what
there?
What they do?
So you feel me? Prostitutes was going for like $40 over there. So what niggas did is that they went over there and they ramped the price up to like $150. Prostitutes over there charging $150. So I mean, that's what these passport bros is doing. They just going over there. That's just what they doing, bro. That's just what they doing.
Hey, I bet you this is gonna be the same dudes complaining and crying. It's not the same anymore. These women are different. They just want us for our money.
And that's exactly what they did.
But you know what's crazy, bro? I'm gonna tell you what's crazy, bro.
We gotta get Marty. Let Marty go. And then you can go.
All right. I'm gonna So I'm definitely gonna concur on what he said. But my theory is like, nigga, you could go to any hood and get some coochie for $50 to $100. Like if it's that deep. I don't get into that, but I'm just saying, if it's like that, it's like that, bro. Get it how you live, you know what I mean? But all right, my theory is any joint from overseas trying to fuck with an American dude is shady. That's my theory, bro. You know what I mean? Like, cause why? Like, they got a whole country full of dudes over there. Why would they be wanting to fuck with some American nigga with his ears open, hopping off the fucking plane and shit? That shit just don't really make the logical sense to me, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, this shit crazy, man.
Go ahead, Bobby. Go ahead.
But here's the thing, man. Me personally, I have been in the Dominican Republic, man, because one of my uncles there was messing with a Dominican girl from New York. So they was going over there to like visiting and seeing some of her family, and I went with some of my friends too. So the thing is, you don't even have to pay for no pussy over there, bro. I mean, I don't believe in paying for pussy. Pussy for me is free. Like, I don't believe in paying for something that another nigga got for free. I'll be damned if I have to pay for it. It's just like when you go as an American, when you go to this country, you don't have to buy no pussy, fam. These females gonna flock to you, fam, because a lot of them, they hoping that like you fall in love with the pussy so you can bring them back with you. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a big game being played over there. Like maybe then girls might like you for real, but the majority of the time they just want to get the fuck up out of it.
It's the money.
It's sad, and that's what I'm saying.
For some of y'all might be asking why these guys pay. Part of the reason why these guys pay is because it's easier. It's they
don't want to talk. They don't want to gain on
the box than to actually just talk to a girl, right? It's easier to do that because a lot of dudes that's the problem. right? We don't talk to girls anymore, but it's easier to flock and pay to them. That's why OnlyFans is so huge, right? Because it's digital girlfriends for men who can't get girlfriends. You see what I'm saying? So they pay for, because like, remember, for the longest time, people had the argument why people pay for OnlyFans when you can watch porn. But here's the reason why: because OnlyFans, they offer a girlfriend experience, meanwhile porn doesn't. Porn is like a prostitute. OnlyFans is like a girlfriend, right? So you see what
Like,
I'm
it's so
saying?
many joints that'll just leave me on. I don't gotta pay nobody to talk to them. It's joints that'll just leave me on for free, bro. Y'all niggas tripping. Like, you getting led on for money. That's crazy.
And that's why they don't respect you, bro.
Hey,
Because you're paying for a
like you were saying,
girlfriend
hey,
experience.
listen, there was a dude on who with Andrew Tate when he was running that little scheme that he was doing with the OnlyFans girls, or he was pimping them out, right? There was a dude who gave up 20,000 euro, or not euros, pounds, 20,000 pounds of his grandma's inheritance. To
I heard
a
about
girl.
that one. I heard. Yeah, I think you was talking about that before. Yeah, that's bad, bro.
Yeah, I'm still shocked by that. I'm like, you gave your grandma's inheritance to a girl that's not even real. Like, what is the state of our men today, bro? When we just fall victim to that shit.
The state is bad.
Yo,
bad,
Duke,
bro.
it's like, yo, the reason why.
Shout out to Fatty for the super chat, bro.
I read. This is what I read, bro. Like, there is a statistic out there that indicates that 30% of the men population is a virgin, fam. So it makes sense if you start adding that up.
That's a lot of people, bro.
I know. That means if you count for every 100 men that you might know in your city, 30 of them gonna be a virgin. So this is what's gonna happen. This is men that they still gotta go get up and work, right? So they probably, when you're not dating, what you're doing, you're saving some money. So these people save up a little bit of money, and then they start doing the whole traveling across the country, like going across the world and shit like that, like to these islands, so they can go trick off a little bit. That's what I believe.
I don't know. I'm from PA, bro. You could go down Kensington, get some dope fiend yams. You could go get some hood coochie. You could go out to the county, get you some rural white girl coochie. Like, this shit, like, it's all around, bro. I just don't get it.
I get, bro.
To go for it though. That's the thing. And they think
listen, I get it, bro.
They think it's gonna be easier if they just go overseas because it's just gonna flock to them. But I don't think a lot of men really know how to really maneuver in the States.
They don't
as well.
They don't.
That's why I think this overseas shit is a cheap cop out, because we're not getting real niggas to let niggas know how to move around in your own state to get what you want. Right? Instead, you got to go overseas and risk certain death or certain situations.
Basically,
you're not even skilled at it.
Taking shit. Niggas might try to sell your lungs or something. I don't know, bro.
A lot of people don't got the code. They don't got the cheat code. And these niggas they're not teaching them it, because a lot of these dudes who are coming up, they're pretentious. They're lying about their backgrounds and shit, coming up here saying, "Oh well,
but
I used to be a pimp."
Just like fresh
bro, you the most.
Hey, come on, guys. I got something to say about that real quick, because I did promise I was gonna say something about that. Listen, I'm gonna go to this nigga's page right now because I have a point to make. Hold on, real fucking quick.
Yo, that nigga's a Shakespearean pimp, bro. Like, that shit crazy.
That nigga's not no damn.
That nigga's not no pimp at all. That nigga.
Listen,
no, but you got Shakespearean at acting. He's like an actor, bro. He do that.
I thought you meant like
he's a Shakespearean, bro. He's a Shakespearean actor.
I thought you meant like a poet, bro.
Hold up, like he in the guild, like he really actor for guild, or he really actor.
No, I think he's I think he's just a. Oh, by the way, I found this picture very interesting. I just had to point this out. You know my petty ass. Y'all gotta know. Hold up, because this bitch kind of looks familiar. If I just had to digress, but I looked at this bitch. Is
that Bridget right there? Hold on, that's not
Player story. Lessons on high risk game and spitting female jealousy, or a high risk game spitting and female jealousy. I don't know about y'all, but this lady kind of looks familiar to me. Does she look familiar to y'all?
Shit, man.
I
cannot pinpoint her like that.
Am I just crazy?
Whoa, hold on. Time out. He doing fake pickup.
I don't know
Mary.
what this is, bro.
Oh,
That's
because I feel like
Mary.
he was weird. Like,
Mary.
I just
All I
like, bro,
know
they
is
gonna be
this.
gravitating to no Shakespearean nigga in the club, bro.
Listen,
Like, they not. Like,
listen,
this shit.
listen.
Look
All
at
I
what
know
that
is this
nigga
bitch
wearing
is
though.
brand
Like,
new.
what the fuck?
That's
Like,
all I know. This
look at
bitch
what
is not
bro is
brand new.
wearing though. Like, what is he wearing?
Yo, but don't this that shit don't look natural at all. He look like he
That
acting
suit
like
look
it.
cheap as hell.
He look uncomfortable, bro.
Hey, but what I wanted to get to, bro, was this bullshit because you thinking I'm not gonna find this shit. Where's that part where he talked about fighting me or not fight, or y'all talked about him trying to fight me or some shit? I don't see the. Oh, there it is, right here.
No, that shit
All
was
right,
quiet.
I got a question
It was
about this.
quiet on that front.
Marquand, time out. Who the fuck was this addressed to? Because it seems like not only am I confused, but your audience seems to be confused too. Because it seemed like because they're coming to my channel saying that you challenged me, but this don't seem like you challenged me because I didn't hear a video saying, hey, Drew Duca or Andrew Matuka, if you want to call it that, right? I challenge you to a boxing match. I accept your challenge to be flown out here to bumfuck Wisconsin or Madison or wherever the fuck you want to call it, right? To go ahead and fight me in the gym or in the venue, right? You didn't say none of that. Instead,
He ain't gonna do it.
invite any YouTuber to box in Vegas in 2 weeks. It was just shared that someone said they would fly in today. I will give you 7 days to show up. If you don't show up, then we will know it's all talk. And then when you get to Vegas, prove it by going live and showing yourself in the city, and I will DM you to send the location.
Bro, go to Vegas, bro. You gotta go to Vegas,
Are
bro.
you trying to recruit me for the CIA program? What the? I gotta come up there and live stream my location,
No,
and I'm
bro,
gonna
you
get a
gotta
mail.
go, dog. No, you
Bro,
gotta go to
listen,
Vegas,
bro.
now,
That ain't no call
You're
out,
not
bro. That's
about
just a
this
cop
work, my
out.
nigga. Come on. What
No,
we talking
bro,
That's not
about?
no call out,
bro,
dude.
you gotta go to
That's
Vegas,
just
bro.
a cop out. You feel me? He trying to make
Hold up,
himself
no,
seem
fuck it.
cool.
Hold
No,
on. We got one at a time. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Everything. Go ahead.
Man, dude, that ain't no, bro. That ain't no call out, bro. That's just a cop out, man. He talking to
Okay,
that.
I thought I was crazy.
Hey, listen. If you really want to get down with somebody, say they name, hating ass bitch. Why don't you say his name? What you being a hater for? Like, dude, it's weird.
And like it wasn't just me that was confused. It seemed like the audience was confused too, because some of them thought he was calling out DJ Academics. Somebody here thought he was calling out Jake Paul, right? The Paul brothers. Somebody thought he was calling out So it's like, who are you talking to? Because I hope you think if this
He's talking to you, bro. I'm gonna tell you
stuff that you gonna say
You want me
I'm
to
a
tell you
bitch for
something?
not accepting it. This is not a real challenge, motherfucker. I know a setup when I see one. What you mean? I'm gonna come up. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna show up, live stream my location. You're gonna DM me later to a location I don't know nothing about, where niggas could be lurking. Like, come on, bro. Like, you think I don't know a setup when I see one? Hey, if you want to call out, answer my challenge. Let's set up a venue and let's make money off of this shit. Let's do it. Listen, we put it on pay-per-view. All right, you can put it on your Patreon, whatever the fuck it is. Either way, we want it live. Okay, let's make. Hey, we can even sell tickets if we want to, bro. Right? Because you're a businessman. I'm surprised none of this came to your fucking mentality to even bring this up. You want to hide underneath this bullshit. I'm just saying, let's turn into an event and we can kick off the first ever Manosphere boxing, my nigga. Like, do you not see the greatness that can lie within this? I am excited more than anything else, nigga. We gotta do this, bro. So I don't know who you were calling out in this post, and your fans seemed as confused as I was. So y'all niggas in my fucking chat or in my comment section, there you go. I don't know who the fuck he's calling out because he said any YouTuber, and the last I checked, I'm not any YouTuber, motherfucker. Okay.
No, I think he's saying anybody at all, bro.
It's just any YouTuber. So I'm gonna tell you this: if you gonna be for real, my nigga, let's get that video. Let's have that challenge accepted verbally, so there's no confusion on who the fuck we're talking about, and let's set a date for a mutual location where everyone knows it's gonna go down. And then if we want to go ahead and get attorneys involved, if we want to sell tickets and stuff like that to figure out pots and shit like that, if we want to go that route, then we don't even have to. We can just keep it a stack. The thing is, everyone needs to know where the fuck it's happening, when it's happening, and who the hell is going to be participating in between. Not this vague ass bullshit where you going to DM me and set a location. What What the fuck is that shit, bro? This ain't a CIA recruitment, nigga. I'm not just gonna show up, live stream, and then wait for a message.
Bro, Manosphere boxing sound like a video game, God.
Bro,
Like,
for real though.
That just sound like a
That's
video
something
game.
I'd watch. Imagine any beef in the Manosphere, just glove up. No more talking behind the scenes. No more talking online. Just glove up. We got an event now, bro. We got undercards, right? We can have the main event. We got undercard. Hey, listen, if we're gonna teach masculinity, I'd say one of the best way to prove that you're a masculine man is to get in the fucking ring, right? So air out your grievances so the niggas who are following you would know who to follow. At least who is manlier and who's not afraid to get that, you know, and get that or give that work. You see what I'm saying? So I think Manosphere boxing is basically the route that we need to go. I think so, because this internet beefs, it's one thing to talk, it's another thing to just, you know, step in the ring and just have the boys see the men go at it. All right?
No,
I
he
don't know
do be
about
talking
you.
tough though. He do be talking tough, Tony. Like, he said some shit like I never got bullied. Like, nigga, what? Everybody got clowned, bro. Every person on the planet. If you went to public school or any school, niggas clowned you and you either clowned them back or something. Like, I don't know, but everybody got clowned, bro. Everybody got made fun of. They had jokes about every person that walked through the door. Nigga. He talking about nobody never made him bullied. He trying to say nobody never bullied him.
We know that's a lie. You know, and plus, even if he said, I know he never hung around black people like real niggas. If he said he's never been picked on, I'm gonna just tell him that right now, bro. You don't sit there and call yourself a pimp. All right, act like you hood. All right, if you say you're in the world, bro, because that's the first thing niggas do. If they fuck with you, bro, the worst they come. It's like the worst they get. So the fact that you sitting there talking about you've never been clowned, I don't buy it. Like, I don't buy it, bro. I was called an African booty scratcher by the first niggas I was hanging around with. And I had to say shit to him. It was like, yo, what's up? I'm Drew. I'm from Nigeria. Oh, you from Nigeria? What y'all be hunting lions and shit? Y'all African. Bro, it was off the bat, bro. That's the thing.
Bro. I heard that before. I heard that. I used to fuck with that man. She said that. I ain't really believe it. I ain't believe that shit, bro.
Yo, it's not true, but that's the common thing. That's the common trope. You see what I'm saying? That's what Africans get. So if this nigga hung around other people that were niggas and he's claiming that he's black, right?
You people's fraternity was like interracial. Did you see like his fraternity? It was all like Asian and white people or something like that.
Somebody mic is echoing.
Yeah, there's an echo. Is that me? Let me hold up. Let me get rid of that. Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, bro, I feel like he was in some type of fraternity or something, and it was like all like it was like white and Asian people. And I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that like I don't really think that he'd be around black people like that. He said he went to Berkeley and Johns Hopkins, and I mean, I'm just saying, bro, like I don't know, bro. He might not have really been. And if you're not around black people, like I strive to get out the hood and like have a family where it's not a lot of black, like not necessarily not a lot of black people, but like maybe a quote unquote suburban area. But like I don't know. I guess I like to figure out how they don't turn out like that, where they get on camera and feel like they gotta start talking like Shakespeare and act like they're a boxing champ and a pimp, and they selling, they got gear out, and it's like, bro, do you sell clothes or just like? I get niggas be multifaceted, but it's just confusing for me. Like, that shit is a cult, bro.
Yo, here's the deal, bro.
Bro, like damn, like that's crazy. That shit's really.
Yo, here's the deal, man. One thing about online
one at a time.
No,
okay,
you can go ahead.
I said, like, here's the deal with these people, man, online, bro. And I like the way dude did it. Yeah, just open the challenge, like. It's the direct and short, like, yo, let's do it. Like, you know what they do? They know they don't want to do it, so they start putting up like a little clause in it. Like, yeah, we can do it, but you gotta fly over here, then send me a picture of this block over here, and then you gotta send me a picture of the building where you staying at. You know, bro, you know you don't want to do it, fam. He knows that.
He don't. You preach, and he one of them niggas, whoever said they wanted to box, and you preach. That's the whole thing. You don't want that shit. You don't want no smoke, bro.
He's gonna hide.
You know how that conversation should have went, bro.
I'm not as foul as he is, because because when he posts that person's address in there, it just showed me it showed me a lot. First of all, you expose somebody's mom and the kids, and then you put the address. I don't know if that was your shit, but he put address out there. Like, I know where you live, my nigga. Like, that's the thing. Like, if I just wanted to fuck, I just show up to your crib, nigga. Why do I gotta wait for a location? I'm gonna just show up to your crib.
Yeah,
Or
that shit goofy. That shit was goofy. It was all these things like do this and then
crib
this.
that you bought
But
a
dude,
couple miles
That
down
shit
the
was
road.
Easter egg
So,
hunt,
like,
bro.
like, nigga, I'll just show that's what real niggas would do. So my thing is, I'm not doing this like weird, vague shit where you just gonna do a cop out because I'm not gonna show up in 7 days. I can show up at any point in time, nigga.
But
And good
start to go fund me, my nigga. We gonna be on it. Start to go fund me.
Listen,
Get in your Uncle Element bag, bro.
Listen,
start to go fund me, my nigga. Real shit. Start that shit.
even though like this nigga went in crazy, bro, I'm still playing it nice because I could just release his address. But the problem is, I know a lot of niggas hate this dude. Like a lot of people, especially some of your assassin, bro, they don't like you. I'm getting emails right now, people begging me to just give you their shit.
Oh, what they got burnt? They got burnt for some money or something.
But like, it just goes to show you, bro, like the different levels to this shit. Don't be a bitch.
Can you elaborate on that about the
behave
assassin?
and the word bitches behave. Go ahead. Somebody's echoing. Go ahead. Is that me?
No, elaborate about the assassin, bro. Like you say they hitting you up. Like when he burnt somebody for some money, like he stole some money or something.
Yeah. So in the short version of it, he and this broad. Hold on. Let me pull her up real quick. Mr. Everything. What'd you say?
I didn't say anything, bro.
Oh,
I'm
my
just
bad,
listening.
I saw the thing moving. So no. He and this girl and then a couple other people had this app called Fletch. And what ended up happening was the business went under. And when the business went under, he basically left with the bag. He left with the money.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So with assassin, are they people that was like Fletch people that's like they was
No, the
Fletch
Saxon
people hitting you
people.
up?
Saxon is his main company, but the only person that's a part of it now is Bridget, and Bridget was the other one that was part of Fletch app, and she was
you
with
think
him
he-
on that team.
you
So the
think he
one
like
we
Donovan
exposed that
Sharp?
he was taking my video down for her. She was with him throughout the
You-
whole situation.
You think he like on some Donnie boy shit? Like he like wifed up with Bridget or something like that on the low?
Absolutely. They got that condo. They don't have the condo together, but I think she's staying at the condo with him. Like their relationship is something special. Because that was the only time he got mad and took down my videos was when I talked about her. The first time he took it, it just confirmed that she was the right one. The second time he took it down, it confirmed everything else I needed to know.
Yo, that's crazy.
Bro, that's
Here's
his
my thing.
girlfriend, bro. He did the same thing to O'Shea. That's when he exposed O'Shea, O'Shea
exposed
daddy.
him. He didn't
Because
expose him.
O'Shea
He's
showed
lying.
his girlfriend. He was embarrassed. Listen, Sasson be talking about all this little masculine this, bro. He's real emotional, bro.
He's a
He's not as
Shakespearean
masculine
fucking
as
guy,
him,
bro. He talks like
Every time you expose his girlfriend, he crying, report, doing some other shit. It's crazy.
oh shit, the saint and the sinner. Come on, bro. That's some old like how you go from Shakespeare to Iceberg. Now you a pimp now. You he DJ
I'm
from
still trying to
fucking
figure out where the pimp cap
listen,
is.
he DJ from what's that shit? Hustle and Flow, nigga. I was about to say what that trick. But he DJ from Hustle and Flow, nigga. He a fake ass pimp, bro, for sure, bro. Like he's a fake ass pimp, bro. Like he did a little car video. Like I'm not the most named up nigga, but he did a car video talking about he was on the blade and he was about to go holler. Like, bro, you're not about to holler at no bitch. Cause ain't no nigga about to hop on camera and say that. Nigga, that's human trafficking, nigga. Ain't nobody about to hop on camera and say that. He might have deleted that video, but I was following him back in them days and shit. Like, I just be following everybody.
Man, no, bro. The Saint got his game from a homosexual male, bro. He told
Hold on,
us,
Mr.
hey,
Everything. I
listen,
think the echo's coming from your mic.
for real?
Yeah.
Nuh-uh, I just muted it.
Yo, just drop and come back up, bro. Yeah, but bro, like we on this is online, bro. So
Poppy.
Can you hear me?
Hold on. Poppy mute. Poppy mute real quick. All right, go ahead, Marty. Marty, say something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I know you can probably hear me and shit, but
Yeah, man. He got the Donnie Boy thing going on, bro.
Missed everything. Go ahead.
I think it's Marty's mic, but
Oh wait, hold on, Marty, mute.
I got another YouTube video in the back playing real low. I gotta just cut the TV off or.
Yeah. Mute. If you got something in the background, just mute it. Yeah.
But yeah,
what about now?
I was about to say. Hold on.
Go ahead, Marty.
All I was about to say was, you feel me, is that the Saint in the Center got his game from a homosexual male. You feel me? I don't know what time it was, but if a gay dude is knocking on your door talking about, here's this book, I think you need that as a black man.
Hold on. Who's the homosexual nigga?
Bro, listen, go to his page and watch. What is it, bro? He said how he became a pimp or how he learned the pimp game or something. Bro, he said he got laced by a homosexual male, bro. You got to watch the video, bro. Bro was like, this is interesting. I was in college and he just gave me this book and name is Pimp. I'm like,
he was in college. That's who he was fraternizing with in college.
Bro, there's an agenda,
that's who he was fraternizing with in college.
Here, dog. Oh, the sus agenda's in full effect, bro.
Bro, the Manosphere in the homo agenda,
bro. The way that he was explaining it, I was like, man, he said how goofy.
Goofy as fuck, bro.
He said pimp. I'm like, cool. That's interesting. Like,
I knew he was cat, right? Like, I'm not from LA and shit, and I don't really fully understand all the politics and all the shit. But like when he said he was from LA, he was from Cali, he could have said all this stuff. Like he could have said some Bay Area shit, but he was like, "Oh, I'm from LA," so I would say something about Big and Back being bull. But I'm like, bro, if you're not a blood, you wouldn't say that. And if you had any type of little bit of street knowledge, you wouldn't even say nothing like that on camera because you're not
even LA. That's Compton.
But that's the
idiot.
Okay, I said LA, so I don't know. He might have said LA. I'm not 100% sure if he exactly said LA.
No. You're right. Where he did live in LA. He wasn't born there. His mama moved there. I got his legal documents. Y'all forget that.
Okay,
I know the cities his mama was bankrupted
dirty, bro.
I know all that bullshit. He was not from LA originally. His mama moved his ass out there.
See, I can look at it and tell it's fugazi. Like, I'm from where niggas will call you a fraud. They tell you, like, bro, you a fraud ass nigga. Like, I'm from where niggas will say shit like that. So, like, I don't know. They ain't got no term for that over there. I don't know if they got a term for fraud ass nigga over fraud ass nigga, but like, he's a fraud ass nigga. Like,
bro,
it ain't no knowledge. I'm just saying that shit fake, bro. I'm sorry, there's all sorts of brothers of all races getting swept up. It ain't even just black people. It's black people. It's Africans. It's probably niggas that's Korean.
And you notice Lord Marquardt, he uses the race thing a lot, right? Foundational. He's going the whole foundational Black American because I'm a Nigerian calling his bullshit out. Apparently, because I'm not fully black, my opinion on this nigga being a fraud is somehow invalid.
Right. So here's where like
other Nigerians to basically come against me, and on top of that, other black.
But so Nigerians do be so. All right, I'm just gonna say this real fast. Yeah. I used to fuck with this Nigerian girl. Her dad told her not to fuck with a Black American man and to fuck with a Nigerian or African man or like a white man or anything else, but not a Black American man. So I will say that like sometimes Nigerian parents do promote divesting. Sometimes it can't be all the time.
No, but I agree with you. I agree with you. Here's the
thing.
Right? That's the thing. But
here's the thing. Like the FBA thing. I don't know if niggas know, but like the whole shit, Tariq Nasheed stole like everything he stole that shit. So I'm doing we not gonna get too far into that. But anything he trying to do like that, that's he just trying to get niggas because like he talked down about black people. He talked down about FBA, alleged FBA. He talked down about them. So at the end of the day, it's like, bro, like you just he just picking and choosing. He like, oh well, today I'm talking down about black women or I'm talking down about this. Like you say he got mommy issues. That's facts. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
his mom was a crackhead. No, and I'm not saying this to make fun of him or anything. Like his mom was a legitimate crackhead.
No, like, listen, and I don't even. I'm not gonna speak on none of that because, like, I don't do that. I don't talk about nobody.
My mama was a crackhead.
But here's the thing.
No. He has no problem doing it. He has no problem doing it. I would know because he came at me. He came
Okay,
at
so
my
this is.
mama. He came at everything. So
Oh, he did.
I'm
Okay,
just
okay.
returning
Oh,
energy,
all
bro.
gloves is off. Okay.
But I'll
So
say
this-
this about Marquand. He think that he all high and mighty. Bro, your mama's a crackhead, bro. You not
and
pushing.
Quasimodo.
You a fraud. You really, bro. Bro, you're not
I
that
want to
guy
bring a
like that,
picture
bro.
up there,
Like,
but I don't
stop.
know
Hold
my
on, bro.
screen to get taken
Bro, let me
down.
just say this
I
one thing
like
real
this
quick,
stream.
bro. Let me say this one thing
Like,
real quick, bro.
Go ahead.
When you made fun of Shorty saying shit like Quasimodo, bro. See, I don't get into saying that women is ugly because that ain't my shit, bro. I don't do that. Like I don't like if I ain't attracted to them, I ain't gonna really say that shit out loud, bro. That ain't my thing. That ain't my twist, bro. You know what I mean? Cause like if I think a woman beautiful, she is, but if she ugly, I ain't gonna say that shit, my nigga. I don't do that. You know what I mean? So long story short, he be calling Jones ugly and all that. So you say, when if I find out that's man Shorty, I'm like, bro, that's crazy. And that's cool because she must be cash cow. My homie used to fuck
Oh
with a
yeah,
white girl. She had the
Bridget
bread.
got money.
She
Her
cash cow.
family
No,
got money
Bridget
too.
cash cow. Her
Her
folks either
family
got
got
bread
money.
or she generating bread. One of the two. It's
Her
like,
family got money.
oh, so she
And she
cash cow.
supported him. She
She
supported
putting
him
all that. He not
throughout.
paying no. Oh, so
Go
he
ahead.
full. He hard capping all the way. You know what? Man, work out what bad bitch everything. What you was about to say something? This shit getting crazy, bro. Go ahead.
but that's why I told you the doctor
Bridget
was
not
though.
broke. Her family not broke, bro. Her family got
So,
money. Yeah.
she
I
cash
wouldn't be
cow, bro.
surprised
But
if he
dude,
was leeching off that shit.
but
Oh, this
dude,
is crazy.
that's why I told you to dox him. Cause bro dox everybody. Bro tell everybody business. So it's like shit. If you know how to dox somebody, dox his bitch ass. Cause that's all he do.
Yeah. And y'all notice
Like a
throughout the
weirdo.
whole time, like, because here's the thing, what y'all don't know, I've been sitting on a lot of this information for a very long time. And you notice when throughout the entire time me and him been going back and forth and he doxed, I never resulted to any of that until I'm seeing the shit that he's doing with random kids and their mom. Listen, if you want to expose a mama. Like, who gives a fuck? But you putting the baby's face out there, like, what in the hell is the matter with you, my nigga? Like, listen, that's kind of foul. And like for me, the only time I've ever went there for people who've been long time followers of the channel was with MLD. Right. And Poppy, you've been a long time, you know, like me and MLD went the exact same route until I started doing shit with kids. And it was like, all right, all bets are off because now we gotta figure out who the fuck you are. So that's my thing. Like, if you show that you're the kind of person that's gonna go that far, then I gotta match you. And here's the thing: I'm the kind of person, I'm not afraid to match energy, nigga. Like, I'm built for this shit. That's what I do, bro. I'm an energy opportunity matcher.
Let me ask you one thing.
Go ahead.
It was this one nigga. He talking about he got 1,500 leg count. He a white boy. I can't.
You
think
talk
like
about Anthony. Some guy named Anthony.
You know who you talking
He fuck
about.
with MLD. Is he cat or is he real? Like, is he cat? But did you ever look into this guy?
Who?
They know it's
Anthony.
Anthony something. I don't want to say it's not
Anthony
Anthony.
Lifestyle.
Oh, John Anthony
Yeah,
Lifestyle?
Yeah.
Yeah. John Anthony Lifestyle. That's an interesting situation because
Let
I don't know,
me ask you,
bro.
did he
Because, like,
fuck
Spencer Cornelia. You know Spencer Cornelia?
Yeah, shout out to Smith. I fuck with
Spencer
Smith. Shout out to
Cornelia
him.
vouches for him, and I
Okay.
like Spencer.
All right. Cool. Okay. I just
That's the thing. So that's like the only thing that's like, all right, bro. If Spencer says that you legit, it is what it is. I'll
felt
take
like
it.
he was legit, bro. I just had to
Spencer
ask
said
real
he did a
fast.
video or he studied him or some shit like that. And it's, you know, Spencer does Spencer's research it probably goes a lot more in depth than our shit. So I was just saying,
They do.
now.
He a tourist.
So I believe it. So if he says he did 1,500. I believe it. I can see it, but otherwise,
he is like a 6'4" white man. So I can dig that.
What makes you think, Marty? Let me ask you this: what makes you think he might be capping?
I just was asking, bro. I just because you be in a mix. I figured you was like, because like I was talking to somebody and I said like, oh, he might not be capping. So I needed to make sure that like I'm not gonna say I was vouching, but I was like, okay, he might not be capping. I said like maybe he's not capping.
Yeah. I could
So
look
he's
into
not.
it. I just took the word of Spencer. So that's why I like, see, most people think I just go after a lot of these niggas. Nah, if I just, unless you're like really, really sus, I'm gonna go after you. Other than that, I don't really.
And I don't fuck with nothing like that. I don't fuck with none of that like PUA. I don't fuck with none of that shit. I'm cool. But I just was wondering, like, is he really like? I mean, like, is he really doing this, or is it just he's selling courses to niggas and making millions?
If I had to put money on it, bro. If I had to put money on it,
I'm skeptical of any dudes talking about I got 1,000. That hit.
1,500. 1,500. That sounds
bro. His condom budget is stupid. That's all I'm gonna say. This nigga condom budget gotta be stupid.
It's always like either you pay for a lot of these girls. For me, that's what comes into my mind. Either you're paying for it, and if John Anthony's watching, I would love to debate.
But you gotta understand, though. Yo, hold on. Y'all gotta understand. hold on. Yeah, like you gotta understand too. Like homeboy is like 40+ years old too, though. So like, if you really think about it, like you know what I mean, it's not like 1,500 sound like a high number, but when you like 40 and you been single your whole life, it's no, it doesn't sound that crazy if you put that into the equation.
Nah, you're right. On that note, you at the club every single night and PUA is your lifestyle. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, I never did the dating app.
Here's the thing though. When we talk about 1,500 plus women, are we talking about 1,500 plus women, as in any women, or 1,500 baddies? If we
Any
talk
women,
about 1,500 baddies, I got questions.
I don't think the baddies. No, I don't think the baddies really.
I think it's any women, dude.
Yeah, it's any, bro. It's definitely like, oh, it's nothing going on. It's a BBW here. I'm a smash. Like, I'm not gonna say but he like, oh, it's a BBW here. I need to get my leg count up. Like he's thinking about that. Because he was afraid. Like he was saying,
listen, bro.
He was saying he was. So that's a whole other story.
Listen, bro, it's not that serious for me. I don't play the numbers, man, bro. Like, it's not that serious.
Oh shit, my bad. Go ahead.
I was about to say, if I smash and I smash, it's not that serious, bro. It's not that serious to me, dog. Like, you feel me? I'm not about to look at no BBW.
Am I wrong?
I need to get my leg count up. Like,
hold on, Barty, let him finish.
Oh, my bad.
Like, bro, like, I'm not about to look at no BBW, but I need to get my leg count up. Like, what?
I got caught up with a couple BBWs, bro. I got a couple
serious, bro.
I got caught up a couple times, bro. A couple times.
Not that serious, Cuddy.
Listen. Whoa, time out. There's nothing wrong with BBWs.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm not judging.
Listen.
I ain't judging.
Come on now. A lot of dudes that claim they don't do it. Come on now. Listen. Now to do it, to get the leg count, the people who really care about that are these internet dudes, right? Those are the ones that really care about that. But like realistically, bro, ain't nothing wrong with listen. But hey, listen, there's some things I know that listen, there's some asses I've seen, and these women got kids, and I'm like, who put kids up in this? And you see them,
you
it's just regular ass looking niggas that do it. So we know that these dudes be smashing, bro. So
I respect it, bro. That as far as I'm concerned, I see it and I respect it. It wasn't me, it was somebody else. So I respect it. I'm understanding, like, okay, you got a youngin' because of, human nature and all that. You know what I mean? So I ain't gonna judge it. Like, it ain't for me, it's for somebody else.
Attractiveness is attractiveness, bro. And you're horny. It is what it is. BBW.
I'm not saying,
available.
But listen, I'm not saying it like BBWs is ugly or bad. So I'm just saying, bro, like, if it's an ugly woman, bro, you be like, oh, I just need to smash so I can get my leg count up. Like, bro, that's too much, bro. It's not that serious, dog. You feel me?
You gotta understand, though, it's a lot of guys that be on that sex addict shit too. So like, these niggas, like, they be knocking down 3-4 bras a day from those dating apps and shit like that. That's why, like, I never did the dating app because nigga might go crazy on that bullshit.
And then you turn around and somebody talk. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You like, bro, that shit crazy. I'm cool. Somebody turn around and say, "Oh, I'm trying to do this and that," but then it's all this other goofy shit going on. I'm cool, bro.
Hey, Rumble. Here's the thing. When I show up to box this nigga, okay, I'm planning to bring a camera crew. Y'all don't understand. I want to make this an event. Like, even if I show up to this nigga's house, I'm bringing a crew with me. Like, it's not like, don't get it twisted. It's not popping up unannounced. Like, it's not gonna be this, bro. We gonna make it a fucking event. Like, I'm gonna bring a crew with me regardless. We gonna be in your face. We got cameras, live streaming, everything, bro. We like, dog. We already set up for this shit. We ready, dog.
That shit ain't gonna happen.
We want to set a precedent. We want to do what Fresh couldn't do, what Myron couldn't do. Okay, when it came to talking shit about other people, and then
they asked for the box. They said, "Do you want a box?"
I want to be about talk, nigga. So we showing up with backup, guaranteed. What the fuck?
Cause like, yo, like where I'm from, you can't come out saying like, "Oh, I'm trying to rumble this nigga," and then like you don't rumble him. You look like a whole nut ass nigga. Niggas gonna call you a whole. They gonna say in Philly, they gonna say you turkey. Like, oh, you like, I mean, so you can't come out saying, "Oh, I want a box." So I respect it. I don't think that they should do it because I don't really believe in black people, but I believe in self-defense and all that. And this is almost like
exhibition. You saying like I want to smoke. So like I feel you, cause niggas be talking crazy. Like niggas be talking real crazy. Like, oh, nobody never did this to me, and oh, I think he tried to say he was a pro-am boxer. Did he try to say he was a pro boxer?
He lied about that. I think
he
he
said
said something like he was a pro boxer.
He tried to say that he could have been pro. He be capping, bro.
Did you find any matches? Because I looked it up. I was like, because usually I do this. Like, if somebody tell me, like, because like where like in the state I'm from, like niggas can, if the nigga tell you, oh, I did this on the field or I did this, you can look it up just on the humbug, so you feel good about your people. Like he said something about he was a pro boxer or something like that, and I looked it up and I couldn't really find no like. He said it was something about a match that was coming up, and I couldn't find nothing about it.
Man, he did the same shit all of us do, man. Just go to gym and box, man. I used to do that shit. That doesn't make you a professional boxer and shit like that, bro.
YouTube though, but YouTube, you gotta think about it. YouTube is 95% of the people, or to maybe, okay, I'll be even generous. I'll say 75 to 60% of the people. I'm being super generous on 60, but maybe they won't even research it. But I just looked it up because like I'll be into like little goofy shit like that. Like, oh, word, like you saying this, I want to look it up so I can be like, oh, damn, he really did that. Because I don't want to say, oh, such and such did this, that, and the third, and that shit cat. So like Google really be like, if you say you did this, you know what I mean, a nigga can look that joint up and usually it'll be something on it, but it wasn't nothing on.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. Here's the thing, man. We're on the internet, bro. You can say whatever you want.
Bro, Marty,
you can be whatever you want.
Whenever somebody else talks, I'm gonna mute you so the echo doesn't come through because I can hear it.
It coming from me?
Bobby. Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay, I say like, yeah, we're in the internet, bro. Like a lot of these guys coming here and they create their life that they want their life to be on like that. Right now, I'm gonna make a public service announcement right now. I'm an astronaut too, so I hope y'all believe me. I hope y'all believe that when I be going to the space and all that shit too. And I don't have to show it either. I'm so high right now that I feel like I'm an astronaut.
I'm at Mars right now, bro.
My nigga said he an astronaut on this bitch. Yo, you can really be like, oh,
but I ain't gonna lie.
Facebook is in this chat right now.
Dude, man, I want you to punch on him, dog. He be talking too saucy, like he really that guy, like he really got hands, like he just perfect, bro. So I just want you to drop, bro.
No, here's the thing. Like I have. You know what's funny? He plays this tape of me when I was like hitting the bags and shit. And what y'all wouldn't realize that that was like the 9th round. I was doing 5-minute rounds, like with the bag work, just sitting there, just hitting the bag and going crazy. So yeah, I was a little sloppy. My footwork was a little out there just because if you sitting around, moving around and poking for 9 fucking rounds, your legs are gonna get tired. But that's the whole point of it, right? But what he doesn't show you, you go to my Instagram, it's there, it doesn't hide, right? You go to my Instagram, there's videos of me like literally sparring with niggas who are heavier than me, twice my size, and niggas who are actually pro in our gym.
Video.
Y'all seen the video? Like it's like
you show it all the time.
I ain't seen none of that stuff. I ain't seen none of that. But like, yo, he's posted.
Yo, dude, me and you broke that video down live.
I'm not saying I'm a professional. Bro, I have almost no experience, and I can hop in the ring because I'm a brawler type nigga, and I will fuck you up. That's just how I am. I've been fighting my whole life, nigga.
He posted those when he's fresh out,
I can
bro.
say that with confidence, my nigga. I will fuck you up. That's just what it is. Like, it don't matter if you have skills. I could take a hit, bro. I got like, bro, I'm durable. I can take a hit, bro. I trust me. Like, it's not a thing, bro. The one thing I had to work on was cutting off the ring. That was my big problem because when I come up against skilled fighters, right, the thing is they don't want nothing to do with me. So they bounce around and move around, which is what I suspect this nigga's strategy might be. He might be like trying to move around the ring. But the thing is, I've mastered cutting niggas off now. So you're not going to be dancing around like that other nigga did when I was fighting him because he had footwork and he was able to dance around and escape my hits, right? But now I know how to cut off the ring. I've been training on that shit. You're not going nowhere. I will trap you in the corner. I will trap you on the ropes, and I will just torture your fucking body, bro. Like just bro, like just that little zesty ass fucking whatever this shit is. You think this is you think this is fucking muscular over here, bro? You want to, bro? I want to show you. What do you think this is? I will break this frame, my nigga. Just like, nigga, I will break it. It's nothing. So I'm just letting you know right now. If you ain't scared, bro, just take the fucking challenge, or I'm gonna show up at your doorstep. Just whatever it is. I don't want this fucking gay little bullshit where you're gonna say, "Oh,
No,
meet
that
you."
shit homoerotic as fuck, bro.
I'm
Everything,
calling
bro,
you out.
dude,
I
this
need
shit
you to come
sucks,
to your
dog.
crib. You can come to
That
mine.
shit sucks.
All expense paid. I will fly you first class, nigga. All expense plays, and I need a video done, basically letting the audience and us know who the hell you're challenging, because this bullshit is not directed towards me.
It's suspect,
it's any
bro. That shit
YouTuber.
sucks,
That's
dog.
not me.
He posted a picture of his
Bro,
shirt.
why
On.
do everything?
Why you trying to show that to niggas like, oh, you
bro?
trying to challenge me to a rumble? My
Hold
shirt
on.
on.
There's an echo. There's an echo. Go ahead, Mr. Everything, and we go ahead, Marty. Go ahead.
I
Go ahead,
said,
Mr. Everything.
I said, everything, bro. Dude,
It just look extra zesty. Like, what's up with dog? Everything he do just look zesty.
Man, what they got going on over there, bro? Like real shit.
Oh Lord, yeah, that's kind of sus, bro.
That shit weird, bro. That shit is kind of weird. Like, bro, like why are you posting like that? And you know that you got
what
all
is he
these niggas
holding? Is that
following
a
your
belt?
page. Why are you posting
Is
like
he
that,
holding
bro?
a belt, my nigga? Like, what is this? Is he hold on? My bad, y'all. Hold up. Is he holding a belt? What is this over here? Like, what is that?
All I'm gonna
belt?
say is I know somebody, like they a young boy that came up in my hood. They got but like they posted a pic with belts, bro. There's not one actual like, oh, I was really in the mix for like what he talking about. Cause he not a nigga like, oh, I'm training, I'm sparring. He's like, oh no, I'm in the mix for real. He tried to say he was really in the mix, bro. Like he really tried to say he said he tried to
doesn't
say
even
that,
look like
bro.
he got power, bro. He doesn't even, bro. Yeah, he don't like. You
I
can
don't
tell
know,
just
bro.
based off his muscle tone, bro. There's no power, bro.
What, like why is he standing like that, bro?
I know,
what is he looking at? Like,
I
look
don't know,
just
he got
zesty, bro.
AirPods in. He
Like,
trying to look important,
You know what it is though?
What's that,
He wants to
assassin
have
head
that.
thing?
He wants to have the Cersei's look from 300 and shit like that. Remember that movie 300?
Bro, and you already know how Romans get down.
You called him Cersei?
Oh shit! Hold on, we
he
got
trying to
Ruby
cut the
back
narrative.
here.
I'm like,
What's good, baby? Long time no see, girl. How you doing?
I know. Hey, what's up, Duke? Long time for real.
Oh my goodness, good to have you on stream. Oh, what are your thoughts
I
on this whole
know. I wish it was
situation?
like
First of all,
months
welcome.
ago. If it was months ago, then I could have been like, yo, where did my wrench go, bro? But now it's been too long, so I can't ask.
Don't take that personal. I was just downsizing, and I looked based on activity. I was like, listen, I don't need a whole lot of mods. I just need a few. So if you're active, you're active. If you're not, you're not. But hey, baby, come on.
Don't worry. No. Honestly, I had a whole bunch of crazy stuff happen.
We just gotta get you in here more. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I
What you
tried
got for it?
honestly, I had a whole bunch of crazy stuff happen. My condo kind of exploded, for lack of better words, with water.
Oh shit! You good?
Yeah, and then no, not really. I was homeless for we were homeless for 5-6 weeks, and then we evicted someone else out of one of our other properties. But then that person, we didn't realize, was basically using it as like a drug den. And so we've been literally cleaning up after that wreckage for the last 3 months, and it's been hard.
Damn.
And insurance. Yo, I was gonna say insurance
right now. Hey, chat, let's pray for her. Holy shit.
Right?
God
and insurance
damn.
still hasn't fixed my condo yet. So we were responsible for 2 different, like it's been crazy. So that's where I went very suddenly. And then I came back one day and everyone's like, Ruby, where'd your wrench go? I'm like, oh, I didn't even notice. Well, damn, where did my wrench go?
Hey, listen, I got you, baby. Don't worry about it. Like, damn, you going through it, girl. Like, hey, hopefully insurance pans out. That shit sounds crazy. You know how they be. You know how these insurance companies be like, they're gonna work you a little bit, girl. That's just how it is.
No, it's the contractors. I don't know what happened because we're having trouble getting contractors to come for the other property. Like there's just basically there was a bunch of natural disasters that hit, and insurance companies are months, like 6 to 8 months behind in fulfilling stuff. Contractors have more work than they know what to do with. So we're just in a bind. That's just what it is. So
Jesus.
But I'm trying to come out more now. It's a little bit easier. We're now sleeping in a bed instead of pairs and stuff, so that's good. So we here. But what's up? So
I'm
Poppy
glad
was
you're
like,
back. I'm glad you're back. So what are your thoughts on this whole thing? All right, we can even go with the Melanie. We can start with Melanie King. Okay, what are your thoughts on that? And I don't know if you know about the whole Lord Marquardt situation, and then you can kind of hop into that too. We just
now
kinda,
I don't know what happened with the Melanie King part. I missed that, so I didn't hear the stream today about Melody.
Oh shit, then we can forget about her. She's not important no way.
Well, I wanted to bring up something not specifically about her, but I will say about the space in general. There is an issue, and it's an issue I brought up 6-7 years ago at the time, and I told them, and I said, listen, y'all are going to have a problem when more women find this space, because you guys do not know how to evaluate the difference between a good woman and a real woman and a woman who is just pandering to you. You do not know how to identify the difference. And so because you don't know how to identify the difference, and because y'all think that a woman parroting all your thoughts and feelings to you and never disagreeing with you and never this and never that and playing soft and playing innocent, because you think all of that means good woman, you guys are gonna get played again and again and again. Y'all gonna get screwed. Y'all are gonna have women taking over the space, and you won't even see that they're gonna take it out from underneath you and then turn it into exactly the kind of toxicity you don't want. So I mean, I said that like 6-7 years ago. So I am not surprised that they have countless women now who are obviously pandering, obviously fake as hell. Obviously, they're not any of the things that they say, because they're all single. They all have OnlyFans. They're all thirst trapping. They're all this. They're all that. If they were such great women, if they're all traditional, wouldn't they be married? Wouldn't they not post thirst traps? Wouldn't they not have time to talk to what they have? Right?
Yo,
Wouldn't
that
you
nigga
not have an
Ringo be saying
OnlyFans?
that shit a lot. That nigga Ringo be saying like, oh, like yeah, like if they was good women, why they not married and shit? And I be thinking that same thing too. Like, damn, like that shit crazy. Like it's all these single, hot 40-year-old women. Because I don't got nothing against 40-year-old women, but it's all these single hot 40-year-old women selling that game, and niggas like, oh, give me this $500 super check. That shit's
right?
That shit crazy.
And then when girls like me try to say something, right, then they go, you just jealous, or you just a failed Jessica X. And I'm like, do y'all notice that I didn't try to do any of that? I posted about 12 videos when I first started my channel, and then I just never really posted again. Like I do one very occasionally. I'm like, I wasn't trying to do that. I wasn't trying to benefit off of y'all. I was trying to teach y'all something. I was trying to share information. I was trying to help our women, not for profit, but because I care and because I had the knowledge and the wisdom, because I'm a married woman who's gone through it and come out the other end. You know what I mean? So but they don't get that. So they're just gonna be like, oh, you jealous? Jealous of what? Do I look old to y'all? Like, jealous of who? Jealous of a bunch of girls who are desperate to get a husband? I have one. Desperate to get things like I have them. Like, why? What am I desperate and jealous of? Right?
What are your thoughts on what I said earlier, the hot take I had, where I think that now, see, when I say women shouldn't participate, I'm not talking about on what the level we're talking about here with classic and people going on the chat. When I'm talking about participating in this industry, in the business, is like the content creation space. Oh, Marty, what happened to you? Oh, hold up, let me get you back up here. The content creation space, right, and just being able to just promote this general message. What are your thoughts on me saying that I don't think they belong here?
They don't.
Okay, I thought it was a wild topic for a second. Okay, I thought I was crazy.
No. Here's the thing, and I mean, I think there's a lot of people who don't belong either in certain spaces, right? Or they don't belong as the thought leaders. So, for example, if you have men who are leading other men, right, and trying to tell those men how they can find a wife quality woman, right, and avoid all of this and that, wouldn't they therefore need to be married to high quality women who, and they've already done all of that, they were able to vet correctly, and now they have the fruits of their labor, they've been married for decades, they have their kids, woman's always been faithful and good and this and that, they run a traditional household? Like, that to me would be a thought leader in a space of men looking for that. If you have a bunch of men who are single, they have countless stories of the 304s that have broken their heart or robbed them of something or da 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 da. And, you know, the child support they're paying. How are they thought leaders to you? Because they can't teach you how to get out of it. All they can do is say, yeah, me too, brother, me too, and that's it, right? And like women, to me, shouldn't be thought leaders in the manosphere at all. Right. And I remember once someone asked me this back in the days when there's only like 3 women here, and I was one of them, if I considered myself part of the manosphere, or, you know, and I said, I don't think I can consider myself part of the manosphere. I'm an ally, but I'm a woman, right? My thoughts, my opinions, and sometimes even my goals are going to necessarily differ from the men. So to me, I cannot be a part of the manosphere. I'm a strong ally. I'm a big supporter. I don't go other places as far as watching content and whatever. But how can I say I'm not a man, right? And I know for sure that I also have the intention of bettering things for women, not just men, right? Like, I can't be part of the manosphere like that. I can only be an ally. And then the women started coming in and saying, yeah, I'm part of the manosphere. And somehow it became okay. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Man, goofy. Because it Sims. Because it Sims. Because the Sims,
right?
bro.
Yep.
That's the
And
only
they didn't want to
reason, bro.
admit
Like,
it.
let's be real. A woman is not about to fully understand a man's struggle. Like, look at the black community right now. And
Let's
we
talk
have
about
a
it. Let's talk about it, people.
And we have an epidemic of single mothers. These single mothers aren't raising young men to be men. You dig what I'm saying? So that right there proves that a woman can't really, you know what I mean, teach a man really anything like that. You know what I mean? Unless it has to do with like a skill. But as far as like personal experience and being a man or being this type, like, no, not about to work. You know what I mean? I think men need to
that's
talk to
facts.
men.
Go ahead, Marty. Go ahead, Marty.
Oh no, I feel niggas on that. Like, I ain't come from that situation, so I really don't. Like, I got things to say about it, but I don't really know. I ain't experienced that. Like, I come from a 2-parent household, so like, you know, like whatever niggas, I see what niggas saying about that, but like, I don't want to sit here and say like, oh, like, I don't know, like, I mean, so I don't know, bro.
You're being honest about it. You're being
Listen,
honest.
nigga, I was
Not
raised
every,
by a
here's the
single
thing,
mother.
though. Not every
I mean,
black
like, I
man.
do know, but I'm not gonna, like, I let other niggas say that. Like, I ain't gonna, like, I mean, like, I don't know. I guess I still got a little bit of sympathy. You know what I mean? Like, if it's a black woman and she's a single mom, in my personal life, I might say it, but I'm not gonna talk, like, not publicly. I ain't gonna, like, I just won't do it.
Bro, I do it publicly, bro.
Oh, what
But
happened?
listen, bro. My mother was a single mother, bro, and there was nothing that she could teach me. When I stayed with my mom's, bro, I was a demon, dog. I was out there, you feel me, with the full blown extras. But I moved in with my sister and her boyfriend, which is her husband now, and I actually had some structure, you know what I mean, due to the men. So, like I said, a woman can't really teach a man nothing, because a man not gonna really gonna listen. I feel like it's a lot of shock jock type shit going on, and she look good, so they just be like, oh, I'm just about to sit up here and look and simp. No, that's it, man.
True.
If I could say one thing,
taking over, unfortunately. Go ahead, Ruby.
Bro, niggas
because
is
the thing
smashing
is,
single moms. Niggas is smashing single moms, bro. Like, niggas might.
I know brothers that do that all day.
Your
That's why I
favorite
think when these
content
guys make
creator
fun
is
of
gonna
Ruby,
sit out here
yeah,
and say
especially
that.
Donnie Boy, because Donnie Boy, his
Donnie
girl
Boy
right now is a
is
single
is
mom.
wifing a single mom, and shout out to him. Like, shout out to all my step pops. Like, listen, if you doing that and it's working for you, shout out to you, whatever. But Donnie Boy is definitely doing that. He's a stepdad or something like that. He's trying to act like somebody is like his niece. Bro, he's a whole stepdad, bro. That shit crazy.
Stepdaddy,
if
daddy.
I could say
Go
one
ahead,
thing,
Ruby. Go ahead, Ruby.
Here's the problem. It's not.
Oh, my bad.
Thing.
Hold up. Go ahead.
Okay.
My bad.
Okay, it's not that women can't teach men anything, right? Or moms can't teach their sons anything. The inappropriate part is that when you have single mothers who don't understand that either the father or at least the male role model is important to the growth and development of a boy's manhood, right? Then she's trying to teach him things that she can't relate to, that she never went through, that she doesn't understand, right? And so then at that point, everything she's teaching you, right, is basically teaching you how to be her man, right? That which she can do. She can teach you how to be her man. She can teach you how to make a girl very happy as far as from the girl's perspective, right?
All right, now
But
necessarily, I ain't gonna say that that's because like my mom like
But
she
does
taught me how
that
to be
truly
like
make
a
the
man.
female
Like,
happy?
all right,
Because
so
a
like,
lot of single mothers leave it.
Ruby, you
I
gotta
mean,
finish up.
yeah, let me finish my point.
Hold up, real quick, Marty. Then let's get Ruby finish up, and you can go ahead. Go ahead, Ruby.
Okay. So yeah, so the thing is she can teach you that. She can teach you. It would make me very happy as a woman if you fulfill these things, or hey, if you do that, it's going to make your girlfriend upset. The problem is what she can't teach you to do, right? And you need a man to teach you is how to actually, as a man, want to do that and then fulfill that, right? She can't teach you that. You still need a man to teach you how to fulfill that thing. Right. And so that is the problem that women are getting screwed up. They're saying things to men, right? They're coming from the emotional, telling the men, as an emotional, I need this emotional need requirement fulfilled and met. But they cannot teach you as a man how you can develop and self-actualize and then get to the place where you want to fulfill that need. And then here's, as a man, when you do this, it fulfills that need for women. Right. You need a man to teach men that. And so because there's all that confusion, in essence, right, I understand why men are saying, we can't teach, we can't learn nothing from women. It's not true. It's not that you can't learn anything, right? It's just that all those foundational things have to be in place. And the only way you can learn the foundational things is from men, right? So yeah, that's what I want to say. That's all.
No, you're absolutely right. That's why we have to have the mom and the father in the home, because there are two different things that they can teach us, right? As a father, the father's supposed to teach us the consequences of the world. So that way he's supposed to set the boundaries first in the home so you can realize the boundaries that society is going to enforce on you. And the mom is supposed to give you the nurturing and that love aspects so then you can learn how to develop emotionally healthy and in a common sense way. So we're not being, dicks to six sisters and dicks to, potential, nieces, like, you know what I'm saying? So we come from a certain level of understanding, but along the way, the ball was dropped and we forgot to do our duties. We forgot to basically do what we're supposed to do.
Bro,
the fathers
niggas'
are out
moms
the
don't
house,
be real.
moms aren't teaching. There's a lot of problems going on right now. And it's
Niggas'
nowhere
moms
near
don't be
worse
real.
than in our community, the Black community. You see what I'm saying? The single mom problem is becoming a huge issue. But go ahead.
I'm just gonna say this, bro. My mom a real ass nigga, bro. Like I got my pops. I got him from a 2-parent household, but my mom's a real ass nigga. Like she got she came up with like all these brothers. Like she the only girl, so like her perspective gonna always be a little bit different. And like certain things happen. I ain't gonna fully elaborate, but let me just say that like niggas, like I was getting like a red pill. Oh, what they say, purple pill? I was getting like a purple pill upbringing type situation where like niggas was basically like, I mean, it was basically that's basically the best way I can explain it in YouTube terms. I mean, it's not exactly that because in my own personal life, but I will say that like my mom was a canon. I mean, like she taught me like, no, like don't be like basically she tried to tell me to simp for the right person. Like that's basically what she tried to tell me. But my shit a little different, you know what I mean? But like,
no,
she
see,
wasn't
my
really
thing
out
is,
here.
it's not, but like it's what you call what you would consider simping, right? Because the one thing I've
Right.
noticed,
Well, fuck it. I'm
guys
gonna come out and
that
say
I know
somebody.
that are hang on, the guys that I know that are really smooth with ladies, they would do and act in ways that guys in the manosphere would call simping, right? So let's say if they decide to be like opening up the door for a girl or just like set things up, like they would look at that as simping, right? All that chivalry thing, not realizing there's a way to play that, right? The gentleman way to play that, and the psychological effect that it has on that particular woman, because realistically you're treating her in a way that resembles the way her father would treat her, which was a first man in her life. And that's the one thing that you kind of want to replicate. A lot of these guys online, what they say is, well, hey, listen, if you're doing all this stuff because chivalry's dead, it just makes you look like a simp, right? You're a weakling. You have to be this rigid being where it's either a black or white, and it doesn't work because that's not how women are. Women like the flow, and they love guys who love the flow with them. And if you're not about that, it's just not gonna work. That's why when I say Myron Gaines and some of these other dudes, their game is like bricks. It's like throwing bricks, bro.
Incel, that shit is incel hurting,
right? And
they
that's what
hurt
all y'all
incel.
niggas out here gonna be out here shooting bricks because it doesn't work. Andrew Tate,
bro, they do what Cynthia
his
G do.
policies don't work.
They Cynthia G, bro, low key. They like on some like, all right, they not Cynthia G. That's wild to say that, but I'm gonna say this, and this is the reason I'm saying that. All right, Boom. They is trying to disqualify all these hoes from niggas. And me, I don't fuck with hoes, but like they know that like, oh damn, we trying to disqualify these niggas from OnlyFans bitches and hoes because we want to fuck them all. And we trying to not just be a regular human being and say, oh, come through the crib, come get a little drink real quick, smoke with me, or like let's eat real fast, or like let's do something and then I can smash. They're trying to like do all this goofy shit to smash where they're like they try to do all these power games.
These like little
So
gimmicks
goofy,
and like
bro.
this little
That shit is
sideshow.
goofy.
That's
These
why I
niggas,
think
they're
it's a
not
fucking
regular
clown
people.
show, bro.
They're not
It's
regular
turning
people.
people
That's what
because
I'm trying
guys
to
are
say.
so desperate. They're looking for little nips and tricks and stuff like that.
Yo, these
And now
niggas
I'm
living
seeing all this. It's become a
Yo,
clown show.
But see,
these
now
niggas
this is
living
that. Sorry, I just want to say that the thing is, and this is where you do need a woman sometimes, like a real one, right? Because a real woman is going to inform the men when it's just another incel trying to tell you about the stuff he dreamed up and he thought that the other dudes were doing to be successful, but he doesn't really know, versus stuff that's actually successful, right? Because
that's
like
fact.
for me as a real woman, now because I'm not a
Women know
hoe,
who get
right? So
coochie.
I can't
Women
tell
do.
you
That's why
what
I
would
listen
work
to
on
the
a hoe.
bro.
Hang on, Marty. Hang on, Marty. Yeah.
My bad.
Right? Like I'm not a hoe, right? So I can't tell you what's gonna work on a hoe. But I in my microcosm is all a bunch of good women. We're married now, we're not hoes, whatever. So I can tell you what works on women like me, right? And so I can tell you if that's gonna work on some other chicks or if that's gonna work on a woman like me. So then you'll know, well, if you're looking for a wife and that bullshit works on her, she's probably not wife material. Do you see what I'm saying? Where like a woman could be useful in a certain context after you understand the foundation. Okay, sorry. That's it.
No, that's that's facts. You hit the nail right on the head, right? Because like how would you know when? Because like I said, a lot of guys, like we say in this space, a lot of women aren't going to understand things from a man's perspective, but there's certain things men are not going to understand from the female perspective too. It's just it just is what it is. And one of the main things is spotting a phony, right? Because we even looked with on the stream with Melanie King, right? These women knew she was on some bullshit. They already knew, so women know what is going on. They
Can I
know.
speak on that real
Are
quick?
they willing to break the sisterhood code and
Yo,
call each other out?
can
And
I
you
speak
gotta
on
look
this
for the
panel?
ones that are doing it, that are genuinely doing it, and the ones that are out there just to manipulate you. And that's just what it is. But don't get it twisted. Women know. They know this shit, bro. This is nothing new, right?
No, they know this shit, bro. They know it, and like, bro, it's yo, like the whole Apif network is a whole hustle, bro. Like, look, shout out to Fick, what I call him, Fick Floss. Shout out to Fick Floss, Antoine Daniels, Fick Floss, aka Fick Floss. Shout out to you. I mean, you doing your thing, bro. Shout out to you, bro. Oh, no. Shout out to everybody, bro. Shout out to Marquand, bro. You really quiet. You doing your thing, and you got these niggas, bro. And if you ever try to, like, I'm in the mix, I ain't even in the mix. I'm just some guy. You know what I mean? You try to research me, whatever, bro. I don't give a fuck, nigga. You know what I mean?
Careful. He'll come at your hairline or he'll come at your looks, bro. That's what
He
he'll
said
do.
he come at my looks and my hairline.
He
Listen,
did that to me. He'll come at your hair.
I
He'll
don't
come
got
at
no
your hair, bro.
hairline
And it's
issue,
all
and like,
superficial shit. Like that
listen,
shit
I
matters
don't
when it
care
comes to
about
getting
that, bro.
girls.
Like, cause hoes like how I like women like how I'm sorry, I ain't gonna say hoes. Like I just say hoes. No, because it's a lady in the building, so
I'm not that kind of lady. I'm all right. Don't worry.
I
Go
ain't gonna
ahead.
do in the locker room shit. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be respectful. You know what I mean? So women, like, they don't have
Remember
no
what you said
problem.
about your mama? That's what people say about me.
I don't have no
So
problems. Like,
I
don't
have
really
male
have
friends.
problems
I'm
with
good.
how
Go
I look.
ahead.
So he couldn't do that with me. Like, maybe I'm broke. So like, I'll just say I'm a broke nigga as far as American standards is concerned. So like,
We
you know
great
what I mean?
value. It's great value. We great
Oh,
value.
you know,
we not
no, I'm
high
true
value. We
value,
great
nigga.
value.
No,
Okay,
no,
it's a
nigga. I'm a
difference.
true value male. No, nigga, I'm a true value male. I ain't no great value. I ain't no high value, nigga. I'm a true value male, nigga. You see what I'm saying? I'm on some get the job done shit. You see what I'm saying? So long story short or whatever, I'm just saying, like, bro, like, shout out to all them niggas, but all these niggas, they fleecing niggas. They fleecing the flock and all that, as Ringo would say. And these niggas is all this type of skullduggery shit going on, bro. I'm back on that skullduggery shit, bro. Like, it's some old esoteric scheming shit where they like, you know what I mean? It's not that deep. I'm fucking around, you know what I mean? Niggas said earlier, like, oh, you think I be fucking around, you know what I mean? But long story short, bro, all these niggas, they all scammers, bro. That's the only way you could really put it. Like, if they on some, like, selling some class, or they got some type of nation or something like that, bro. Like, because, bro, that nigga, what's that nigga? Nature Boy had a nation. All these niggas, they got a nation. I'm
Bro.
good. Young Pharaoh, all any nigga you
Don't
can
bring
name.
up that nigga.
Yo,
It's
Nature Boy
called
was fucked up. Nature Boy's fucked up.
any nigga you
When
can
Nature
name.
Boy had
Is he
men
in jail right
kneeling in
now?
front of him, putting on his shoes and rushing together for them to all take off his shoes and put on his shoes and shit. That's
Yo,
that is
Man,
some
Nature Boy
madness.
locked the fuck up as far as the last time I checked.
Yo,
He locked the he's in the white man got him in bondage, nigga. So
I
last
heard
time I
Nature
checked,
Boy is like in a federal prison right now. Like he on a
yeah,
big
white man
case.
got him in bondage,
Hey,
nigga.
wasn't it a white woman that took his operation down?
No, I don't think it was a white woman. I don't know. Yeah, I
I
looked
think
at
it
the
was. I
video.
think
It was a new
no.
recruit.
It was
Damn,
yeah,
a
it was
white
some
man.
type of sexual
She
assault thing
been
with
there.
some woman.
Her name was
But she's
Natiri.
young, something like
Wait,
that.
hold
Her
on,
name
Miss
No,
was
it wasn't a
Everything, Miss
white woman,
Everything.
bro.
Hold on,
I
hold
don't
on,
think it
everybody pause, everybody pause, everybody pause. Miss Everything, what'd you say?
I said, nah, she been there before, you feel me? She like her name is Natiri, bro. She
The
been
woman
there
that the
before.
woman that did him in.
Yeah, bro. She was passed around and all that, came back, told on him, and now it's over with her, bro.
Told on this nigga, bro.
So
Oh,
hey.
nigga. She told it, nigga. That shit crazy.
And she
Oh, so it was
she
a
black.
Natiri essentially. I didn't
She
know that. I
black.
ain't look fully into it. Damn, that was Natiri? Because that was like a main, that was like his bottom bitch or something like that, right? At one point? Because
Yo,
really
that's
he's
crazy.
pimping. He's spiritual pimping. And that's a whole nother thing. He's a pimp for real, but he like spiritually pimping bitches. He got niggas bringing their girl over there. He's smashing them. May or may not allegedly. Well, see, I ain't gonna get into that. I
Here's
don't
the
know.
thing. Here's the
And
thing,
I ain't
though.
gonna put
Here's
that
the
out
thing.
there, but I don't know.
Marty, here's the thing. A lot of it is done, especially when they create these things, it's for sexual access. A lot of men, what they're doing is they're just creating the sexual access. Because here's the thing: the one thing that we can't deny, as for a lot of guys, is they want more sexual access. The smart men are gonna go after it a different kind of way, right? The guys who are gonna use social media, they're gonna use their clout, right? Fresh and Fit, for example, when they got on,
No,
they
they
were
shady.
leveraging
I
this
feel like they're a
podcast.
little shady with it,
They
though.
were, yeah, right. They were doing the most efficient thing to them. So a lot of guys,
A little.
what they're
That
doing,
wasn't
their
efficient, bro. I
imperative.
feel like
Hang on one second. Their imperative
okay.
is to basically build a way to get a consistent flow of box. That's just what it is. That's their MO, right? They build these platforms for that specific purpose. That's just what it is. And there are other guys who just go about their daily lives and just do their thing. But I let you know this: a lot of the guys, that's just what ends up happening, right? They build these massive platforms and they're gonna figure out how to use it to get box. It's what gets a lot of these guys in trouble. This whole Me Too shit, and why a lot of guys shouldn't be worried about Me Too the way they should be worried about it. Because unless you have this kind of, I want to say, I don't want to call it deviant, but this kind of nature, the Weinstein type of nature, where you're building infrastructure for sole purpose. I won't say sole purpose of
It's
sexual
deviant.
access, but
It's
you
deviant, bro.
use sexual access as a part of that infrastructure. You have that mentality, and that's a whole reason why Me Too is a fucking problem. But for
That's
a lot
deviant.
of guys who are just out here who are not about that bullshit or that whole taking advantage of bullshit, for all the normal dudes who are just trying to get to know a girl, right, and not interested in this whole power dynamics, that's the people that it's hurting. These types of dudes are hurting the average guys. So when you look at all this shit as a whole, there's a lot of things that is going on. These guys, the main thing is sex. They're salty about sex. They want more. That's just what it is. They can't get enough. So they build infrastructures around that. I don't know if that makes sense.
I feel like because it's like a natural thing, and like every man he gonna want to have more sex, but like I feel that like sometimes it's a lot of shit that come with that people they not telling you about. Like, oh, if you got a rotation, there's a lot of time and spiritual energy you gotta put into that.
Stamina Daddy, what the fuck? First of all, your name. Come on, bro. What is this? Second of all, is this true?
No, that's true. No, that's facts, bro. No, that's facts. Like, bro, Nature Boy,
Yeah,
when he said
facts.
he a different nigga,
Yeah,
when he said
that's
he
real,
different,
bro.
He's a cult leader for
Yeah,
real.
bro, that's facts,
yo,
bro. You
he
was
said
getting
he
bread.
different. That's
I'm in the
facts,
wrong
bro. That's
business,
facts. Like
G.
he's different, bro. He had 5 men rubbing his feet. He's real different. He tried to come on there real
I'm
thuggish,
out
like,
here
oh,
doing
I'm a
research.
thug.
Whoa,
I'm a
this
thug, and
nigga
I got all these.
300.
He tried to come on there like a thug, bro. And it's like, whoa, no, you're really different because you try to act he was thorough. He really tried to act like he was thorough or something. Like, oh yeah, like I'm that nigga. I'm different. I got niggas. Like, bro, you got all these ladies in the crib.
Bro, that's
Like, why you
more
doing
money
this?
than Lord Marquand got invested in his companies. I'm letting y'all know that right now. That's a lot of money.
Listen,
Because Marco
Nature
True
Boy
hustling.
done touched
He
bread
too
on
good
his
hustling, bro.
followers, bro. Nature Boy done got 5,000. I mean, like
He got
50,000
millions,
a year,
millions of dollars.
10,000 a year.
You know what I mean? Like he been getting bread, bro. One of his Father's Day, he was 300.
See, the thing is, you know what? To the point, I can't remember who was just making it before all this, but you know, to the point that it's like, oh, they don't tell guys about these other issues. They don't have to, because see, and this is what the guys don't understand. And it's funny because Obsidian, I'm gonna say it because I've said it to Obsidian's face as well on a panel years ago. I'm like, Obsidian literally said it on his own panel. He hopes Black female effery, right, lasts forever, and he's gonna milk it for every dime it's worth. And all of the dudes in his chat was sitting there screaming, yeah, that's right. But they're not realizing that it's not the women who are paying him, it's y'all for suffering. So everyone who's sitting there teaching you stuff, right, all these guys who have their simp nations, right, in essence, in their incel nations, they need you to fail. Right? If you were successful, you would stop following them and you'd stop paying them because you're successful now. You don't need them. So they need you to fail.
Amen to that. What if I was saying and I said this in my monologue, I said exactly that. If you have not moved on from this space, they have failed you. Because they're not, the whole goal is not to get you to move on. The whole goal is to get you to stay
more hoes for them. Yeah, more women for them.
Because, you see what I'm saying? Because Marty, the Manosphere, the whole red pill is supposed to serve as a guide.
That's the Cynthia G tactic.
Pill and then go out and journey yourself, and then you see the world for what it really is.
Yo, that's the Cynthia G tactic, bro.
It's turned from that to basically you pop the pill, but just stay in here to keep feeding the machine. You see what I mean? This is the matrix. This is the reason why they have to keep you in the matrix, because they're making money. It's too profitable. Go ahead.
It's the matrix. It's not the matrix. It's the matrix. They making a lot of tricks, and these niggas is playing a lot of fucking
the matrix.
Just like Fresh and Trick.
Make a trick.
Just like Fresh and Trick.
That's his fraud.
Niggas is horrible.
Mr. Everything. Go ahead, Mr. Everything.
God, them niggas Fresh and Trick, man. Them niggas horrible. For real.
My nigga said Fresh and Trick. I say fraud and simp. That's what I call them niggas. Because my niggas is simp because like he always blacking out on Jones, and it's like, bro, like for real, you got clout, and like you could probably smash these Jones real on some cool shit if you just be trying to be thorough with them. Like, oh, haha, yeah, like I say some little slide shit, but like he be like really trying to debate with Jones, and it's like, I mean, I know it's a thing, like with the Antoine, with the Lapeef network. You get bitches on there. I'm sorry. You get women on there. You argue with them.
I'm all right. I'm telling you, I'm all right.
There, I mean, you argue with them and whatnot, and then the next thing you know,
but like that K girl was paid to be there though. She said she's a partner.
K and Kayla,
Melanie was
K and Kayla, yeah,
both beautiful queens.
So they're manufactured. They have to sell a narrative. This is what I'm talking about. So when I call out the Manosphere for like creating a false narrative, this is the narrative I'm talking about, because you're paying these combative women to be there. They're combative. Like these are the kind of women, okay, you could put them on there and say, men, this is not what you need to pay attention to. But realistically, we know what it's for. It's
we talking about CIA, FBI work. We talking about like, this is some more
it's psyops.
Psyops, nigga, like deep.
It's psychological operations. Like that's what this is. Having these women sitting up here, it's psychological operations. She's paid to be here. They're paid to be here, and she's paid to be the op. Listen.
It's Rosh Queens done about them.
Marty, she's supposed to be the controlled opposition.
Yeah.
That's what she was meant to do.
Cause she was fumbling the bag at first, and then she realized, like, oh no, I need her to. She was like, I'm gonna start fake arguing with you because like I need to start. And Kayla peeped it. That's why I almost like my respect. Like only tonight, my respect for Kayla kind of went up because I'm like, wow, she peeped the game. She's like, she peeped the blitz. Like, hold up, y'all trying to run this on me? Like, damn, y'all running this play on me? That's crazy. Yeah.
Like, hold up, like, basically her versus all them niggas. And these niggas over here was sparking candles. He was sparking candles. This dude was over here clapping. They were all just so
snapping. That shit turned to a poetry jam. I see what you saying, bro. Niggas had on fucking the Black Panther hats and shades. I see what you saying, bro. Like that shit. They start.
I ain't gonna lie to you though, bro.
Go ahead, Miss Everything.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I just feel like that shit's so lame. Like these niggas just be arguing and talking for no reason. Like, damn, shut your bitch ass up. Y'all just be crying, you feel me? Especially Myron, bro. It's like, bro be sounding like a straight female, dog.
Yeah,
He
bro.
be yelling like,
like, bro, like,
Have y'all ever watched
we know
Myron's
this
very
nigga never
old
got no
videos?
cat, dog.
Have y'all ever gone back before he joined up with Fresh? Before he ever interviewed Fresh for the first time? Have you ever watched Myron's videos before that point in time? Because I did. And I can tell you that
He's
what he
done in a
started
little
with
room, right?
he
was,
lame.
yeah, it was like this white room. He had a whiteboard. He was lame as hell trying to teach guys about, like, mostly not about girls as much. It was mostly about like exercising and eating right and getting gains and stuff. And he was failing at it because, again, he's lame, right? And then he tried to come up with a story about himself that makes no sense because he worked for the FBI. So him talking about how he almost got arrested and he's hiding from the feds and stuff. And that was on their little website, right? And I'm like, yo, but he works for the feds. So what are you talking about? You know, like, he's a fraud, and so is Fresh. But what they figured out is that the Generation Z, right, and younger, they don't do research. They don't. They just want you to say stuff that validates their feelings and makes it not their fault. And as long as you keep telling them it's not their fault and you validate their feelings and they don't have to feel alone, then they don't care if you don't really actually have answers that solve problems. Right? They're not trying to solve their problems. They're trying to feel better about their problems. And so they show up there to feel better about their problems. And the thing is, Myron and Fresh, they are both lames. They both can't get women. They still can't get women given that they have money and clout. They still can't get women. That tells you how lame they really are, that they don't even know how to trade on the clout and the money properly. Right? But yet these guys will keep getting more and more followers, right? And keep getting more and more fanboys. Why? Because the fanboys honestly don't know better. That is how much worse off they are than Myron and Fresh.
And another thing that y'all gotta realize is that y'all gotta stop taking this stuff like it's real life, bro. You cannot go out in the real world and try to SBE a female, like, bro. That's not about to get her coochie wet, dog.
No,
yo, bro, that's the lag. You gotta literally listen.
Lame.
Like, yo, somehow I like, for some reason, like, Jones just be telling me all their deepest, darkest shit, and I just be like, and I don't be feeling a lot of the information, but I just be nodding my head like, and that's what you gotta do. You just gotta smile and nod with that shit. But like, why would you try to pull out Andrew Tate or Kevin Samuels talking points when you're in somebody's house or you're like with somebody linked up? When I heard that people was like on dates trying to talk them talking points, it was almost like, yo, y'all niggas is crazy. Like, you ain't even.
Those are people with no identity.
Go ahead, Poppy.
I see those like me, Duke, and Classy. We've been on this shit for what, like 6, 7, 8 months now. I mean, like at least 7 months.
I've been here for 7 years. So
yeah, I know about what you talk about when we linked up and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like,
I've been
it's
here for 7 years.
it's painfully obvious, man, that Fresh and Fit are they're just not it, bro. But the thing that they know is a lot of guys like them out there. You see what I'm saying? And and when I say a lot of guys like them, they are socially awkward. And like in a high number of females, they don't like socially awkward guys. That just what it comes down to it, bro. Females don't like socially awkward guys. That made their pussy dry. They don't want to talk to them. They don't want to look at them.
It depends, because like I will say that like I'm not like 100% socially, like I may be like 25. So sometimes like, well, if a shorty, like if I don't know, maybe if I don't fuck with somebody, I don't fuck with them. But I'm like real selective, so I could be socially awkward at times. I just be thinking that like it's worse than that. It's a little bit worse than being socially awkward.
No, bro, but listen, you probably like you said yourself, you be out with shorties and selective with shorties. These guys just be in the room in the internet all day long. That's two different things right there. You see what I'm saying? When you in the room, you haven't taken a shower in 3-4 days, and you just go in playing video games, and
that's crazy.
You're not gonna develop your game like that, bro.
You're not.
So like talking to girls, listen, it come down to talking to them, bro. That's what it come down to. You gotta take your lungs. We all want to take an L at some point. I took a couple of L's there, bro. You see what I'm saying? But it helped me in the long run. That's it. Like you listen, it's impossible.
Let me answer this question from Quan Leonard because I like Quan Leonard's question. I look, you think he's be asking some woke shit, and I like it. Do y'all think these guys in the Manosphere is part FBI or CIA? Remember Kevin Samuels used to say that a lot. Yes, absolutely.
No,
I mean, one
absolutely
of them
not.
was.
No.
Listen. They're keeping tabs. It is what it is. They're keeping that. You don't think they have profiles already created? You don't think they're
Kevin Samuels? No.
Jesus.
Myron, yes. Kevin Samuels, no. Do you know why I say no for Kevin Samuels? Because I was here 7 years ago.
What do you mean, Kevin Samuels? What do you go ahead?
Okay, so I was here 7 years ago, way before anyone knew who Kevin Samuels was, and when the Manosphere rejected him wholly, and the men were calling him, all kinds of things, right? Like that he was like men and and we're writing him off when he was focusing all of his content on men only. And so back then, right, you could watch the progression of Kevin Samuels trying to find a hook that worked. So a lot of what Kevin's, like, his rhetoric is just a collection of what everyone has been saying for 7 years, right? So a lot of the guys who say, oh, he stole what I was saying, they're kind of right. I mean, he did. He took every pieces of what everyone was saying, including me, and put it together. Then he figured out that, for real, Black people are basic and they really like catchy things, right? So they like sayings, they like acronyms, whatever. So when he came out with his little academy for men, right, that was the CIA or the FBI. And then when the women wanted one too, then they were the FBI or CIA, right? So the FBI, I think, was for the women and the CIA was for the men. And it's an acronym that stands for something. But before he came out with this,
legitimate, like feds.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. Before he came out with the FBI CIA thing, before he came out with that, he was talking about the pimp tails. Before that, he was talking about female covens. Before that, he was talking about. You see what I'm saying?
Confident, intelligent, and ambitious, or whatever it is, and then
Bro,
feminine,
right?
Intelligent. Oh yeah. Oh, I remember.
No,
you
listen,
see what I'm saying?
No.
So not Kevin Samuels,
They're
maybe other
feds,
people, but not
bro.
him.
I can tell you why they feds.
Is that what you meant when was Kevin Samuels talking about? Because he did FBI and CIA. So okay, in that case, I do kind of disagree with the Kevin Samuel part. Because
that was just his most recent.
Bro,
that was his hook. That was his most recent hook. Before that, it was the pimp tails. Before that, it was the female covens. Before that, it was dress for success. Right. So I mean, he had so many different identities and so many different acronyms and series of stuff he came out with over the years. So I'm like, that's not what it is. Not for Kevin Samuels. For other people like Myron, yes, but
he clarified that. Kevin Samuel was not on that. Like,
no, he was not a fed. No, hold on. He wasn't no fed, but like if he could have been a fed, he would have been a fed. But let me say this, like all that shit that niggas was teaching was cat. Like it was a little bit of truth in that shit. But it was a lot of goofy ass rhetoric in that shit about suits and all this goofy shit and cologne and all this shit. Bro, I don't wear no suits. I don't do listen. I'm just saying, bro. I don't like all that shit. I don't subscribe to none of that goofy shit he trying to tell. Bro, he was telling niggas a lot of goofy ass shit. Like niggas is sugarcoating it right now. Like for real.
That sushi do work.
Propaganda shit going on, bro.
That sushi work.
Go ahead, Mr. Everything.
I'll say the suits work. The cologne works. That works, bro. That's not good for you, bro.
I don't wear it all the time.
Cologne works, bro. You gotta smell good, bro. You can't be smelling like shit. Like what? Listen, bro. I got hella cologne right now. I got Aqua di Gio. I got. You feel me?
Yeah, because they're taking kernels of truth and then building a whole rhetoric around it. With who cares whether or not the whole rhetoric is true? Because there's a bit of truth in there. Women like men who smell good. So I'm going to build a whole entire identity around women like men who smell good. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like it's all false. It's just when they put it together and say, this is the solution to dating, it's not. And they know it's not, right? But it sells well. And it validates all of their preconceived notions. And it makes them feel better. It makes it feel attainable to them. That's what it is. It's half
business
bullshit.
at the end of the day.
Leonard, I know. So I don't think. Hold on, real quick. I don't think that confident, beautiful, assertive, whatever he was putting together. I don't think he was using that as code word for like the FBI and CIA was watching. I don't think he was playing that kind of 4-dimensional chess, because there are other ways you can say it. For instance, I'm letting y'all know about
Bro,
the
the chess is all
and you
4D,
don't even have
bro.
to make acronyms. I think that he was doing the acronym part as part of getting you guys invested in the platform, right? Because remember, they got to come up with sayings.
Exactly.
Donny Boy has his own little sayings that he says to get a lot of dudes
Right.
hooked on, and then
So
now
it's all
his
cult. It's
followers-
cult. See, bro, that's
hold
all
on,
CIA shit,
Marty,
though.
real quick. But his followers go on to repeat that same thing, because that's part of what the Kevin Samuels tribe is doing. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think he was hiding the message within the FBI, CIA, because there were certain parts that he says that he would actually be overt about that and let y'all know. But like, there were certain parts where, you know, this FBI, CIA, I think it's just to create an acronym for his own little platform, or not little platform, my bad.
Yeah,
his own platform. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And his little
Bro,
followers.
he got a million followers.
But dude, look,
go ahead.
You don't
yo,
think he was pushed by the system, bro? You got a million. You gotta really think about how this shit worked, bro. He had a million followers, bro.
but you
Like,
know,
it's
but
really-
hold on.
Did you know you can buy followers?
He did that all
Do
himself.
you know?
No, that
Do y'all
too.
wanna
No,
know?
that too. That you don't get
He
me
did
started
that
on that.
himself.
That too, though. But that too.
Let him go. Let him go. Yeah.
I go next, bro.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I said there. I think the main reason why Kevin was using the FBI, CIA was genius, bro, because they become hashtagging. You know where that's gonna be linked to. That's what he was real poppy in the algorithm. It's all about how you work your stuff. Like people going like, you know, like he know all his followers gonna put like, oh, FBI, CIA. We all know what that means, but he put like he made it mean something else.
Subconscious.
Everybody in the
mind,
work.
though.
So
Subconscious,
when
my
people so when everybody start typing those kind of hashtags, his name's gonna pop up even though they wasn't looking for him. You see what I'm saying?
Bro, he
Poppy, you had to be there. I'm telling you, you had to be there, because I'm telling you, I was there. I watched this transformation from when he used to have 3 people in his chat. When he used to have 3 to 15 people in his chat, I was a mod on his channel. I watched this happen. That's why I can tell you with no ifs, ands, and buts about it that that's not what the FBI CIA thing was about. It was
No, I
just
never
about,
said
listen,
that.
when people,
I wasn't trying to say that.
YouTube chooses who pops, though.
when people are not that cool, right? But they want to
Yeah.
be cool. And they think, okay, well, what would be cool? Ooh, the FBI. Yeah, they're cool. Okay, FBI,
No,
CIA. Ooh, they're
yeah,
slick.
y'all not
I'm telling
getting
you,
it.
dude. I'm
As
telling
a
you because
black
I know from.
person,
Listen,
no,
listen,
hold up. As a
y'all.
black
Hold
person,
on,
I'm
hold
not
on.
rapping
Listen, let
about
me
it.
finish the sentence.
Let him finish.
I know from the back chats. I know people who know people. I know from the back chats what was happening. Okay, so I'm telling y'all what was happening without telling y'all what was happening. Okay.
Okay.
And so it's like, yo, what gives the message of, oh, we're cool, we're slick, we're untouchable, we're powerful, CIA, right? That's the most elite op. Okay, we're gonna be the CIA, and then with women, okay, there's the FBI, right? And so that was he was trying to come up with a hook. He still wasn't popular when he came up with
And that's
that.
what I
And
was
if you
trying to
notice,
say, Classic Rule.
he
That's what I was
abandoned
trying to say.
And by the way, I don't think anything is wrong with that.
Yo,
I mean,
Yeah, I never say it was wrong. That's what I was trying to say.
I just don't think it's what Con Ledden was trying to talk about. Because I don't think he was that on there. I don't think Kevin Samuels really, the more I think about it, I don't think he really even cared about like
At all.
I mean, he would talk about the agenda and he would hint at it, but I don't think that was his like if I'm just being hot take time, I don't think that was
Bro.
MO. I think it's MO.
Yo, let's keep it a buck. See, I watch everybody. When I tell you I watch everybody, bro, I watch everybody. Let me just say this real quick, bro. I watch everybody, bro. I watch Cynthia G. I watch Tanya TKO. I watch nigga. If I see something that look interesting, nigga, I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna listen. Like I be listening and shit, bro. Long story short, it's some goofy shit going on, bro. And I know like niggas can be like, oh, it's this, that, and the third, or whatever. Look like it was good, but it's some real goofy ass shit going on, bro. He was part of some types of weird agendas that niggas already spoke about.
What
would be the
I don't think
motive
those
of Kevin
conspiracies get
Samuels
him.
being?
I don't believe that.
Like,
It's just not true.
what would be
You know,
the
the thing
reason?
is, people could go back. People need to go further back than a couple of years ago. People need to go back to 2017, 2016, to the places that didn't scrub all of the content, right? Because a lot of people scrubbed content when he got popular, right? To try to like, oh, this is just how it's always been, including himself. He scrubbed a lot of content, like all the pimp tales scrubbed from his channel. All of the I was raised in a coven by like a mom, a grandma, an auntie, a great grandma, all of them who were single, and then hold on, all of them.
He was capping.
Let her finish, Marty. Let her
Kevin
finish.
Samuels?
Let her finish.
That's my point. My point is that he was capping. My point is that he constantly lied. He came up with identities and tried to sell them. When that didn't work, he abandoned it and came up with a new identity and tried to sell that.
Listen, if somebody lied to me
what
5
happened
times,
is,
hold on, time out. If somebody lied to me 2 or 3 times, what the fuck I look like going back the 4th time saying, "Oh, you lied to me 3 times. I'm gonna believe you the 4th time." Come on,
right?
It's not you, Marty. It's not you. It's people that are doing that right now.
Right.
I mean, listen, the whole truth.
Yeah, and that's what you're talking about. Go ahead, Ruby.
Everybody.
Right. So what I'm
lies,
saying
bro.
is,
It's
you need to
human
go
nature,
back.
bro.
You need to go back to the beginning before anyone cared about him at all, and the information you could find then and what he used to say then. And you can. Some people did not scrub all their content. So like if you go back on BGS Idmore's channel in 2016, right, 2015, 16, 17, around then you can hear what Kevin Samuels used to say, what he used to believe, what he used to stand for, right? Which is very, very different than it is now.
When he was when he was biting, because when he came on the scene,
when he used to beg for Tommy's attention,
he was
yes.
biting Tommy from the
Yes.
rip. Everybody know that. That's why I don't watch that shit. He was biting Tommy. I'm not watching that shit because I used to watch Tommy when shit was getting deleted. I don't. YouTube pushed it to 1 million. So I'm not trying to hear like personally. I don't want to hear that shit. I'm sorry. Like I don't want to hear nothing. Like I'm not no Kevin G. I'm sorry, bro. I don't fuck with none of them niggas, bro.
Hold on. Here's my thing. Here's my thing with this. Right. I don't think that was his MO. I don't think he was in it for like letting y'all know about the agendas. I mean, he hinted at it, and that's certain, but it was more closely towards the black community breakup. If we talk about the agenda versus the global kind of situation that's going on. So I will give him props for that. But this whole FBI CIA thing, I think it was more of just a gimmick to get people hooked on the verbiage. It's not to like really wake people up, because here's my reasoning for that. You can't wake people up out of a matrix while promoting things, materialistic things that keep you trapped in the matrix. Do you see what I'm saying? You can't promote fashion. You can't promote all these capitalistic.
Bro, he was promoting Tom Ford cologne, bro.
A lot of these things
you could go to your local.
Hang on, Marty. A lot of these things that get into like mass consumerism, right? These are all the things that are part of the agendas, right? You have to be a consumer. You have to be part of that workforce. A lot of these
Tom
guys
Ford.
Social engineered marketing and trying to sell you listen. Kevin Samuels wearing the suits, it's no different than what do you call it? JC Penney putting a suit ad on a 30-second ad slot on commercial. That's no different. He can go a long form. Matter of fact, when he starts this program, he promotes these massive multinational corporations that are part of the agendas that are also hurting the communities he's supposed to protect. So it's not, and I'm not saying that he's not. Listen, it's so tough out here to even talk about this shit because it's everywhere. But you can't tell me that you're for waking people up while trying to put them to sleep at the same time. It doesn't work because you're not waking this man up out here. These men you're putting them to sleep and getting them in more debt for programs they don't really even fucking need. You're
Goofy shit.
Their minds.
Why would I be buying cologne when I could go to my local poppy store?
Cancerous. Forcing men to be what men are not, which is what current society is. Hang on. Forcing men to be what men are not, which is what current society is right now, is cancerous. So why are we perpetuating that? You feel me? But that's all I gotta say about that.
But I'm just gonna say this, bro. Like where I'm from and shit, I don't know where other nigga states is like and shit. Like I'm just gonna say this, bro. I can go to my local poppy store. I can get me a bottle of cologne or oil, body or whatever y'all want to call it. I can get that shit for like $5 to $10, bro. There's no reason in the world I would ever go down. And they love these scents, bro. Like these scents is good. They love them shits, bro. Like why would I go get some Tom Ford cologne? I don't know no Tom Ford, nigga. I don't do that, bro. Like I don't do that shit. Like
The reason why he was doing that,
bro?
the reason why he was doing that, just to answer you, is because originally he was selling the fact that he owned a cologne store and a personal consulting firm in real life, and people paying him billions of dollars for these bottles of colognes and billions of dollars for his
That's not
selecting
true.
colognes for them. And
No,
I'm
'cause
not saying
niggas,
it was true. What
that's
I'm
not
saying
true.
is, listen to what I'm saying. Like, you're arguing
Okay,
against the point I'm not
hang on.
making.
No, because we talking.
I got
No,
Anthony
hold
tripping
on,
over here. I got to respond to this because he's. Hey, if you want to click the link and come up here, Anthony, you can click the link and come up here. But I
Please don't. No,
guys.
don't have. Please,
Hang on, Marty.
Can I talk real
Saying that
Can I finish my point first, really fast?
Throughout this whole platform, there were certain things. Listen, I don't disagree with. I wear suits. What are you talking about? I have a whole selection of seats. I don't.
Ain't nothing wrong with that shit, bro.
So you talking trash about me being a tank top? That's nothing. I'm just being casual. I'm being who I am. What we're talking about is the difference between someone funneling you into an agenda unknowingly versus what it is.
Bro.
I can come out here. Listen. When you talk about people where the government, hold on, Marty, hang on real quick, Marty. When you talk about people the government really come after, it's not people that focus on looks. It's not people that focus on all these different things. It's people that talk about the truth, regardless of which. You don't see Edward Snowden coming out here doing all these certain things when he gets called out by the U.S. government. Why did they go after him? Because he delivered information to the American people that embarrassed the American government, right? So when you deliver information that basically makes a lot of sense, saying, hey, why are we shoving people and forcing men to think about these materialistic things, right? And making that the end all be all versus just letting them be who they are. For instance, there's certain occasions where men don't need to wear a fucking suit, all right? There's certain occasions where men do need to wear a fucking suit. And I have been on both sides. So no one is talking trash about him to say, oh, well, listen, he's no, of course, that's true. A lot of the things that he said was valid, but let's not pretend here to realize that he's not also part of that same thing, okay? And the one thing you and I can say is different. I don't come up here and promote corporatism. I don't come up here and promote suits. Listen, I put on a suit when I want to, nigga. Y'all don't even see when I do that, but I'm not coming up to do that because that's something y'all should have already known. So, so don't sit there and say
no, the suits is cool. I don't got no problems with the suits.
A lot of niggas don't think. Like, so when you're talking about business appropriate, how do you not know? When you go to an interview, let me ask you this, Anthony. If you go to a job interview, are you wearing a tank top? Do you wear a tank top or do you wear something that's more appropriate? So it's something that you know, right? You know you don't wear a fucking tank top and shoes, right? So men know.
Hell no.
So why do you need someone else to tell you that, right? But now, is there a difference between a $300 suit versus a Fenty suit that's cost $1,000? No. But the problem is, when you come online, people are saying that the $1,000 suit, you need that versus a $300 suit.
But bro, that's what niggas are saying.
I'm trying to help you, Anthony, understand the difference. I don't give a fuck about any of these niggas. I want you to understand this. Let me just make this clear. I don't give a fuck about any of these Manosphere niggas. I'm on the other side of this shit. So I hope y'all understand this. No one in my camp gives a fuck about this niggas. I respect some of them, but I don't give a fuck about them. And let me tell you this shit, my nigga. Listen, when it comes down to it, you got to figure out what's more fucking important. Getting to where you need to get to or window shopping. I'm done with that, but I hope you get the message. It is what it is.
No, I didn't peep what was going on, but boy said something about the tank top. My thing is, I ain't got no problem with the suit, but I feel like niggas can get it how they live. Like, you in a tank top and backwards hat and you can get it how you live, that's cool, bro. Like, but if you in a suit, and I feel like Kevin Samuels was promoting like, oh, niggas need suits and all this goofy ass shit. And if it don't apply to your life, like if you a nigga that do
hold on, Marty. Are you listen? YouTube is not my business. This is how whoa. Listen, I'm not these content creators that treat this as a business. This is fun for me. This is not a business. Like, sure, I get paid, but nigga, I get paid way more in the real
that
world.
That nigga's a goofy, yo. The Anthony Turpin, he's a goofy, bro. That's probably a fake name too.
Hold up, hold up. Right, this is why they see it as an incentive to keep y'all in this space, to help y'all not move on, because this is their business. This is not a business for me. Don't get it misconstrued, bro. Like YouTube is what YouTube is, but I don't treat this as a business. You know, I like, bro. There's so if I did treat this as a business, there'd be so much more I'd be doing right now. That's the problem. All these niggas. The reason why you're seeing this as, first of all, you're projecting on me, Anthony. I hope you understand that. And don't get it twisted. You're in the wrong fucking chat. You're in the wrong fucking stream because I will go at you. Here's the thing. You're projecting at me because this is not a business for me. But the content creators you follow, they treat this as a business because for a lot of them, YouTube provided them the opportunity they would have otherwise never had. You understand that? YouTube provided them the opportunity. The fact they can come up here and say what they want to say and make millions, that's what YouTube offered them for. It exposed them to people like you to pay them to say whatever the fuck you want them to say. And they made a bag off of you. So a lot of niggas in this Manosphere space, including females in this space like a Melanie King, will have ran a bag off for all y'all because YouTube provides life-changing money. But for me, I value money in the real world because I like my expertise and skills. So I would make money that way. I don't feel the need to come up here and
can I say one thing?
Backstory, make up a life and make up a phony lifestyle to convince y'all of something that I'm not versus all these other niggas that treat it as a business. Can you see the difference between people who are fraudulent and people who are not? The people who depend on the income that comes from this bullshit versus the people that can give a fuck. Those are the difference. Wake the fuck up, my nigga. And this is the thing I talk about. Like, because like these guys prove my point as I'm talking about it. We're seeing niggas who are asleep and not really waking up, and they're coming in here and they're battling you. I don't know what else I can do to get y'all to wake up and realize you're being lied to. The niggas that treat this as a business, they have a financial incentive to keep you here. A lot of young men are in trouble right now because they cannot grow, and they will likely never find themselves growing because they're listening to bullshit of niggas that treat this as a business. They want to keep you hurt in a space where you cannot grow, and so you can't, bro. Listen, bro. Listen. The reason why I get worked up, and don't get it twisted, I'm not pissed off. Like that. This is just me getting passionate.
No, I'm fucking with it. You in your bag. You hop in your bag and start
how y'all don't see
your shit. I mean,
like it's crazy to me. Like I don't get it. Like I'm not saying these people are bad people. They did what they need to do to run the bag, but don't get it twisted. YouTube made life-changing money for it. You go on the Social Blade right now. How much I make a year for this shit? $100. Nigga, like I give a fuck. How is that a life changer? How is that living for me? You see what I'm saying? With these niggas, you go on their other platform, thousands of dollars. That's
you're supposed to listen to a nigga that ain't making nothing for real. They don't get it. Like they think like, oh, a nigga make he make this. I'm supposed to listen to him. That don't make no sense.
YouTube is not first of all, it's not a real business because it's YouTube is a company, so you're just.
It's a business if you lie a lot. If you lie a lot, that shit a crazy business.
YouTube can drop you at any fucking point, so it's not your fucking business. That's a big lying. So listen, all these guys that are selling you these consumerism, this capitalism overgrown. First of all, it's not that I have a problem with capitalism. It's the overgrown authoritarian capitalistic shit that we have going on right now. The technocracy, right? The big control is what I have a problem with right now. And a lot of y'all don't see it for what it is. YouTube is not a business. YouTube is Google, and they can drop you at any fucking point.
No, it is a business. It is.
How is it a business if you don't own shit and then you got to censor yourself because you can't say what you really want to say?
Like, bro, you're not in the business of lying.
Another company that can shut you down at any fucking point. Wake the fuck up. YouTube,
but hold on. Here's the thing.
Alphabet, they own this shit. It's not a fucking business. A real business is something you can build on your own, something you can build from the ground up, and something you control fully. And it's not really depending on other things. You can partner with and integrate with other applications and companies, but it's not necessarily something that you need. I really hope you grow up to understand what the difference between a real business and social media influencing.
They know that though, but here's the thing.
No, they don't.
Let me say this.
You are gonna be in trouble if you don't really get the difference. And I'm just saying this as a nigga that's just being real with y'all. YouTube I don't need to fucking come up here and wear a suit, my nigga. I'm on YouTube live streaming. Go look at any other successful streamers that are millionaires right now.
No, my nigga getting money in real life. You getting money in real life.
Makes a ton of money, and he's streaming without a shirt on sometimes. And what do you mean? It's a business for him, maybe, but I'm sure he has money outside. Wake up! It's not a real business.
Yo, they
bro.
don't bid that shit, bro.
I'm
They
sorry,
think that shit real.
like I hate when I see niggas that are asleep and they can't wake up and they come up here and post this dumb shit like you caping for somebody. Shut the fuck up, bro.
They think
But you
that
know what
shit
though,
real,
dude?
bro.
Like the thing is they could easily wake up, not only because like certain information is just very widely available, right? And so like, and actually what everything you said goes back to the point I was making before, right? So you have someone who has nothing and wants to make money, right? And so he comes up with his hook and he tells everybody about how big and important he is in real life with his image consulting and his cologne store and whatever. Won't tell anyone the name of these things, by the way, right? And then tells them, hey, people normally pay me $4,000 or $5,000, but for the low price of $1,000, I'll give it to y'all because I care about black men, right? And so then he gets a bunch of people to pay him, right? And then what happens is he basically screws them over, right? Because for that $1,000, he's only willing to like answer like half of an email. If you really want to talk to him face to face, you got to pay him more money. And then And I'm telling you, the amount of complaints he had, the amount of people who came out and did videos and said this is a scam, he screwed me, or when he was doing those get-togethers of the FBI, CIA stuff, and the amount of people who got scammed, right? Because he didn't have enough money to even cover the cost of the place that he rented out because not enough people showed up. So then people who paid $10,000, then he's trying to get them to have to, oh, that was $10,000 just for you to land here. You have to pay another $5,000 to show up tomorrow. Like stuff like that. And then charging people's credit cards after they said no. This information was all available before he went viral, before he blew up. Okay, so all the information telling you that these are people who don't have anything and are desperate to get that money. Right. That evidence is all there, but people don't care. They don't care because he's selling a message that validates them and makes them feel good, and he's bringing it mainstream, so they don't care. They do not care.
Over here. Anthony, you came to the wrong spot. Hey, let me tell you something, Anthony. I make over 6 figures as an engineer. I hope you know that. And a lot of people don't know it because I don't come up here bragging about that shit. I don't come up here dressing like. Listen, I dress like your average everyday guy. I don't have to come on YouTube to pretend. Actually, this is the type of shit. I won't say the tank top, but I'd wear a t-shirt and whatever to go to work because I'm working with computers. I'm not working with people. You see what I'm saying? So, like, I make like listen, when I say money is not a problem, money is not a problem. But the thing is, what I find is a lot of people who don't really have anything, because I'm used to having over $8,000 every month coming through. Every single month, like imagine paying all your bills and having thousands of dollars just sitting there. Like what like a lot of y'all don't even have that experience. And I'm 28. I've been doing this for over 3 years. So I'm already further ahead in life and I know it. I don't need to come up here and brag. Real niggas that have shit don't have to brag about it. They don't really don't. They come up here and let you know that there's some fake shit going on, and all they got to do is call it out. So just because you don't see me in a suit when I come up here and stream doesn't mean niggas ain't really doing shit out here. You got to understand that I'm not, just because I'm not selling you on the publicity aspect, because realistically, I do have cash to go ahead and just rent cars and show y'all a lifestyle. I could do that. It's not that hard. Like it's really not that hard. I can get a line of credit like that and just go ahead and start putting shit on there. Or let me go rent this for a couple months and then just build a lifestyle. And I guarantee you, I will have a bunch of kids following me. If I decide to do that, it's that easy. But I don't want to because it doesn't feel right, and people know me, so they'll know something's weird, something's up. So that's the thing you guys got to understand. People who actually who make above that, which is what he calls you guys, right? The Henrys and the whatever the fuck he calls it, right? I'm already there.
All these derogatory terms for niggas, bro.
I don't have to follow a doctrine to get to 6 figures. I've already done it. If y'all want, y'all can get it. It's called getting into a new industry. Tech, right? Get into it. Find a way. Right? That's all it is. All these guys are telling you, they're pushing you towards entrepreneurship. They're telling you 9 to 5 sucks. They're telling you, it's like, what the fuck? There are people right now willing to pay you $60, $70 an hour. And all you got to do is have a certification, baby.
Yeah. And Mr. Rubes is an engineer as well, so I could confirm that.
But like,
fact.
what exact search these niggas need, bro?
That's why I laugh at these hating comments. Oh, you
Well,
just
yo,
a
what
hater.
exact search do I
guarantee
need,
you, a
though?
lot of these niggas, I make more money than, and I've been making more money than as a fucking youngin', boy. Some of y'all older saying this bullshit. I make more money than you,
But yo, what search do we exactly need?
huh?
What search do we need?
Bro, so it depends on what route you're trying to go.
Right.
There are lots of different routes. When you go into tech, there's lots of different routes, right? So, for instance, let's say you're someone without a degree, someone who doesn't have any experience whatsoever. There are multiple you can get an Amazon certification, you can get a Microsoft certification, you can get a Cisco certification. Do you know what you can do with these certain certifications? Okay, you can go to certain companies that use Amazon server systems, right? If you know how to work on that and you have those certifications, you can do it. Some of them will cost as little as $100 to get in. $100 right now can transform your income, right, from wherever you are, $15 an hour to $35 an hour, like that. You see what I'm saying? It's not that difficult, but these guys are promoting the impossible. You don't have to be a millionaire. There's a path you can walk on to create there, right? Especially once you have the cash flow over 6 figures, and there's a lot of cash flow. You have money to invest in other things. Trust me, that's true. You will have a lot more money to invest in other things, but you have to have that source of income first. You have to have enough income to pay all your bills and have enough extra to take care of your debts so you can finance new things. That's how that shit works.
That 9 to 5 and not scamming niggas on YouTube. I feel you.
You can spend 1 year chasing after one certification. You get that certification and dramatically transform your income from literally $15 an hour to 35 to 45 to 70 to 80 to 100. Especially when you get to the real professional certification.
Well, see, look, yo, bro, like you might gotta start doing videos on that. Like
I will. I'm actually, there's a oh shit, Mr. C, I think his name is. Oh my God! If you're watching, I'm so sorry, but we're gonna do a stream with that where he works in the IT field too as well, and we're actually gonna break that stuff down. Listen. 9 to 5 isn't that bad, especially when you're making a nice income for it.
I'm trying to get back into 9 to 5.
Being able to work from home. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? And the thousands of dollars you have left over, if you know how to save, you can save enough to invest in a property. I would hold off and wait till the market crashes, but you can sit there and hold the bag.
But Duke, it's not fast, easy, and it doesn't give you instant clout.
It takes work.
No, but where's all the clout? They need the clout. They're trading on clout. Clout is so much more important than money. Come on.
You know what's funny, Ruby? The funny thing is a lot of Nigerians, and you notice it was Nigerians, a lot of Chinese folks, a lot of Indians, right? How they make money is they go into these tech fields and you don't really know about them. You don't really hear about them. But all of a sudden, when you're looking around, they're driving nice cars, they have houses, they own properties. And you're wondering how they do that is because they come over, they get into these industries that you don't really even hear anything about because it's not about the clout. It's not about the glory. It's not about the ego. It's just I need to have a good source of money to make money and invest in other things. And that's what they do. So they jump into these tech fields and they make a killing and they go invest in other things. That's how they do it.
Yeah.
And the funny thing, and this nigga laughs at this shit. I'm talking about Lil Marquardt. He laughs at this shit.
Well, because he don't know how to do that shit.
Exactly.
The thing is, like, he was a teacher or something like that. So, like, really, for real, like, that's like the worst profession to have. Like, I'm not talking down about teachers. I think that's like the best thing to do is to teach other people's children. If you're like a righteous person, you're really
like
doing
honorable,
the right thing.
yeah.
Yeah, but like obviously it wasn't enough money, so he like I don't know. But like, so if somebody had like a cloud essentials and like a fundamentals, what would you say the next step would be for them to like try to skip past making 15? Like, what if somebody had a couple certs?
Well, first of all, it's not like it's not skipping past you because there's gonna be that work. As soon as you get that certification, you still have to get that either an entry-level experience or that intermediate level experience. So you have to, and most jobs will hire you for entry-level positions. And once you get that experience, first of all, you get that hands-on experience where you get to learn certain things, and then your certification actually comes in handy because it's like you're not starting from a baby, right? And then you can actually start out at a higher pay when you get into these entry-level positions too as well. So you can kind of game it that way. But while you're in there, you're gaining experience. What you need to start learning is keep working on your certifications because IT is such a massive field. Like one certification can lead you down a different rabbit hole. Okay, so that's a one thing you got to think about too as well, because it can pull you in. But then once you lock it in, you start to study up on it. Then it's just making lateral movements with the companies, because there are corporations out there that are looking for all sorts of different nooks and crannies, right? For instance, when we're talking about Microsoft Azure, right, and being able to migrate cloud applications, right, that's a big thing that companies are looking for right now. So if someone who paid $180 or $200 for Azure engineering certificate, right, realistically, a company is going to pay top dollar for you to help them migrate their systems over to the cloud, because that's going to be a new thing, right? Let's say if you want to get into networking, right, you want to do kind of what I'm getting into, right? So listen, cloud computing is a huge thing, right? Setting up networks, that's huge. There are companies out there for enterprisal work, right? When you get one of these massive enterprisal network certifications, right? I'm talking about the certification where they set up networks, where they run cables underwater to set up private servers in a different country. That's what I'm talking about. When a company hires you as a consultant to set something up like that, that's a big buku bucks. So there are multiple routes you can go with this, my dude. So it's just where you want to start. If you get that certification, you pay for it, get yourself the work experience, and start making those lateral movements from there. As you get the certification, you just look on any job board if we're looking for what.
You know what a good trick is? You know what a good trick is, which a lot of people don't know?
It takes work. It does.
No, it does take work. But a thing people don't know. So when I was 19, right, I went and I worked for a really big phone company, Bell. I think y'all have a Bell there, but it's not the same Bell as Canada. So I went and worked for this company, right? And I actually got hired through I went to an agency. The agency got me to the call center. So it was just customer service. But I remember in my hiring class, everyone had their masters, right? Some had PhDs, right? At least they all had bachelors. Meanwhile, I hadn't even graduated high school. So I was like, how the hell did I get in this class?
Coming up backstage, let me, so my bad. I see somebody popping in and out backstage. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I was like, yo, how the hell, how did I get into this? And I was just good at customer service. But all these people wanted into this job so bad. Why? Because they wanted to get their masters to work in a call center? No. What they found out, which a lot of people don't know, is that these massive companies, some of these massive companies only hire internally. Only. So the job postings for the really expensive, great jobs that you need specialization and whatever in, they post it to the call center. And they hire from the call center before they hire from anywhere. So all these people wanted their foot in the door. So they got their foot in the door via the call center. They got out of probation. And as soon as they did, they were on those job postings. And most of them were gone right away. Right. And they went from making their little $17.50 an hour at the call center, right, to making their $85K a year. Like this, right? Just from going through the call center first and being willing to go through a call center first, because they found out that information. A lot of people don't realize that. You might want to work for one of these big companies, but some of these big companies only hire internally. So get your foot in the door internally.
You're so right, Ruby. There's so many ways you can hack the system to six figures, especially for a lot of men where you are right now. There's so many ways you can dramatically improve your finances. It's just, are you willing to put in the work? Okay, it's not. We're not selling you this entrepreneurship dream where you can, invest in a course and you can come out making 10 figures in a month. Okay, I'm not saying that. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying that if you put in a little bit of work and you're willing to study, all right, and you're not willing to quit, that's the most important thing, because these tests, you're gonna be taking them on your dime, but you got to be able to work through it. It just is what it is. If you're able to do that, you're able to study, you're able to be determined to go ahead and do it. All right, this is something that it's not out of your reach to do it. It's really not out of your reach. And then for some of you young men out there that are young in your 20s, imagine having a fuck ton of money, bro, and being single. Like that already puts you in a really comfortable position. Is that you can't even really beat that. Imagine being a young guy in your 25, 26, driving a nice car, living in a nice place, right? Your life's nice, right? And you got a nice, comfortable job. It's cushy, great benefits, right? Listen, and it's not a job where somebody can easily come in overseas from the border and then take it from you, right? Because you're a lot more skilled now. So, guys, I'm telling you, they're different routes, and this is when it pains me when I look at when these guys promote these warped sense of entrepreneurship, right? Where you got to just buy this course and sell these different things. It's fucked, because realistically, if you really want to make it as an entrepreneur, you'd study up on one of these fields, and then you go the entrepreneurship route, whether it's consulting or developing your own contracting company. You know, there's a way you can do it, right? But you can't do that without gaining the experience of actually working through that company.
Right.
Certifications to do that. There are entrepreneurship opportunities with this route. You just have to, it's just a little bit more sturdy. And guess what? By the time you get to the age where you're ready to become that entrepreneur, where you're ready to go out on your own and start your own company, you'd be around the age, 35, 36, maybe 40 years old, which is around the age a lot of entrepreneurs actually go ahead and go out and start your own business. It's not at the young age of 20. Don't let these guys don't let this image of the young 20-year-old driving a Lamborghini fool you. It's not usually the case. That's influencer money. That's niggas that make life-changing money on YouTube. That's why they desperate for it, right? But for the niggas in the real world, the way you do it is by the time you're 35, 45, right? You see those sometimes, I don't know if y'all know this, there are people who drive like expensive Corvettes. There's like an expensive Corvette club. You see them at certain gas stations. They pull up, there's a bunch of Corvettes there. And you see these rich, older white dudes, right? Some of them, you talk to them, they work in their fields for a long time before they go out and become entrepreneurs.
Right.
Some of them didn't turn entrepreneurs till they were like 47, almost 50. You understand that? So don't let what I'm trying to tell y'all, we're not hating or anything. Like, I don't need to hate. I already make 6 figures. Money is not, listen, I've been doing that for a long time. Money is not a big deal for me. The main thing is, what I'm seeing, the bastardization of people saying that you have to do these gimmicks, pay for these courses in order for you to be wealthy. I can't sit there and tell y'all that's the truth. There's another way to do this. It just takes time and patience. I'm sorry. I'm gonna back off. I'm gonna let y'all have the floor.
I ain't fucking with no course.
Let me say one thing. CompTIA and network, that kind of license is actually the perfect license to branch off and have your own contracting company, especially if you want a company that learns how to put together desktops and, you know, fix together physical hardware components and things like that. That's the certification that you would want.
Dude, what you think about fintech? Because, you know, I just graduated with the
hold on. I gotta who's talking? I gotta mute somebody. There's an echo.
This is Mr. Everything.
Hold up. Is that who? Mr. Oh shit, Mr. Everything, you're back. Go ahead, Mr. Everything. Or Marty. Marty, go ahead.
No, it was me. But
oh,
yeah.
It's Mr. Everything. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Everything.
Oh, my bad. Well, I work in the accounting field, and I'm thinking about getting into like fintech, but I really don't know how to get up in there because I just started. I've been working at my job for about like 3 months since June 1st, entry level. I'm 23 years old, so you know how that goes, but I don't know.
So when you're trying to break into tech, I would say the basic certification I would say starting out with is a CompTIA Plus network. Just get that, because that's like you'll get a lot of foundational knowledge about the tech field, and realistically, you can then use that certification and apply to any entry level or mid level tech positions, right? So that's actually a one-way. So actually, you get a certification right now, and you can make a lateral movement. And I don't know, you don't have to tell me how much per hour you're making. You can give me the yearly ballpark, but you can definitely increase that, or at least add another $5 an hour to what you're making, right? So then you can go ahead, and then while you're in there, the one thing I would advise you is to keep studying, right? So once you get your comp, right, and now you're going into it, now do you want to get into networking? Do you want to sit into what now you have to start looking at the different avenues of tech, because it's a very expansive field. Do you want to even get a desktop, right? Because that's what I'm in right now. I'm in desktop. So do you want to get into that? Do you want to get there's a lot of different certifications for that. So as you get your foot in the door with the certification, with the job, then it's all about studying up and keeping up with your continued education to figure out what routes you want to go. And then at that point, it's just either waiting for a position to open up within the corporation that you're in, or making a lateral movement up. But to break into the tech field, it's really not that hard. And some people can even break in with zero experience, getting in by doing entry-level help desk. I've seen some help desk positions, basic level, go for $21 an hour starting. There are kids right now who are stuck in mundane retail jobs, mundane fucking jobs where they have to make sandwiches for people, where they could be working as a help desk technician, which is almost equivalent to customer service, realistically, and get paid $21 an hour for doing it, just because it involves a little bit of understanding about technology. You understand that? That's such a huge difference in terms of money for a young cat who's 19, who's 20, and needs to get head start in the industry. Do you know how life-changing of amount of money that is? $21 an hour. Right, that's actually up. That's what minimum. I would say if minimum wage kept up with inflation, that's what it would be right now. Instead of $15 an hour, the government's trying to sell you. So right off the bat, just getting a basic level help desk position puts you right in line to basically be to make more money. You can just build off of that. So I don't know if that makes sense, Mr. C. Not Mr. C. Mr. Everything. Oh, I saw your.
So you're telling me if I break into IT, I could be making 30, like 33.
But you gotta keep up with the education. You gotta keep up with the certifications, because each certification, like for instance, within a network field, like with the CCNA, there are multiple different certification fields for that, right? And each of those certifications, some of them are like top tier, where they go from just amateur level, I won't say amateur level certification, because you got entry level certifications, you got those mid-tier profession certifications, but then there's like this professional certifications, and these certifications, they'll cost you damn near $10,000 just to take the test, right? That's how expensive some of these certifications are. So those ones, they're companies that will hire you either to be a consultant to their network, or actually at that level, that's where people hire you and pay you 100, 150 plus bucks an hour. That when you
what
get
do you think about NetSuite
certifications, it stacks up. So within the because within even the network stuff, there's a basic entry level network if you want to start going into that field. Then afterwards, there's like different certifications that build off each other, or even some of them are prerequisites to take for the other in order to be able to be eligible for the professional level exams. So when you pass the professional level exams, that's when like your money can go from 35 with the mid-tier certifications, you can get that 35, 45, matter of fact, $50, $60 range. Okay. But the professional level, that's when the real money starts coming in. But you got to invest a lot more money. You got to invest more time in studying. You gotta you're going to school essentially, but the thing is, you got to hold yourself accountable while you're going through it. That's the tough part.
What do you think about NetSuite?
Huh?
What do you think about NetSuite?
NetSuite?
NetSuite is pretty much like, so my sister's friend, she graduated with an accounting degree, and she does like NetSuite. So she's like a consultant, and it's like an accounting process where it's pretty much automation. They're making accounting processes become easier through automation. You know what I mean? And it's an application. So it's
I'm looking at it now. It looks like it's an Oracle system.
Oracle, yeah.
So get a Cisco. Go to Cisco route.
Is Oracle bad or
no?
Because
no.
At my job, we still use
Oracle are similar.
Okay,
okay. Go ahead, and if you go the Cisco networking route, networking certifications, you'll get a nice job within that if you want to work with that application.
Okay.
So I'm looking
into it, man.
It's an Oracle thing, and Oracle and Cisco have a nice relationship. So
because she make 100K, she probably make like 150, and that's in Oklahoma. 150 in Oklahoma is damn near rich.
Yeah.
So
get into it. What are we waiting for? Don't listen to these red pill niggas. Get into it now.
I'm working in my company. I was thinking about like getting my CPA and doing that route, but
that's too.
I don't know. I'm just looking at, you feel me? I already made cool money. I paid my bills, got extra. I'm cool, man.
No, they're a lot, but I would say just start dabbling and just look. Maybe I would say start with YouTube. Start looking up certain things that you might be interested in. But if this NetStat or NetSuite is what you're interested in, and I would start looking at just start learning Cisco systems, getting Cisco certified. That'll help you a
I'm
lot.
gonna start doing that.
KC209, shout out to you for the $10 super chat. He says teachers make bank in blue states, full salary for 180 work days, plenty of time to side hustle or earn more. The district teachers can easily clear 80 to 100K if approached properly. Absolutely right.
In Texas,
But
they
we look
can.
down on that in the Manosphere for some reason, right? I don't know why we do that. I think teachers are the backbone, but we look down on that. Antonio, I like that. Linux is another thing. Linux is another big thing if you want to go that route to study up on. It's a great certification. So I would, but although if it was my choice between Microsoft or Linux, I would say study up on Microsoft because there's going to be a lot more. I would say in comparison, okay, because a lot of Linux dudes get pissed off at me for talking about this, but the opportunities with learning Microsoft and being certified with a lot of things with Microsoft is a lot more apparent than Linux because a lot of corporations out there in the workforce use Microsoft applications. So the more you're familiar with Microsoft applications or certain certifications, you'll be in the clear. But Linux is also there too. It's a very important certification to have. I would say that they're all important. It's just depending on what route and what you want to do. Right? That's just all it is.
Yeah, man, but I don't know, man.
Rumpelstiltskin says $61,000 is the average for elementary school teachers. That's a lot. That's already above the average median, which is 30K a year that most people make. You understand? So you just got to figure out a way to finesse it. That's all it is. You know what this is, but then is the stress that comes with it too, depending on what you're teaching, right? That's another thing you got to keep involved with. But other than that's all I know. But let me know what y'all think, man. I'm about to start closing down. I think we should do a separate stream on this, to talk more in depth about this. But like, there are other opportunities out there versus just trying to, do these little what do you call it, the affiliate marketing bullshit that these guys are selling you. Okay, there's a lot. There's a lot. All right. So, guys, do you have anything else to say before we close out?
Yeah, let me just say that they don't care. They won't show up. And I'm just saying that from past experience. Unfortunately, here's the thing, right? When you look at YouTube as being you're producing content to get, clicks, likes, views, income, whatever it is, right? Then in essence, in that way, it's like a business. So, it's supply versus demand. And the problem is, if you go back 5-6 years ago, you had the majority of content creators who were actually trying to help, right? They actually wanted to help people. And the thing is, that's not what people cared about. They cared about the drama. They cared about the bullshit. They cared about the, show me another Asian no-count woman, right? And so therefore, the people who said, okay, well, I just spent, 5 days editing this shit and whatever, and y'all don't even care. You won't promote it. You won't like it. You won't watch it. You barely whatever. So it's a waste of my energy. It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of my effort, right? And they go, but all of my ones where I'm pointing out videos of these women acting bad. Oh, y'all are going to click that and like that and promote that, and I'll make money on that one. Okay, well, then I guess that's what I'm going to do. And you still do have channels that actually do teach people stuff about real estate investment and how do you find proper real estate investments. There's all kinds of actually productive channels in the Manosphere. The problem is no one hears about them. They've been around forever, but no one's promoting them. They're not growing. They're not getting the likes and the views and the shares and the whatever, right? So that's the problem. You did a stream, right? I don't know if that dude in there who's criticizing you for not owning a suit saw it, but I remember seeing you in a suit because you did a stream in one, right?
Yeah, this is funny thing. When they come in there and they see you wearing what you're wearing, don't realize I have a whole catalog of suits just chilling there. Like I've been. No, I know dressing nice is important. Like that's the thing. It's something you see. I don't have to have someone tell me to do it, right? Because I've had jobs where you have to dress nice, but they don't see that aspect because most people fake it on YouTube. They present the parents that they aren't really. Like I'm just out here being casual. So it is crazy. It's crazy when I see that shit. Go ahead.
Right. And so, at the end of the day, what a lot of these people need to realize, right, is that real people who really have shit and who are really about something in their real lives they don't need to advertise it to you because they don't need your clout and your like and your validation and whatever, because they have that in real life with their real world outcomes. A, and B, that's just not how wealthy people, that's not how successful people flex. Nor would you ever meet any of those successful people in real life, because they keep their microcosms full of productive, positive, successful people. And I know that as being one of those people, right? A lot of people don't know, right? You don't know, because I'm not sitting there trying to scream for your attention, whatever. You're going to tell me that some dude who's objectively trying to scam y'all, objectively ain't shit, objectively ain't about nothing except for whatever y'all pay him from your hard-earned money. But y'all will tell me that he's smarter than me, better than me, whatever it is than me, right? And it's just like, you know, I'm not going to fight y'all, because I don't need to, because I'm not actually here for your validation, your attention, your whatever, because I have it in real life, right? And I think the problem is that it's almost like we need a bunch of channels to start teaching that, to come out against just this method of brain control, of attitude and belief control, because it's dangerous. It's almost low-key dangerous how you have 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds now hating men and hating women and da-da-da-da. They're 12. The fuck you mean? Because Andrew Tate said so. What do you mean? Because Cynthia G said so. Like, that has nothing to do with y'all, right? But it's just like, that's all that's out there now. That's all that's being promoted, is these destructive messages that do nothing but keep you stuck in failure, stuck in the gutter, stuck at the bottom, and stuck paying these people to make you feel better about being at the bottom. They do not want you to succeed. They do not want you to be good at anything, because if you were, then you wouldn't have time to be there. And that's why, you know, the space is not full of a bunch of people who are six figures and this and that, whatever, because if he's got time to be on stream 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, he ain't about shit. He's not making 100K. He doesn't own nothing. Okay, that's just they're just not available. They're not available. That's just what it is.
Like real professionals with real fucking responsibilities, especially from work. You don't have a whole lot of time to be doing this shit. And realistically, you wouldn't even care about this whole YouTube thing being as structured in a way to make you more cash, right? It wouldn't be at least the first thought in your mind, right? Especially if you're out here supposedly supposed to help men, right? So that's a crazy thing, because real people out here who have real shit going on, they're actually like, they don't have time to really be investing in these things like that. It's the people that have nothing going on, or YouTube is 100% their lives, that they go all out. They go all out with this, and that's why they have to sell an image. But real people don't have to sell you an image. That's why when that one guy come in here, Anthony, right, that was here, right, talking about where's your suit, like, we're like, what are you talking about? I don't have to come up here and put on an image. If you met me in real life, chances are you will see me in a t-shirt, or probably if I get done working out, in a tank top. That's how you see me on here is how you would see me in real life, if that makes sense. It doesn't mean that I don't have suits, my nigga. I have suits. I have a collection of them. It's just that's not that. I mean, I'm not gonna be coming up here and putting them on a stream unless I want to, or unless I feel like trolling. You see what I'm saying? So there's a big, massive difference in these things, man. Y'all really got to start waking up to see the image for what it is. Mike, I see you backstage.
Hello. How's everyone?
What's good? Welcome to the stream.
So we talking about what is that dude? I like the name you gave him, Lord Marquardt.
Lord Marquardt. Okay, you got Lord Marquardt. You got Lord Marquardt. Let's get it.
So I ain't gonna lie, I saw this dude the first time. I'm like, okay, he talking shit about Kevin Samuels. With I had a little bit of a problem with it. My own disagreements, like, bro, why are you talking about people's body weight and you don't know their biology? Like, did you do science? But forget that. Who the hell actually knows anatomy? So I'm watching this dude. I follow him for a little bit of months. I wanted to test him. I asked him a simple question. Hey, since you got all this money and all these connections, if a person is trying to get resources on the East Coast of the United States for some education, where should they go? Shit you not. This dude said, go get financial aid.
Huh? What?
No, what?
Okay.
No. Let me explain.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm waiting for that.
This Mr. Big Shot, the big homie, travel around the world, been in corporate America, all these connections, all these people he know, go get financial aid. My nigga, I've already gotten financial aid, and anyone that goes through financial aid knows they ain't gonna pay for shit. They ain't paying for nothing. Hey, I gotta go to college. Yeah. Yeah. This man talking about go get financial aid. After that, I'm like, this nigga dummy. This man don't know nothing. He don't have connections. He don't have nothing. Go get financial aid. Okay, so I'm gonna go get financial aid.
For the FAFSA? Is that what it is? Get the
go get the FAFSA. Yeah, go get FAFSA. You gonna get like 1% of your tuition paid, and then after that, it's all on you, buddy.
Oh no, I can't
go get a
The
FAFSA.
big homie didn't talk about no scholarships,
Go get a FAFSA,
no
bro. That's
grants.
what
He just said FAFSA. That's the big homie, though, right?
He said, go get financial aid. I heard in the whole chat, yeah, big homie. He know what he talking about. I'm like, you got to be shitting me right now. What? Financial aid? So I can get 1% of my pay. I can get 1% of my tuition to the college paid, depending on. That's community college, by the way. You ain't getting no grants for a university. Forget that. You ain't getting shit. But this is the big homie, the dude with all the connections, been in corporate America for however. I'm like, this nigga talking shit. I knew it right then and there. Go get a FAFSA.
Oh, by the way, hold on, Micah, real quick for the people who are worried. I have heard your pleas. I will be making clips of this and posting it. Okay, so just be, especially some of the cool pieces. I'm gonna do my best with the timestamps, but let's just be real, bro. I'm gonna just try. But don't worry. I know it's a long live stream, but I genuinely like these long live streams, so just keep that in mind. But go ahead, Micah.
Oh yeah, go get a FAFSA. After that, I'm like, this man don't know nothing of what he's talking about. Then I'm like, all right, he a bozo in the business world. Okay, I'm like, okay, he say he knows how to speak to women. He a PM. He been pulling females for however long. I can't tell you how many times I have heard this man just how he talks to women and how he says, I keep it playerific or you keep it playing. I'm like, okay, so you can go in the hood and pull holes. Like anyone that takes sociology for
I think he pays
one
for 'em.
semester, bro, just take sociology or how to talk to people for one semester. It don't cost that much. It's probably like $200 for the class, especially if you're in a poor area. Probably $200, maybe $800. But you just take one semester of that, and I promise you, you could go into a club with billionaires and pull about 16 women being a broke dude. That's for people that know how to speak to women. And that's low quality women. So I'm like, okay, so this is everything you say to low quality woman. How do you actually get into a relationship? That's the question I posted. Okay, what you need to understand about relationships is you got to keep it moving. I'm like, so not only can you not. Oh yeah,
Wait,
it's like
he's in a full blown boyfriend girlfriend relationship though.
He said you got to keep it moving. I mean, yeah, you can get your main one, but you always got to have some on the side. I'm like, that ain't a relationship, bro. That's called you hoeing around. That's called you hoeing around.
It's the hedonistic aspect that these guys promote too. You got to understand it. They promote, this poly situation that goes one way, where they have all the sexual access with these women. That's what they want. That's why they advocate for Islam, right? Because they have this warped sense that Islam supports women who are, what do you call it? Who want to be absolutely submissive to their man and are okay with marrying out, not realizing that Islam doesn't really even promote the marriage of multiple women, right? There are actually certain conditions that promote that, but no, you see the bastardization of it. Even to the point where Myron Gaines does the same thing, where he talks about, I'm gonna have a bunch of different girls. Like, that's not how the religion works.
Nah,
come on
okay.
now. They don't just marry women to have a harem of women. That's not what Muslims do. If you actually did that, but it's this hedonistic multiple women type shit that these guys put on. That's a big problem. But go ahead.
Not like, nah, you're right. And the sad part about I had friends before everyone got married, and now I'm just the single party boy, but whatever. I knew dudes that were Middle East, followed Muslim, followed, the religion. They followed it. And yeah, some of the dudes, only two I know, did that. Want to know what these two were? I didn't meet them in college. I met them in New York City in the club life. These guys were always VIP, buying drinks for everyone, all that. Always had money. Why did they have multiple wives? Because it is a business thing, mainly. Regular dudes in the Middle East, they don't have multiple wives. Only the sheiks, the business, the business moguls, and the princes or low-level lords or dukes or something like that. That's who gets multiple wives. Most of the population, like 99% of them, no wives because they're broke, or they have lucky, live somewhere in the desert, and they're like farm or something like that. That's who's married. That's what I learned. So all these dudes talking about Islam and multiple wives and all that stuff, I'm like, okay, that's cool. You want to have 10 wives? You got 10 billion, my nigga?
But here's the thing, they're not
be
even
a
coming at it.
king,
Oh,
bro.
go ahead, Mr. Everything. Go ahead.
No,
Everybody
it's
can't
like,
be a king, bro. Everybody can't be the king.
no, that's
bro.
my thing. And these dudes ain't king. I had two friends, multiple wives. That's what they were set up for. These dudes, shit you not. You would think, oh, they got money. They, pretty boys. They can't talk to women. They were the ones pulling. We were the ones keeping them in. That's how it worked. Talk, they weren't, they were tall. They were fit. They ain't had the best face. But they'd go up, come out the VIP lounge. It's like, yo, hold up. We're going to bring him in. Bring about like 40 women into the shit with us. We like, nigga, what the fuck? I'm like, yo, who are these women? It's like, oh, we're going to chill with them for like the whole weekend. Nigga, what? What do you mean we're going to chill with them the whole weekend? I'm from shot up Norfolk. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? We chilling with 40 women for like the whole weekend, and it's only 18 of us. Guess what the fuck we did? Drunk, smoked, chilled. These two dudes went out, pulled 40 girls from the club, came back to the VIP lounge, and we all chilled for the whole fucking weekend. I'm like,
But that's easy though, bro.
That shit sounds crazy.
All you gotta do is walk up to him and be like, "Hey, we got a section. You feel me? Y'all can pull up. Do your thing. You feel me? We got
I
bottles.
don't know how it went. Like
That's all you gotta do, bro.
a few of them. I'm like, yo, so
You
like
got a
what they
section.
said to
That's
you,
easy.
like what happened? It's like, oh, he just came up to, a group that was like, hey, y'all want to go to another party after this? And they just told them, yeah,
But
we got
thing
money, we got
my thing is
drinks.
this: for a lot of these guys, it's not about. Here's the thing. It's not about even the marriage aspect of it or even taking care of the women. For a lot of these guys is the sex element, the deviant sex element, right? The idea of sleeping with multiple women, even taking it from being single, as in sleeping around and going around sleeping with all these women, to taking it to being married and still not learning how to commit to one woman, right? It's a multiple situation thing. So a lot of
But they
guys
nerds
like
though.
that idea.
That's the problem.
Right, they like that
That's
idea
nerds.
of having multiple women, but they're not really thinking about the work it actually takes to maintain that. You feel what I'm saying? But it's that variety factor, and what that tells you is it goes back to where a lot of these guys maybe they didn't have as much opportunities when they were younger, which leads credence to what we say all the time for about a lot of these guys coming into these spaces. Right, they come in here because they're sexually frustrated. They don't see how they can get the woman that they want, and they're angry about the women and the women that they want and the options that they make, right, in terms
That's
of men.
my room
And
for sure.
there's a lot of shit that really goes into the brainwashing of this, but realistically, these guys are not, they're upset because they want as many women as possible, but the women they want don't want them or aren't even looking at them.
That porno program.
No, no,
You're
right.
echoing, Marty. You're echoing.
Yeah, you is. But I heard him. He right. It's that whole porno, anime harem crap that these dudes is watching, and I'm like, bro, not even. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, there are some women who are freaky, and ain't nothing wrong being a freak, but there's some that are just like, I ain't touching that.
Mm.
Even if she come to me naked, it's like, nah, bro, I ain't touching that without even if I got a hazmat suit, I ain't touching that. Even them, they ain't gonna be a part of no harem. They ain't gonna be a part of no, one dude with a collar around all. Women don't go for that.
I ain't
It
gonna
ain't
lie. It is women that go for that, bro.
not normally.
Yeah,
Not normally.
I would say those women are few and far between. But yeah, majority of women won't really fall for that. They get jealous real quick. Jealousy is
It's
a
not
wild
even
thing.
jealous. It's not okay. I ain't gonna lie. The whole jealousy thing will be an
It's a
issue.
real thing for women, dude. Like it's
But
a
it ain't
big.
even a
Some women will
jealousy.
get mad at niggas for watching porn.
Nah, they
They
don't
they
porn,
jealous.
Right, you right.
It's crazy.
They don't trust other women. They think they gonna get burnt from some other girl. That's what they think.
Yeah,
But
because they
not.
don't think they're enough.
But not me. I don't even think it's a porno thing. I just think it's evolution. Because if you look at it, take Myron for example. He talk about all this science crap or whatever, and it's basic shit that you learn in high school. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. But he talk all this science crap, and I ain't never gonna go on the show, even if I do get big enough. But all I want to say to this dude, okay, you want to talk all this science crap about women and all this other bullshit. All right, let's break it down to evolution. What woman with a normal, logical thinking brain, no matter the trauma, is going to be a part of a harem? Because if you look at it, women hate that shit. They look at other women who are being hoish and they're like, that is disgusting. Why? Because what women are used to doing over the course of human history for thousands of years.
From another woman. I
No,
don't agree
no, no.
with
Let me.
that, bro.
I have
Let
an
me explain. Let me
answer.
explain.
I
Let
don't
me
agree
explain. Let me
with that,
explain.
bro.
One at a
Because
time.
a lot of these women do be promiscuous, dog. A
No,
lot
let
of
me
these
explain
women
though.
are promiscuous, bro. And you won't
It's
know
true.
Oh no, I
unless
ain't
you're
denying
the
that.
guy that the woman is cheating on her boyfriend with.
But
Like, bro, a
here's
lot
what
of
I'm
these women
saying.
is sneaky, bro. Like, a lot of these women would go for that, dog. They just gotta
No, no,
really,
no.
really like you, bro.
No,
If
no,
a
no.
woman
Let
really,
me
really
let me
likes
explain.
you,
Let me
she's
explain.
going for it.
Let me
Go ahead,
explain.
Micah. Go ahead, Micah.
In history, if he wants to talk about history, women were most majority of women were not a part of a harem. Majority of women were part of a group of women that did most of the village work. If he wants to talk about evolution and animal instinct or whatever, that is what happened for the course of recent human history. Women weren't a part of the king's harem. They were doing work. They were either in the fields, doing things around the village. That's what they did. That's where the whole sisterhood comes from. The issue with the harem is that it fucks up the sisterhood. So my question to this dumb fuck is, where are you going to find a group of women that are going to be around each other that is either going to form a sisterhood and kick your dumb ass out, or keep fucking up because they all have to now compete for your attention? Where are you going
Wait,
to
were you
find
talking
that?
about
So,
Myron?
have you heard of the bunny ranch?
Not just Myron, but all of them that want this. I'm going to
Oh,
have
okay.
Have
a.
you
I didn't
heard
know
of
you
the
said dumb fuck. I'm like, wait, who's that? Who's that?
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
like,
no.
bro?
Not
Like,
just him,
my thing is,
but all
bro.
of them.
Okay,
Bro,
okay.
listen,
That
bro.
makes sense. But yeah, you're right.
There's harems
Go
over,
ahead, Mr.
bro.
Everything.
Listen, bro. There's harems overseas, dog, populated with females up in there selling. You feel me? Selling
Oh,
cattle.
I'm not denying that fact.
So I
I'm just
mean,
saying.
like, it's possible, bro. Like, that's not the impossible, dog.
No,
Of
no, no,
course, they're
no,
not gonna get
no.
along with
I'm not denying that
but
fact.
they
Here's
gonna
what I'm
figure it
saying.
out.
Where are you going to find that amongst the majority of women? The
If
majority of women
Yeah, not
will
the
look at your
majority, of
ass.
course.
if I could answer,
Hold on, let's get
because
Ruby in here. Let's get
Sorry,
Ruby in
Ruby.
here.
Sorry,
because
Ruby.
I'm an evolutionary psychologist. That's kind of like my area. And so
Go ahead.
we know in evolutionary history of humans that we've absolutely had times where we were polygamous, predominantly, right? Whereas in one man, multiple women. But we also know that we had large periods of time where we were polyandrous, one woman, many men. And you know that from various things that, you know, we evolved. So for example, because a lot of people don't believe the polyandrous part, but why would sperm, for example, your sperm releases something that's toxic to other sperm, right? That would be a waste of resources unless the sperm knew it had to compete with other people's sperm, which wouldn't happen if in our evolutionary history, women, there was never a time where it was one woman, many men. But anyway, so now I'll explain this. The reason why things like this happen, even now in modern times, right, has a lot to do with the fact that there would be more women than men. That there would be a significant workload on the wife as well as the husband, as far as needing to earn income, to get food, to, you know, it would be maybe like, so if you're living in poverty in a third world country or whatever, right, then it's not just a matter of, oh, I'm going to be a stay-at-home wife and raise my kids and da 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 da. Conditions are harsh for children. It's dangerous for children. So in a case like that, where you have more women, less men, right? Times are really hard. Conditions are difficult and dangerous for children. Then you would need a woman who's going to stay home and watch the children. You would need a woman who's going to be able to go and work with the man too, and to go forage and bring in resources and protect the household. So in that case, it would be beneficial to have multiple wives, right? And one man. And then you actually see the opposite is true though, when you have very few women and way too many men, right? Men are actually willing to timeshare one woman. Why? Because otherwise they would never get a chance to pass down their own, they would never have a chance to make their own children, in essence, right? And it's normally under similar conditions where you're under some type of pressure. And without making these concessions, you're either not going to be able to reproduce at all, you're not going to be able to keep your offspring safe to the point where they're going to be able to get older and reproduce, etc. Right? So a lot of times when people are talking about these things, if you take out the right, because there's obviously people in the religious aspects of these things, if you take that out, then you're talking about, you know, poverty or danger or something else that in general you're not going to have. And then you have people like Polite. And Polite, who, I mean, other than the whole arrest thing or whatever, but Polite's factor of saying it's a business, right? That is really the way you're getting modern people to agree. It's either it's a business or you're having polyamory where everyone's sleeping with a bunch of people, or it's a business. So again, you have people who are lawyers, doctors, this, that.
Real quick, where a lot of these guys tend to go back into the past and whatnot, right? If these, listen, what the main examples is, well, kings used to have concubines and all these different things, right? Although I do agree with that, right? The top dog in town definitely eats. You can't forget that there are other men who make up the rest of the village now and who also make up the rest of the kingdom. And if those men aren't even, of course, they have access to women. There are women out there, because if they didn't have some kind of access to it, what's the point of defending a kingdom you can't even procreate in? You understand that? So when they say all these kings and whatever it is used to have all these, you know, concubines and whatnot, right? Their impression is that you have to be a king to reproduce. It's not the case. The niggas who were defending the palace, the niggas who were defending the village, they were also promised spoils of war, because if they weren't, why are they protecting a society, a nation that doesn't help them biologically pretty much produce? And if you think about it, it's kind of the problem we're facing in modern society right now with young men, because we've gone through such a long period of no war, right? And we don't really even need men like that. So a lot of men right now, we're being treated in a way where they don't feel as needed. So it's like, what's the point? A lot of men are looking and feeling, what's the point? They're feeling that walking away from society. That's what happens when men are not, basically, they don't have the ability to participate in reproduction, if that makes sense, right? If they don't have the opportunity to participate in reproduction, especially with the sexual marketplace the way it is right now, you see what happens. We're watching it. Men tend to question why they're even protecting this society that they're a part of. So don't get it twisted. When they go back in the day and say king and queens were like that, they were, but niggas out here, they were still eating. Okay, so I don't know if that makes sense to y'all.
But
No,
there's also the fact that there's a difference between a concubine and women in a harem, and they also serve different functions depending on what era you're talking about. So, for example, if you have a kingdom that's incredibly poor, right, and even the married people are struggling to keep their children from starving to death, and they also have no idea how to, prevent children because we just weren't that advanced, right? Well, then if you have a beautiful daughter and the king or the prince or whoever takes interest, yeah, go. You'd send her, no problem. You know why? Because she's going to be well taken care of. She's going to be fed. She's going to be clothed. She's going to be whatever. And she's going to have to, serve the king or the prince or whoever on occasion, right? But it's opening up her and more importantly, her children, right? The offspring to a life and a lifestyle in the future you wouldn't be able to give them, right? So it's entirely different than looking at, modern times where we don't have royalty. And even when you do, like, look at what's happening there. You have the Meghan Markle situation. Everyone's looking at like, look, black girls can be princesses too. No, first of all, Meghan Markle's only like a quarter black. And second of all, the reason why she got to marry a prince is because she had the white royal blood, right? You have to have that bloodline still. So it's very different.
That's a good point you brought up because that just sparked a different topic that I was thinking about doing a stream on, but I'm kind of like weighing it. And that is the factor of Black women. What is the problem with this obsession of seeing representation in movies and in all these different places, especially in these white dominated spaces? Like, what is the obsession with seeking representation? Because the reason why I asked, because it's getting to the point where it's starting to become very, very toxic, very telling too. So I want to do a stream about it, right? And what sparked my interest, y'all see the Woman King?
I haven't seen the movie. I've seen the drama.
Because you're Nigerian,
right?
What
That
do you think
basically
about
was the main one that participated in the slave trade. Right?
Yeah.
Y'all know that?
I didn't see it because
my granny asked me about that.
As like this. Go ahead.
I didn't see it for one reason. I wanted to know, okay, who's responsible for the writing and the directing of the movie? White people. That's all I needed to see.
Yeah, because they want to show
And,
representation.
oh no, I went even further. I'm like, no. I believe in giving people a fair shot. Do these people have any studies in African history? Not even a college fucking course. All right, I ain't watching shit.
No.
my
So
thing is,
go ahead, Mr. Everything.
man, my thing is, man, my granny, my sister, like my whole family, they went out to go watch it. My granny asked me if I watched it. I was like, nah. And she said, why? I was like, because I don't support that. Because you feel me? Y'all are pretty much out there blindly supporting slavery, but at the same time complaining about racism.
I saw a lot of posts on Facebook with Black women when it came to the trailer and shit, and they would talk about, yes, it's about time, we got to see representation. This movie was so powerful, all these different things. And I'm sitting there looking, I'm like, y'all realize that you're supporting the people that are responsible for a lot of Black folks being here, right?
Exactly.
They're the ones. Y'all, wait a minute, time out. This is some fucked up shit Disney's pulling, bro. Because I don't know if it was a Disney film, but it's like that's fucked
probably
up.
was.
What
You can't put that past Disney.
This is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem that
them past Disney. Bro.
This is a problem that the Manosphere created.
But they always been racist.
The Manosphere created this problem.
Hold on. We got to do one at a time. Go ahead. We'll do with Mr. Everything. We'll do Ruby and then Micah.
Okay.
Ruby got it.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
He's passing it to you, Ruby. Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say I think really and truly it's the Manosphere and certain Manosphere voices and messages becoming mainstream that created this problem, and I'm gonna explain what I mean by that. Right? So when you have now these not true narratives, right, that women were just made, and in evolutionary history, women just sat around and were barefoot and pregnant and sat around, did absolutely nothing. Men did everything. Men built everything. Women have always been useless, right? Women have always just been these soft little wallflowers. They don't have muscles except to hold babies and whatever, right? Then what you get is a lot of women, right, who are desperate to prove that that's not true. They know, they've heard it. They know they've seen some studies about it before, but they have no proof. right? And when you put them on the spot, then they just look like idiots because they're desperately grasping at straws, trying to prove that no, women, we know they had significant contributions in hunter-gatherer societies and to society at large and to warriors. We know that they weren't just useless. We know that's not true. But so what happens then is you see this message, oh, look, it's the woman king. See, we knew there were groups of all women warriors. We knew women could be powerful. We knew it. Yes, that's right.
Okay, no,
That's what it is.
But that's
I'm
not power,
I'm not
though.
dismissing your message.
But that's not
Ruby.
really power because when everything ended, they couldn't even fit into their own society anymore. They were
Well,
pretty
I
much
wanted to address
outcasted.
what Ruby was
So
saying.
that's not no real power. You dig what I'm saying? Because as soon as you go outside of your biological calling, it's useless. You feel me?
Well,
you feel me? You're not a use to us no more. You dig what I'm saying?
no.
They
I
couldn't
wanted to
even fit
address what
inside
Ruby was saying. I see what you mean by that, but the thing with the whole, manosphere and feminism, one thing I always tried to get to black people, and some listened, others didn't. This whole feminism or manosphere thing, not being racist, is a white people's problem. Why?
I've been saying this.
No.
I got a
Let me
stream
finish.
coming up next week for this. Go ahead.
Let me finish. Why is it a white people's problem? Black people don't get shit out of it.
Facts.
We, like me, myself, okay, feminism is screaming, men are useless this, the patriarchy this, that's fine. The men who are tired of hearing it are screaming, well, women are made in history to do this, and women were, more submissive that's fine. Why is it fine to me? Because that is only true in Southern European society. And I don't give a fuck about Southern European society because I'm not fucking one of them. It has no use to me. I only live in it because I don't know how to live anywhere else. And when it dies, I am going to watch it and look at it. And if it tries to come and take my food, I'm going to shoot it in the fucking head.
You know what's crazy, Micah? Most African, like if you talk about ancestorial speaking, right? Most traditional African tribes, minus the ones that were Islamic led, because they were a lot more patriarchal. But the ones that were more, communal and things like that, they actually had situations where women had certain, even the Woman King movie that we were just talking about, right? That was an actual tribe in West Africa that had a whole subsection of women that were warriors, apparently, and they did some horrible shit. Like they were a fucked up tribe, right? But like, that's what it was. So even certain tribes in Africa and certain African nations and kingdoms, right, they also had women playing important roles. So that's why, Micah, you're right. This whole feminism thing, it was never a black or African movement. It was never our shit.
It's not even a whole black or African
they
thing.
forced that onto us, realistically.
No, to me,
But I
not
feel
even
like
a
it's
whole.
toxic though. But I feel like the feminist agenda is still hurting black people because it's toxic.
Yes.
It's a toxic
No. It
mindset.
hurted black.
So
Here's
you
why
feel
it
me?
hurt black people.
I feel like there still needs to be
Hold
a
on, one at
black
a time. One at a time.
manosphere.
Go ahead, Mr.
So-
Everything. Go ahead, real quick.
So I feel like there still needs to be a black manosphere. You feel me? Because
Yes,
this
absolutely.
feminism movement turned toxic. You dig what I'm saying? It turned into a hate men movement. You dig what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
they were always it.
That's not that.
Well,
They were
and what a
always
lot
hate
of
men
people
movement.
don't know.
Hold on, real quick before you go, Micah. Before you go, and I want to get your opinion on everybody's opinion on this panel. This is where I think, like the black, because you're right, Mr. Everything. The black manosphere absolutely needs to exist, absolutely. But this is where I come in and I say I think the black manosphere should kind of slowly separate from the rest of the other crew, right? And just focus on issues that are uniquely black, if you know what I'm talking about, right? I think a little bit of segregation would be nice because I don't think our struggles are the same thing. The patriarchal shit, that's something that we've adopted, but like we've never actually been a civilization unless you were from the other ones, the Islamic dominated ones that have really had a patriarchal influence. Even the tribe I'm from in West Africa, Igbo, women had leadership positions even then, right? There was no patriarchy. Like the whole concept of patriarchy wasn't even a thing. It's if you have the skills, you lead. But women also knew that they had important skills uniquely for their gender, which is knowing that they have to cook, which is knowing that they have to make sure that their daughters are well prepped to basically be passed on to their their future husbands, right? So there are certain things that had to be taken care of, but realistically, it wasn't hey, dad's in the home, dad makes all the money. That's all white European Eurocentral bullshit. That's how they came up. That's their shit. But
also in the African nation, a woman couldn't buck up and act like a man.
That we deal with. But I digress. Go ahead. What y'all think about that? By the way,
but also in the African nation, a woman cannot buck up and act like a man. What's gonna happen? I just seen an African nigga beat the man. I done seen a lot of African nigga beat the shit out of their girls.
But do you understand why that is, though?
Not all nations and tribes are the same. Africa's a continent, not a country. I want to say this, and I think what a lot of people don't realize, including the women of today, right, is that feminism originally, right, clearly recognized, Black women recognized too. Wait, this is the way they're fighting and what they're fighting for at this point after like the first wave or second wave or so. That's a white woman issue, because we have, as Black women, we have different issues. Our issue is not with our men, right? In fact, if anything, we have a lot of issues we need to fight hand in hand with our men, right? And then the issues we have to fight, you know, as women, that's a separate women's issue, still not against our men. It's against their men. And that's why they came up with womanism, right? So now, interestingly, that's why womanism was invented, because Black women recognize that white feminism isn't for them, because white women are fighting white men, right? But Black women are fighting white men, not Black men, right? In fact, if anything, they have to, you know, fight with Black men, right? Like we're both on the same side to fight against things that are coming against Black people as a whole, against our Black husbands, against our Black children, right? So womanism, that's why womanism was invented, right? But then what does that do? That pulls all the power away from feminism, right? So feminism has worked very hard, especially in the third wave and now the fourth wave, right, to confuse that message and try to convince Black women that the real oppressor and the real danger is the Black man, right? And now Black women think womanism is all about fighting against the Black man, even though that's not why it was invented. It was invented because of what we just said.
Do you realize who came out of, hold on, Rick, before you go, Micah, I just got to ask this question. Do you realize who came out on top out of this whole thing? You know how that now all
white
of a sudden
women?
it's white women that are most like privileged and
White
protected,
women.
right? You see how a lot of these, you see how they finesse the bag. You see how that now they're like, you can't even talk shit about most white women nowadays. You see what I'm saying? So
Everything benefits white women.
I work with them. It's bad.
Just pay attention to who's actually benefiting from the actual movement of feminism and who's losing.
And to address her point with her saying the whole thing with Black women now joining feminism, look at the Black woman. You know, I'm not saying all of them, because, you know, not every single, people aren't dumb. They can see bullshit. Look at the Black woman that hopped on the train of feminism, whether they're famous or not. What are they? Alone, either with children, even though they have money, but they're alone, no man, no any dates they have, the guy maybe stays for like a month, and then when they hit a certain age and their looks can't draw anybody, where are all the good men? Ma'am, you're Black. All of the good men are going to their wives that are home with their kids. The rest of the single men are two things: fuck boys or former fuck boys that are looking at this bullshit and be like, nah, I already dealt with that toxic shit. I ain't dealing with it again. That's what you got left.
I think where we disagree actually is what came first, the chicken or the egg. And see, I mean, I watched it happen to an extent, right? But it's really easy to see that white feminism needed to get the Black women back. And so what they did was they preyed upon the women who had the problem first, right? It's very hard to convince someone that the Black man is against them and blah, 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 if they don't have any problems with Black men, right? So you have to wait till the woman gets into the problem first, and now she's at her lowest low and whatever, then you funnel all the bullshit at her, right? Because and that's how they've done it. And that's why all of the Black feminists are women who are single parents, who've been abused, been molested, whatever. That's why.
Claim your throne.
Your mic.
Your mic.
Yeah. So that's what they do. They target them. first. That's why a lot of Black women become feminists eventually, and it's after they had the child already. It's after, you know, someone took advantage of them. It's after all of that, right? And they get all this bullshit funneled at them, and now they come out feminist for a few years, right? And then that ruins their lives even more. But remember, feminism has an answer for that. Right? It's the same way that the incel kings over there have an answer for that, right? To keep you down, so that way you keep supporting their bullshit, and you don't look too closely at
I think
what's
I need
really
to do
happening.
a stream on that. I think that's actually a pretty important topic we should talk about. Especially it does have a lot to do with this space. Because I still can't understand for the life of me. Because you notice it's like with this whole representation bullshit that's being shoved upon us. It's like why are we so like why is that so important? Like why can't we just, because I know we have pride, so why can't we just look for those stories and build up our own networks? Why are we so obsessed with seeing representation? Especially I see this with Black women. Our women,
bro, because you know Black people,
our
bro.
representation on white dominated platforms, including Black men. Remember John Boyega? You see how Disney fucked him over with that Star Wars shit, right?
And you saw what he did.
His face throughout all these different platforms. Like Disney wanted you to know that there was a Black, potentially leading role male star in front of you, right? And what happened when it came to the Chinese promotions? Okay, guess what? They put him in the back right off the bat. All that shit went out the window. But they were trying to sell us a narrative, and he even came out on the Breakfast Club and complained about it, right? I was watching that. He was like, "Hey, go ahead."
And that's the only reason I watched that Star Wars.
Even
that Star Wars movie. That was the only reason I watched it.
Let me finish.
That's the only reason.
Even in the movies, look where this dude's role. He was like
Sidekick.
in the 1930s, the Black guy in the background.
The
That's what his
sidekick to the
role
white
was.
woman.
He won't even. No, he won't even a sidekick. If anything,
he basically was. If you watch that whole
He
Star Wars,
was a sidekick.
No. Let me explain.
Yeah.
No. Let me explain.
That's that Disney shit.
I was disappointed.
No,
Fact.
I
would too. Listen.
Let me finish.
Listen. They could have at least made bro a Jedi or something.
No. Missed everything. Let me finish. You want to know who was the actual sidekick throughout that entire series? From the first movie to the last film. John Boyega's character, I don't even remember his name. Finn. He wasn't the sidekick. You want to know who was the sidekick? The Rebellion. That's who was the side character throughout the whole movie. John Boyega only showed up when they needed something to be funny or something,
but that's what we're talking about, though. That's what we're talking about, Micah. We're talking about the manipulation, because the way Disney promoted it to Black Americans in America was that he was going to be in a serious role, and you just admitted that he was in a comedic role.
No, he's saying he was even less than a sidekick.
They wanted someone to play off with Ray.
No.
But it wasn't.
He's saying he's even less than a sidekick. He's not even good enough to be a sidekick. That's what he's saying. It's worse than that.
The Rebellion or whatever the resistance was.
I feel what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but like we're talking about we're talking about the Disney,
the way that they marketed it, bro.
Of it, right? How we felt like how Black men in terms of representation.
Oh, they tricked the hell out of Black people with it.
Even if we're so obsessed with it, and these guys put us in such minor roles, but like for some reason, first of all, as a Black man, I am not okay with the representation of John Boyega I saw on screen versus the marketing. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I was not okay with it.
That was 1930s token Black guy crap.
That's what I'm saying.
Bro, I stopped watching Star Wars after that movie, bro.
Why did the same Disney company that's so obsessed with diversity, so obsessed with inclusion, matter of fact, they're force feeding all this shit down your throat. When it comes to China, they put John Boyega in the back with the marketing posters. It's out there. Why did they put him in the back of the movies?
Agenda.
Maybe this whole woke thing, this whole Black, this whole whatever the fuck Disney's trying to promote. Maybe they don't really give a shit. How about that?
Agenda, money.
They don't. Look,
Disney is bullshit. Being bullshit. They fuck up everything they touch.
Yeah.
Dude, think about it like
this. Go ahead, Micah, and then let's reclaim your throne. Let him get a word in too. My bad. Hey, welcome to the stream, by the way. But go ahead, Micah.
Okay.
What up?
What's up?
What's good?
Let me put this out.
Hey, how's my mic though? Is it straight?
Nah,
And
bro.
There's still some echo
it's
in the
still
background,
echoing.
but I can hear you. Go ahead,
Yeah, we
Michael.
can hear you. But here's the thing about the whole Disney Star Wars new crap. I knew they was lying for one reason. If this man was gonna be a Jedi throughout the whole movie, that's how they're promoting it. Why didn't he have a light? Why didn't he use the Force ever throughout any of the trailers? That was my first question. But let me finish. He wasn't even the role that they literally lied to Black America for. He wasn't the side character behind Rey. He was the 1930s token, ha ha ha, Black man do a funny, or oh crap, Black man is in for a powerful moment back in the 1930s. Remember the 1930s movies with Black people? That's exactly what happened here. That's exactly what they did. 1930s token Black person.
But that goes to my point, Micah. Micah, that goes to my point. As Black men, as Black women, we got to stop caring about representation. This representation bullshit, this is how Disney is weaponizing it to fuck us over. We got to stop caring about this shit. Black women, who gives a fuck if Little Mermaid is supposed to be Black? That's not the thing we should get. If we anything, let's develop our own stories instead of doing, because it's just a cheap cop out, and it just it just comes off bad because it doesn't do well for race relations, first of all, because other races it just becomes cheap. How about we source the plenty of good stories, African stories from tribes that are great in those nations that you can find, and there are hundreds of thousands of tribes in Africa, so and it's a big continent, okay, in different countries within it, so you can find strong, solid Black stories that you can really build to get Black people to be really proud, because we're the most proud.
But you know what the problem is, Duke? The problem is, but the thing is, you're African, right? Like, you're African. I'm Jamaican. We don't understand, because even though we're in the West now, we have a country we hail from that we can go back to that has media that's just ours. Right. And like, that's what our identity is connected to another country. When you have Black Americans, right, or like the Scotians here in Canada, right, their identity is this country. And so yet the country doesn't represent them at all. And all the things that their schools and their media and their everything market to, especially girls, young girls who know that image is everything, right? Their beauty is everything. What's most beautiful is everything. Like, we're programmed to know that, right? And you never see yourself. So the fairest in the land is never you, right? The one who's gonna get the prince is never you, right? It's like the way that pain is, like, men can't really relate to it. But the problem is with Black American women is that, or girls, it's not like they have another country they can look at. I had another country I could look at. At least there was media from Jamaica I could look at and be like, I'm there. I'm represented somewhere in media I associate with. So I know that this country, I'm not going to be the fairest in the land in this country, but there's a country that I belong to that I can be the fairest in the land in. Do you see what I'm saying? So it is different.
Let's get hold up, because
now you got to direct this person FBA type.
Hang on real quick. Let me say one thing. We gotta have a reclaim your throne girl. But to rebut that, I see where you're coming from. But my question to you, just as a pushback, would be, wouldn't you rather see representation in a situation where the person is qualified to be there versus just being there because that they reflect a certain way? Because that's going to be the difference between what Disney is doing versus a woman. Let's say a woman who wants to get into media, right? Front-facing media, where they want to be a news reporter, right? And that's something that she genuinely feels passionate about. If that's something you genuinely feel passionate about, that's what you want to do. There's nothing that's going to stop you. What's that movie? There's a movie that came out a while ago with a Black woman who was supposed to be, who was very smart, and she was working with NASA. And she, y'all know that story, the really smart Black woman.
Space thingy, whatever.
I heard about it.
Yeah, but you're talking about grown-ass people. I'm talking about being 5.
Who, regardless of which, right, she wanted to work in with aerospace situations, right? And she got there, and it didn't really matter, right? And then at that point in time, we could see that representation because it was true. We're seeing a Black woman, the story of a Black woman who persevered to get a job where the majority are people who don't reflect her skin color, right? That's inspirational. Versus
No,
inserting
that's
a
inspiration
character
for grown ass
into
people.
some
You're
kind of
talking about
lore.
5-year-olds, Duke.
Oh,
You're talking
no,
about
no.
5-year-olds.
I wanna
5-year-olds do not give a shit about any of that. They care about princess dresses. Do you see
That's
what I'm
true.
I want to
saying?
address that point with
But
Ruby.
symbolism, though. But
All right,
I
hold
want to address that point with Ruby.
hold your thought, Micah. Let's get Reclaim Your Throne in here. Let's have him get a word in. My bad. I feel bad because we
Yo,
go ahead.
what's up? Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
You better, bro.
Yeah. I'm in the car. That's why it's a little echo or whatnot. But yeah, I wanted to speak on the woman king thing. See, when it comes to all this propaganda that's going on, I think, like, ultimately, especially when you look at Africa, there are multiple issues as to why westernized Black people are not going to really be able to fully relate to Africa. And I think, it definitely has to do with the marketing. I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with Nigeria, but they actually said that they were going to stop using foreigners in their media for promotion or giving them jobs in the media, whether it be acting or radio or whatnot, in order to use their own talent. But my thing is, when it comes to Africa, I think that there is too much separation. You've got 54 countries, if I'm not mistaken, in the continent, and there's no unification. There's no unified goal for the whole continent. And I think that's what has pretty much been keeping Africa as a whole, or holding it back, because you've got so many different countries that are doing their own thing. You've got corruption in, damn near all of the African countries, and leaders, political leaders selling the country out to foreigners. So it's going to be really difficult to get
Tell you an easy fix for that, right? Do you know the biggest reason why there's not a whole lot of a unity or a country? Because there's not a superpower in that region yet. There hasn't been a bit, because Africa isn't to the point right now where it's developed, because a lot of countries right now just recently gained their independence within our lifetimes, right? For even parents,
right?
So before that, it was been colonized. So a lot of times, and there is still stuff in place for these countries to not even really come together and really start capitalizing off of their own resources that they have themselves. You see what I'm saying? So there are certain countries within Africa that have the potential to become superpower. Right now, they're regional powers, but you really need a superpower in that region to really start having a lot of these countries conform to that mentality. That's why Nigeria is such a powerful but very in a very dangerous state, because Nigeria is one of the few countries that actually has the potential to become a superpower in West Africa. It has the population, over 200 million citizens living in that country right now. It has the size, it has the oil resources, and you are right, Reclaim Your Throne. The corruption is the reason why it's preventing it from getting to where it needs to be. And realistically, a lot of other countries, matter of fact, before Nigeria, you had Libya with Gaddafi. Libya with Gaddafi was on their way to becoming that situation. If you guys really want, if we want to go there, we can go there. Libya, Gaddafi,
Yeah, they had the highest gold reserves in the world at one point.
Yes, and to your point, Gaddafi actually had the mentality to unify Africa, and he was one of the only other leaders that was on his way to actually put things together to do that before certain things were set in stone to cap them, if you guys know what I'm saying. So if you want to talk about Africa and why situations cannot unite, is because there's not a country within that continent that can really suck up the influence and be that regional superpower. Right now, we got powers out there, but you have to have those regional power. It's the same thing with all these other regions, like in Asia, for instance, right? China is a regional superpower there. So a lot of countries conform trading wise, even the oil, right? The battle for oil right now with Ukraine, right? China it has a massive influence with that. Russia has a massive influence with that, because they're being looked at as regional superpowers. And when you go all the way to the West is looked at as regional superpower because they have a lot of influence and a lot of countries conform to those influences. So if Africa had a breakout, it doesn't even matter what country within Africa. If a country within Africa were to break out and become a superpower in a region of Africa, then that's when you'll start to see some semblance of order. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be ultimately difficult to do that, especially when you factor Egypt in, which, you know, if you look at the way that they look compared to the rest of Africa, it's night and day. They're a totally different people. So, you know, it's going to be hard to unify the whole continent as a whole. But yeah, I agree.
Not off of tradition and tribal, but economy wise and trading wise, it's very easy because everyone needs goods and services.
I mean, yeah.
Ask yourself this question, Reclaim Your Throne. Why isn't the fact that we don't have like interconnected railways to transfer goods between countries and between countries within Africa, right? There's not that infrastructure that's there because there hasn't been that, again, the regional superpower to be able to start creating. Gaddafi was really close,
and there's also
how
too
close
much.
Gaddafi was, and I'm not a fiend for this nigga or anything like that, right? Drastically different cultures. He's an Islamic dude, right? He also wanted to bring the Islamic caliphate to Africa, so I'm not sure about all that. But listen, he was on his way to do it. He was setting plans and putting networks together to do that until he got capped. But I'm letting y'all know it's one of those things where you also have to ask yourself that question, why there isn't that. And I see where you're coming from, where, you know, it's going to be very difficult to do that, but it's really not impossible.
Well, I wanted to address what Ruby was saying about the whole 5-year-old thing. I remember having a conversation with my dad, and he asked me if I had, you know, a daughter or whatever, and basically, you know, she sees Disney or what all these shows, how am I going to handle that? I said it's simple. I will tell her everything you see on this television or TV or whatever means nothing.
Yeah, that's facts.
And that does not mean anything to you. Well, why? Because is that you? Is that your skin color? You know what color is, right? Yes. Is that how you look? No. So why should it matter to you? That's what I would tell a 5-year-old.
I'm sure that's what you would tell her. It would mean very little, but that's what you would tell her. I know, because I was a 5-year-old girl once.
Very little, but it would do what the job needs to be done.
It wouldn't. It would not do what you think it's going to do.
No. Let me explain. She might see it, but at that early of an age, she will know from someone she believes she knows she can trust, this doesn't mean anything. And as she grows up, well, why doesn't it mean anything? Well, that's what my dad told me. Well,
will not matter. Respectfully,
but it's
respectfully, I'm going to explain to you why it won't matter. Because I was 5 years old, and trust me, not only was I told that, I was told far more than that from multiple people in my family, from people in the Black community even. I was held up on high when I would go to Jamaica. Oh my God, I'm a light-skinned, beautiful woman. It doesn't matter. And see, this is the thing, what people don't realize, right, is like the way that humans evolved, right? Children evolved. We have these learning mechanisms, right? And so there's only so much, like as a parent, for example, right? You invest in your children, you teach them certain, you know, foundational building blocks. And by the time they're in late childhood, they're dismissing everything you say. And it's not because of they're bad kids or whatever. It's just the way that their brains
goes.
Yeah, it's the way their brains evolve. So hold on. The reason why they evolved that way is because you can never be successful reproductively, as in to pass on your seed and you know, be able to have children to the next generation, which is what reproductive success is, if the group doesn't accept you. Right? So no matter how much your mommy thinks you're wonderful, no matter how much your daddy thinks you're gorgeous, right? You do understand inherently that the acceptance of the group thinking you're beautiful, of the group thinking you're worthwhile is incredibly valuable, right? Now, obviously the lessons that you impart in your children from day one, those are going to be things that are going to help them, right? And those are going to be things that are going to make a lot more sense when they're adults, right? But when we're talking about that knee-jerk reaction that I think most Black women got when we saw like a little Black mermaid, and we all got tears in our eyes, right? That has nothing, like, you can't
For
change
one,
that.
TV
You
not
can't
even
change that.
natural
Short of
anyway.
taking them out of this white Western world and raising them somewhere where it's all black people and all black media, you can't change it.
See, my
Listen,
thing is,
TV's
when
not
it,
even natural anyway. For one,
hold on,
and for
can I say
two,
something
if
though?
you really want to look at black media,
Let's
you
get Reclaim Your
Mr.
Throne.
Everything.
Let's get
Mr.
Reclaim Your
Everything.
Throne and Mr. Everything and Micah, and then we'll start wrapping up.
Yeah, the issue when it comes to black women is that the men that they're marketed to be attracted to are the street dudes, the hood dudes, and whatnot. That is just what the marketing is telling them to
And
be
rich white
attracted
men.
to.
Don't forget that part.
I
Rich white
mean,
men. That's
sparsely,
fair.
but I mean,
that's
it's a
listen,
little
bro.
bit. Yeah, you have like the swirler movement, but let's keep it about. White men are not really checking for black women like that. I'm just like, that's just the reality of the situation.
No. I didn't. No, let me explain.
But they'll
I didn't
smash.
say.
You gotta let me go. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish.
I never said that the rich men are looking for black women. What I said is that black women are to be pretty for the thugs, the rappers, the athletes, and rich white men. That is the program.
I don't think it's the
Whether
rich
you
white men
see
thing.
it, no, whether you see it or not, who are the rich white men? The men with money and power. Who are the rich white men in basically the entire society? The people you want to be to get the woman. It doesn't matter if that's Asian, Latino, Black, Muslim, Indian. Every single woman is programmed in this society to be lucky enough to get the rich white man. Doesn't matter.
The numbers just don't reflect that.
See it that way, Micah.
The numbers don't
think it's
reflect
a little
that.
bit differently. I see where you're coming from, but I think I take that a little bit differently. I think that it's more of the reason why is I think black women have this issue of wanting all men to be attracted to them and not really being satisfied with just black men wanting them, if that makes sense, especially with the sexual marketplace.
And not wanting to improve for a man.
No. I'm glad you said, Duke. I'm glad you said that because that goes right back to what I was just saying.
Yeah, but like
they're not
I just
satisfied.
don't agree with the rich white man part. That's
No.
the only part I
It is
disagree
what you
with.
just said that connects it. They're not satisfied with black men wanting them. Who's
No,
the
no
men
one
that
is.
they?
But they want all men.
Because the way that women work, right, is what we have evolved to know, right, is that there is a hierarchy of beauty, of the most beautiful to the least beautiful, and women want to be at the top of the hierarchy because again. The ones at the top of the hierarchy get the best mates, they get the most protection, they get the most love, they get the people who stay and take care of them and whatever, right? These are evolved mechanisms. This is not not socialization bullshit. I'm saying what we evolved to know. And that's why little girls, right, care that they don't even exist, or when they do exist, it's at the bottom of the totem pole. That's why little girls, they don't give a shit about any of this stuff that people are socialized later. Oh, get the rich white man because black men ain't it. They don't care about all of that. Right? It's just they live in this society, and this society is telling them they're either invisible or they're at the bottom, and everything that they have is not at the top of the desirability list, right? And as girls, we're supposed to feel very bad about that because we evolved to feel very bad about that.
Here's the thing, Ruby. I agree with you, but the only thing I disagree with is utilizing already existing stories and just slapping a black face on it. So, like the whole Little Mermaid thing, it just doesn't feel right with me because to me it's weird. Like again, there are many other stories. Even
you mean like the Lone Ranger
by black, they're traditionally black led that we can create like huge representations for if Hollywood would do it. But this whole remaking and then slapping a black face on it, to me, it goes into whole nother rabbit hole. I'm starting to think about.
Do you know how many times they've done the opposite though?
Faces on it. You see
Do you know how many black characters they've slapped a white identity on over even just recently? They do it all the time. They get a white actor or actress to represent black characters, or they whitewash the history altogether, like the Lone Ranger, and the Lone Ranger is suddenly some white dude, even though it was a black man, right? I mean, they do it constantly, all the time, and it's fine when they do it all the time, and they take away all of our characters, right? But when you have a character that has never been specified as a race, ever been specified as a race. And this time a Black actress is going to play this character that is not specified as a race. Well, then we're doing something wrong. Like, do you not see?
How is Ariel not specified as a race?
Listen, it's the agenda
not.
behind the company that's promoting these things. That's the main thing. Disney made Little Mermaid, and we already know that the intentions of Disney is not it. Listen, they twist their media up to basically promote it in China because they know China doesn't give a fuck about this whole racist thing. So why do we care about representation coming from a company that doesn't even give a fuck about us? Is the background I'm coming from, right? Because although you can see the representation for what it is, it still is not genuine. And it goes back to the same situation that we are all in, right? Because it's almost like they're controlling how much we're on there and what we're doing on there. Why can't we tell our own stories and whatever the fuck we want? I don't give a fuck if if they want to play that game and do that, that's them, right? But we don't have to be playing the same game that they do. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to
Why can't someone? Are you asking why someone can't compete with Disney? Because I want you to think about that. Because if we came up, hold on. What you need to realize is something, right? Is that companies like Disney, all these mega corporations, they will shut that down and eat it up and spit it out so fast you won't even remember that you ever tried to make a Black anything cartoon. See, this is what these mega corporations do. They want to own it all. They want to run it all, and they shut down. They find ways to shut down any type of competition, especially if it starts getting successful.
Did it, and he did it with real Black people money. So I mean,
yeah, but no. Tariq Nasheed made Hidden Colors. What he didn't make is something marketing to a bunch of children under the age of 11, right? That's Disney's category.
Okay, this is an idea.
Or somebody else could, or a Black
No.
media
This is an idea
that we pour into.
We had
so like
Bill
I said,
Cosby,
that
Little
Little
Bill
Mermaid
Cosby.
shit don't matter.
Calm down.
We need our. This is
It doesn't matter to you, but it does matter to little girls.
It don't matter.
It doesn't even matter to me, but it does matter to little girls, and that's what we're missing. We're trying to make it about adult sensibilities, and it's not about adults. It's about small children, and small children don't care about all the politics and bullshit. They don't care. They don't.
Man, listen.
Let's get Mr.
That is a fictional character created by white people, and they just slapped a black
Children
face.
don't understand.
Why does that matter?
Created by white people. Like, why is blackface on a Dutch lore? Like, that's weird to me. It don't make me.
Why is whiteface on so many Black stories or actual humans who lived? I mean, this is what I'm saying, right? Is we're in a society where white people have literally taken our stories for decades and decades and decades, hundreds and hundreds of years. They've been stealing our stories, right? So at the end of the day, if someone were to put a Black face on the Lone Ranger, we would hear the same complaint. Come on, he's been being represented as a white man all this time. What the hell's wrong with y'all? He's a literal Black man.
Wrongs don't make a right. You think what I'm saying?
No. Okay.
That's just like making the argument for racism.
What stories are you talking
about prejudice when Black people are prejudiced towards white people? You can't be prejudiced.
Have you read the original Little Mermaid story? Because it's nothing like the Disney one.
You can't slap black face on something that was white and then complain about.
That's not even the story. Like, y'all don't know anything about fairy tales. Y'all need to go look up the original fairy tales because y'all seem to not understand the way fairy tales work. Is that while we think there's an origin in Dutch or wherever thousands of years ago, then what ends up happening is it gets passed around from culture to culture, generation to generation, retold, turned, this, that, whatever. Like, it's
mermaids were never Black.
Time out. We gotta get one.
Mermaids never existed. What do you mean they were never Black?
But
are you out of your mind?
Mermaids were created by Vikings at sea.
Okay.
Mermaids were created by Vikings at sea.
Mermaids are not real.
Yeah, I know that, but they were never depicted as Black people.
Oh, so if I made a story about a mermaid now, I would be what, culturally appropriating?
Hold on.
Is that a real character?
Then why are you mad about Ariel not being Black?
Hang on.
Oh my God.
Hang on.
Sorry, I'm stopping.
Go ahead, reclaim your throne. Hey,
Mr. Everything. Breathe. Everyone stop talking, stop feeling. That's the first thing you need to do to be logical. Yes, we are logical adults. So everyone stop, You have your feelings, control them. We are adults, we're not children.
All right,
Ruby,
go
I
ahead.
understand your
Appreciate that.
problem.
Appreciate that. Go ahead, reclaim
Yeah,
your
yeah,
throne.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
yeah,
understand your problem, Ruby. Here's the thing that I
Hold on,
preach to
Micah.
friends.
Micah, hang on 1 second. I gotta get what I gotta know this mermaid
oh
thing. I gotta
god,
know where it came from. Hold
yeah.
up.
So the story of mermaids were created by Vikings at sea. You know, they would get drunk, and if they would fall over the ship, they would say that, oh, a mermaid came and whatever, sucked their soul out of their body or something. It was like vampires of the sea, and the mermaids were supposed to be
Sirens,
tempting the
right?
Vikings. It was basically like they were hallucinating at sea because sailing
You
across
get seasick.
oceans back in the day, it was a very dangerous thing, and it was something that required a lot of manpower. The thing about the story of mermaids, they were never depicted as black people. So I don't know, I don't see why you're so upset about the Little Mermaid not being black, and I don't find it necessary for them to turn the Little Mermaid or any other stories that had original characters into something that they never were originally depicted as. That's like turning Clark Kent black. It just doesn't
Okay,
work.
I will explain
They
that
do
part.
it
I'll explain
constantly
that
the
part.
opposite way though, but you're all right when they do that, right?
No, no,
Give
no.
some
Let me explain that
examples.
part. No,
No,
I'll
she did.
explain
She
that
did.
part.
To be fair, she
I
did give
did.
some advances
What
with
No, no,
example
no.
did she
I'll
say?
explain that part. I'll explain that part. Okay, reclaim your throne. The reason it doesn't matter to you is because, like she said, you are male, man, meaning you grew up as a little boy. To little girls, as she said earlier, this means everything. And I do
The little
see what
girls don't
she
even know who that
means.
is, though.
Oh no, let me finish. I do see what she means because I remember my sister and a group of her friends, not white whatsoever, mixed bunch of different races that are not white, watching Little Mermaid with a bunch of little white girls, and they're like, "Wait a minute, that's not how I look. That means my sister. Do we get Prince Charming?" It's like, shit, you not from fucking church people. Well, that's their story. That's not your story. I see what she means by that. I know what she means by that. To a little girl, that's death. You're not pretty. You don't get a fucking prince. You get nothing. So I understand what she means by that. But this is an idea that a friend pitched to me. Literally, two kids, poverty, smoking weed. He said, why don't black people make their own stories? And I'm like, what you mean? It's like,
Exactly.
okay, no, let me finish. He said, we have, the Incredible Hulk, Marvel, DC. Are there any black comic book characters? I'm like, I'm pretty sure they are.
Luke Cage.
But why do we care about that? It's like, well, wouldn't you like to have seen,
Man, niggas love
I
Blade.
don't
I don't know
know,
what you talking
a Black Thor or something? I'm like,
Static
that's
Shock.
not what the elders tell me. The elders tell me of
Yeah, I mean,
stories,
Static Shock was kind of
based
a
on
factor.
Native
Everybody in the
Americans.
hood love Blade. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about what
No,
they
no, 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 no. Let me finish. I
God.
said, that's not what the elders tell me. They tell me stories about, black characters that are Native American. Turns out these people were actually black. So my thing is, black people need to stop caring about the media and make up their own stories. It's not hard to tell your kid a story. Disney won't do it? Fine. Don't let Disney into your fucking house. Oh,
There's
but the other
YouTube
kids are
channels
watching
that
it.
promote black
Okay, no,
cartoons
no,
and
no.
fairy
I
tales.
Go
understand
ahead,
that. I
Micah. You
understand
gotta let
that.
Mr. Everything go. You gotta let Mr. Everything go. Go ahead, Mr.
I
Everything.
understand that. But the thing is, okay, my kid will see the world. In their house is what matters. The world,
Right.
okay, that's for you to learn.
Hold up, Micah. You
But I
gotta
would
let
teach
Mr. Everything go. You gotta let Mr. Everything go, bro.
But I
Go
would
ahead,
teach
Mr.
my
Everything.
kid outside in the world, that's outside. In here, that's what you need to learn.
Mr. Everything, go ahead.
Man, I'm just about to say I don't understand why people allow Disney to have this much power. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You dig what I'm saying? It's not black owned anyway, and the original character was white. So for us to want actual true black symbolism, that would have to come from Black people. You dig what I'm saying? For it to actually feel authentic. You dig what I'm saying? Because they just slapped her face on there. So what is she gonna do? She gonna find a white man? She gonna fall in love with a white man in the Little Mermaid? Like, how's that shit gonna go?
I mean,
That shit is
interracial
weird.
relationship is also another agenda.
So you feel me?
I'll tell you.
They gonna have fun boys up in there too, and all that.
Hey, the next time, guarantee you, Little Mermaid is gonna be is gonna have a transition. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. The next Little Mermaid it has transitioned officially. Okay, if y'all know what I'm talking about.
The thing is, certain stories have not been popularized, and we may have to do a better job of doing that and taking control of our own narratives. But at the end of the day, I don't feel the need to change characters. Like I don't, I like they're trying to do the Idris Elba 007 thing. It's like, okay, yeah. I like Idris Elba, but I don't find that necessary to turn James Bond into a black man just for representation and diversity. I think we need to find the stories that resonate with us and our culture and push those. And you have different stories that represent different people, like the story of Pocahontas, the Disney rendition that they put out, with the Native Americans and Adam Smith and all that kind of stuff. But the thing with that story is they're not even giving you all the details that when Smith met Pocahontas, she was like fucking 10, 12 years old. So like, do you want the whole, like the reality of what actually happened? Or do you want some fairy tale bullshit made up?
Let me make this point real quick, and we're gonna end on this note because I don't want it's basically a 7-hour stream. But Rick says Blade and Green Lantern. I agree with that. And you notice what the agenda tries to do is because Blade was the first, I would say one of the first black superhero films, if you're not counting Spawn. Y'all know what I'm talking about, Spawn, right? But like Blade was aside from that was one of the main ones for black. That was a good black leading superhero movie in the first MCU related situation, right? But you notice when Black Panther came out, right? You saw how they tried to promote it. Disney tried to promote Black Panther and trying to make it seem like we're stupid, like we don't know that Blade existed, right? This is the first black hero featured, all this nonsense, and we knew that wasn't the case because we already had representation. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like, just the fact of seeing black faces on screen. That's not what I'm saying. It's the genuine reason behind why they're doing it, and a lot of these things they're not genuine.
The Blade thing, they had to rebrand that because who was Blade? Wesley Snipes. So they had to remove his character because you can't
repurpose. He was doing it.
You said what now?
Mahershala is his name, the new Blade. Mahershala Ali.
Okay. Yeah, but like I'm saying, they had to create a whole new Blade because they didn't want Wesley Snipes to get that money because he was not paying his taxes. So they didn't want to have, because every time you show Blade now, you got to cut him a check. They didn't want to have to keep cutting him a check. And if you look at who has the rights and ownership to the Blade movies, I bet you'll find something very interesting. So like there's a reason why they're discontinuing certain things, and you could blame it on the system going against them or some agenda, or you could say Wesley Snipes should have paid his motherfucking taxes and kept an eye on his CPA.
Well, here's what I would say. Me personally, I agree with you guys, but I'm also not dismissing Ruby's point. So
we're not doing that.
No. My thing is this. I propose this question to Ruby. Why the fuck can't parents just make shit up for their goddamn kids and ignore all the fucking media? Okay, they gonna see it, but you got your own story that your kid could feel important in. It don't take much for, a parent to take a weekend out and learn some fucking video skills and make some bullshit up for their children. It don't take much.
Remember when I actually answered this earlier by explaining that we literally we evolved, right, about the mid to late childhood to entirely care.
I hear that.
Right. So the thing is you can make up all the stories you want and it will matter until like early childhood. But then what happens is that socialization factor, right? These groups of kids, the kids looking at the greater world and them evaluating their relative place in it, right? That is going to matter above all else. And in those formative years, it's very important that they have these pieces of media for them to fall back on. Like when Tia and Tamara came out, that changed my world. When Tia and Tamara came out, I was like, oh my God, look, there's someone like me. Look, there's someone like me.
I'm glad you said that.
What about Princess Tiana?
No.
I was a grown-ass woman by then. It's just too late for me.
How does that benefit the black community? Like,
Mr. Everything.
We grew up not having no
Mr. Everything, bro. Let me finish.
Hold on, Micah, hang on now. Come on, dog. Come on, you got to be respectful. And he does. You say a lot more than Mr. Everything does. So if anything, I'd pass the mic to him. You got to chill.
Hey,
like, bro, you'll get a chance, bro. Don't worry about this.
My thing is that we never had representation anyway. You dig what I'm saying? Like, you're acting like we had it in the past. Oh, we're not accepted by the group. They're not going to be accepted by the group. We never been accepted by the group. We always did our own thing. And look, we're the face of the group. Everybody try to emulate us. So, like I said, that doesn't matter.
Do you see the majority of damaged black women these days? What the black grown-ass women are telling you is, hey, here's all the ways that I was damaged that I think we could do better for the next generation. Because here's all the things that deeply hurt me. Right? Like they're telling you this, and we can ignore it, or we could care that, you know what, it was really harmful to little black girls that literally they were so invisible or represented as the bottom of the barrel that it changed their entire self-esteem and self-concept. And we have a lot of research, scientific or psychological research that was done. I mean, everyone knows the paper doll test, right? I mean, we know that these things are harmful. And when a child's self-esteem, self-concept, self-worth, self-efficacy is affected at such a young age, it 100% affects everything else, right? And so we want our people inside of these societies, even though we're the minority, right, to feel better, to do better. And so again, when black girls saw the Little Mermaid was black, and they started crying because they finally saw themselves, and mommy started crying because she just saw that in her daughter, and they're explaining to you an experience they had. Right. And then everyone else is getting butthurt about this, like one Disney princess that's being represented one time by a black woman, even though the story of the Little Mermaid never says she's fair skinned and Dutch with it never says that.
I think with that though, it's missing half the argument. It's not that. It's that it's just not just the Little Mermaid that people are pissed off about. Little Mermaid is just a subsection of it in my book, right? Obviously, you have a few people out there who are pissed off just because it's a black girl playing Little Mermaid. The real issue is the overt agenda that people are seeing with Disney, especially ruining a lot of these other franchises, slapping blackface on it, slapping like just under the veil of this diversity, colorism. Like, so I think that it's these cascading effects that's coming down that people have an issue with, at least the general people, because I know people who are criticizing this stuff, and I know for a fact they're not like sitting there caring about like they want to see more white people or they want to keep it white type shit. I don't think they're looking at it as that. I think they're complaining about the whole Disney picture as a whole. Now you're right. I see what you're talking about. It's very important to have that representation there, and like black girls to see that and attach themselves to that. I believe that. I understand, but I think that the reason why people are upset and where my camp that I sit in is I see the cascading effect that Disney has, and I'm saying, okay, are we doing this to genuinely uplift our community, or is this done just to slap a face on there? And when we look at the facts, it's Disney just being disingenuous and killing off another franchise like they did with all the. And by the way, it's not just with the black representing faces, right? They're doing this with other races of people too. They're doing it with Hispanic people. They're doing it with Native American, right? Y'all see that Predator movie? That shit was. I got questions. Okay, listen, all these different faces, these different races. It's not just with black people. It's just this weird diversity trick that they're on right now. If that makes sense, but I see where you're coming from, though. Micah, what you got to rebuttal to that, and we'll go to Mr. Everything.
Okay, here's what I wanted to say to Ruby. I know what she's talking about. I understand it's a problem. So here's my question. If this is such a problem for black women and black people, my proposition is this. What black people need to start doing is financially participating in white society, and that's it. Is that not what happened in the past? Actually, in the past, black people said, screw that. We ain't financially participating. You cannot come into our communities. Why not? We kill you. We can't do that now, but what we can do, our culture will not come out of our communities. Why not? Give us everything we demand. What are they going to do?
That's not going to happen.
I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't have to ask. I want to just go do it. You see what I'm saying? And then force your hand to come into my business to see what I'm doing. You see what I'm saying? I don't need to ask.
Why it would happen.
Yeah.
If black Americans got the forethought, because not a lot of them have, let's be honest, black Americans in terms of black people globally are not very educated. Not a lot of us. If they had that forethought,
same thing with Africans too.
No, I'm not just
Africans
missing it,
in Africa.
but, you know,
we're not.
if they
We're not
had
the
that
best
forethought,
educated.
guess what would happen around the world? Rap gone. Trap music.
No, it
gone.
wouldn't. No, it wouldn't, bro.
No, it would. Because where are they going to get new material?
We will always have some sellouts. You dig what I'm saying? That sellout for the truth.
No. Let me explain.
That wouldn't happen, bro.
No, Mr. Everything. Let me explain. The sellouts will be ostracizing themselves because it is not to be allowed outside of the community. They could go sell out and never come back. That's not what happens though. They sell out, come back.
Bro,
what if
they would take a little bit of a financial hit, but the majority of people buying albums are little white kids.
White people.
Yeah,
so,
right. So they're not going to give a shit.
Black people don't buy albums. Yeah, you feel me? And that's what I was just about to say. You feel me? Black people don't really buy albums anyway. They really
don't be doing that shit.
Like that.
Well, listen to this. We'll play a couple streams, but we're not buying albums.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not the point.
Go to their shows.
No,
you really
that's
don't
not the
invest in
point.
artists like
Here's
that,
the
so
thing.
it really wouldn't matter.
No, here's what I'm saying. The culture never leaves the community. The money might, but the culture never leaves the community.
Well,
that's
due
what
to
I'm
us.
proposing.
But here's the thing. That's due to us supporting other brands that don't support us. Because if you even look at rap, what do? They support all these Louis Vuitton, these top tier labels. They don't even give a shit. Matter of fact, they don't even like black people promoting their stuff in their music. You see what I'm saying?
Oh no,
so,
I know
why
that.
we putting these people up? That's what I'm trying to say. And the same thing when I go back to my Kevin Samuels argument when I was talking about Anthony way back when, right? Listen, Kevin Samuels is promoting all these top level brands, these Gucci, these Fenty, all these different. I don't know if he promotes Fenty. I'm just throwing these luxury brands out there. But he represents that. He represents brands that don't give a fuck about black people. You see what I'm saying? They don't. If you buy it, you're just another. You're like an addition, but it's not really the main course because we're not their main customers. Why aren't we supporting black owned shit? Like if anything, Fenty I actually support because that's Rihanna brand. So that you got to support the sisters doing their things out there. But I'm talking about these old Gucci, these old money luxury brands. It's always been there. Like why we promoting that in our music? Why we setting that as the standard of wealth? Why we doing that to ourselves rather than doing stuff that's black owned and promoting that? Right? You see what I'm talking about? So, hey, but like even stuff like Nike, I'm okay with because Jordan is a black man. He monetized off his shit, so you can support the dude. But like I'm just saying, we gotta pay attention.
Don't support the
Oh no, I think it's a simple question. Look at Black America in the past during the racism time. What was most black culture in businesses in black communities? Now we're most black culture in businesses outside of black communities. You just have to add the two together.
But listen though, even when music first started, they were still on our shit. So you feel me? The culture will still seep out. You dig what I'm saying? And they'll still monetize on that culture.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Okay.
Elvis
Mr. Everything.
Elvis stole his whole style from a black man. And what do they look at him as now? A legend.
So
All right, Mr. Everything, you gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish, Mr. Everything. You gotta let him finish.
Mr. Everything. Here's my point. There's a difference between seeping out and then never being there to begin with. I grew up in a black, well, not black community, but mostly poverty black area. There was two things never there. There was no black businesses whatsoever. None. Every single person that was black that owned something was because another company. Very few times you met a black person that owned something in the area. And there was another thing, no actual black culture. It was not in the community. It was everywhere else. The white kids were, praising Kanye West. Kanye West ain't came to Norfolk, VA, rarely. The white kids were promoting Jay-Z. That music did not come from that area. All of this black culture and everything was never, along with the businesses, in the community. They were out of it. In the past, they were in the community. You see the problem?
Well, I see the problem is the problem, Micah, is that
That's how they make their money.
That's the problem. The problem is we don't have a community because we got too many agents that are running amok in here. Right? That we don't listen.
Yeah.
The Jewish people have a community. Asians, depending on what group you come into, they have their own community. They build their own. They even have their own strips where it's their own towns, right? Because they congregate so much, they build industry. They have a community. Everyone has a community, but black people. We claim that we have a community, but realistically, our community is communal property. If that makes sense.
Exactly.
So we are running into an issue where we are running out of leaders, few and far between, that can really corral our brothers and sisters together and unite them under a certain goal. Leaders of the past that gets executed for. Why? And the reason why it's difficult for a lot of these leaders to come out nowadays is because white greater society has gotten used to the benefit of black cash. You understand, right? We contribute billions of dollars to this economy. Imagine all of that was taken out and put into these different and circulated back into the community. Because if you look at a lot of the cash flow charts for different communities, black folks are the ones where the money gets in and it's gone right off the bat. Other ones, it circulates before it leaves. It circulates around before it leaves. Us, it comes in, it's out. That's a big problem. So for us, we need to check our community. We need to start building communities, right? And it'll solve a lot of problem when it even comes down to dating, right? Because communal dating, right? Dating based off of relationship, like bringing it back to the past, how things were, where you knew someone of somebody and you know they were already verified, right? Between that, if you want to have that little slice of heaven, that's what we have to start doing. But we can't sit here complaining, dating total strangers, meeting total strangers, even though they share the same reflection, and not really getting along and complaining about these things. We don't have a community. That's the biggest lie these fake leaders right now are trying to sell us. We don't have a community. We're communal property for all these other races. That's what we are. Just keep it a stack.
No, you're right. That's what black areas are, communal property.
So Quan Leonard is right. We need these things. We need our own situations. We need away from all these other spots. We need to have our own black town, little Africa.
Oh no,
yeah, I said
that
it.
actually. Oh,
we need a little Africa.
Funnily enough, you say that. That's actually the sad part. Africans from actual African nations have their own community.
Which is true. Nigerians.
I went to New York City. I'm like, oh, don't go over there. Why? That's the Sudanese people. I'm like, they own 16
Somalians. You go to Minnesota.
That's because they have an identity. See, the problem is with descendants of slavery. Descendants of slavery have a shared identity. We don't have an identity. Even though I come from Jamaica, right? Like Jamaicans do not have the same sense of identity that Africans do, right? And that's why there isn't a little Jamaica either. There's all the people who are descendants of slavery who come to the West. We don't develop communities either. We actually worship the communities that Black America has created because it's a little bit more than we could probably do on our own, except for the fact that we're forced on an island and can't leave. Real talk, right? We don't have that identity. We don't have that self-love. We are always like, the reason why when I go to Jamaica I'm a goddess is because I'm so light-skinned, right? And in Jamaica the caste system is still heavily in effect. So what's white is right, right? The closer to white, the closer to right. And it's the way I look exactly like my mother, only my mom's dark-skinned and I'm light-skinned. And Jamaican people will come and tell me how beautiful I am. They can't even believe I was my mom's child. I don't look nothing like her. I'm like, I look exactly like her. Like, but you're so beautiful, your mom. I'm like, go look at her. And they had to look and come back and say, oh, she's just darker, but you do look exactly the same. So I don't know why I didn't see that, because she's dark skinned and you're dark skinned and you think dark is ugly. You think dark is wrong.
But listen, I hear that, and like, you know, obviously, but like if you even go to places like Africa, like I don't even, yeah, because you obviously have that. People have that standard of beauty, right? And people have whatever they find ideals and stuff like that. But when it comes that diverse, so when it comes to community and talking about building communities, right? Because
no, but it's more than a standard of beauty. It's the white man's ice is colder.
As part of the community, my main thing.
It's more than that, though. It's the white man's dollar is greener. The white man's ice is colder. The white man's
I think it just comes down to the power situation, though. I think we think that because white man's power and all that is what a lot of people use and seen as an example. And to be honest with you, throughout history, that's all of this. That's all they've been, from kings to conquerors. All these guys, they all had those reflections. That's just what it was. Africa was just a continent.
Nah, I wouldn't say that, bro.
But even then, before that, we had our own kingdoms. We just didn't have access to the same technology advancement that these guys did. That's why they dominated. But I want to talk about this comment here that ELC that put up here. He said it's too easy to say that we need to create black businesses. If you want black businesses, then you'll need to move to Africa or the Caribbean, but even they are being taken over by the Chinese. And there's a couple of things I have to say about that. One, you're absolutely right. And two, the second thing is, realistically, why aren't a lot of African American men right now making it a reality for them to go down into these other countries where the dollar can go further and actually start creating industries and creating a name for themselves? Like, why can't we do that? Like, because listen, a lot of African Americans like to complain about the other way around, Africans coming here and then taking advantage of the system. Why don't y'all go down there and take advantage of the monetary or lack thereof monetary system down there? Y'all can live pretty much
because the white man's ice is colder, because the white man's dollar is greener. I'm telling you, it all ties into the same thing. We don't value our own.
It all ties into it. It all ties into it. But you're building economies with black faces. So it doesn't matter. You're making your money there, but then all you have to do is start building self-sustaining economy. It's what a lot of people do. It's really what a lot of people who are trying to do, because it's a new gold rush. And here's the thing: if you don't think that's possible, look at.
No, I think it's totally possible. I just don't think we value it.
Folks are taking advantage of opportunities we could be taking advantage right now. They're going down there. They're setting up mining companies. They're setting up mining operations, right? And these are some of them are small scale. Some of them are setting up agricultural operations. They're different kind of operations. You can go down there and set up.
That's not the problem.
The money is
see, you're not getting it though. That's not the problem. The problem is that we don't value it. Like there is an actual added factor in there where it's like, if we can earn $1 million, we can live in a $1 million home in the black neighborhood. It's not good enough. We need $1 million home in the white neighborhood to prove that we could get the white $1 million home. Right? Like there's an added factor in there that's very dysfunctional, but it's very true, and it adds in. It's the reason why we can't build the community. It's the reason why we can't keep the dollar in our community. It's the reason why we won't build in Africa.
I think it actually comes down to what you have been talking about, Ruby. I think it comes down to black men and black women and black boys, black girls just seeing an example of how that's working. Because just like, why do you think most people like Atlanta, right? They see a lot of black business owners and things like that in big houses and stuff. That's inspiration to a lot of black folks. That you can have that same thing in 10 times more with a lot more influence in other countries. The problem is there's not enough representation for that. So it's not something that a lot of black men can go ahead and see. And you can't tell me it's not possible, because a lot of these guys are willing to travel overseas to third world countries and these Spanish countries for sex, and sometimes in African countries for sex, but none of them are willing to go there to do business. Even in these countries in Latin America, we could still you could do the exact same thing, run opportunities with these kind of money. But you telling me it's easier for them to go for sex and not to start an entrepreneurship venture? You want to tell
They're
me
going
that
for validation.
we need more examples of that? And I think the Manosphere is capable of teaching these men that if we're capable of teaching men how to go pay for sex in South Africa or not, or what do you call it, South America or whatever it is that you want to go, Brazil, whatever. Fuck, listen, we can teach guys how to run businesses and start enterprises down there, or even just create new lifestyle living away from the status society quo that we're conditioned to live in. If that makes sense, we have the ability and capability to teach this stuff. It's just that we don't have it, or our priorities are out of place.
Well, no, I want to address something that Visit Real just said, well, before and after. First thing he said, these black men are not born in these nations. That's a major issue.
Neither
Second issue, they do not have the work ethic. That's the main issue. Most black men in America are three things. If they are educated, most of them are in middle-class incomes. If they aren't in middle-class incomes, they might have an education, but what have they been taught by, well, basically the country they live in? Get money, get women, get big house, get fast car, get jet, get boat, get everything. Be a rich-looking nigga alive, bro. That's what you gotta do. What do you think they're gonna do? Exactly what they've been shown. So Ruby is right on that point. Childhood has a lot of influence on what you do as an adult. Me, I saw that. The difference for me is I was not taught that. I was taught by the people that had money. They told me everything you see on TV deserves to be three things: buried, shot, or walked away like they're a homeless person. And when I got as an adult, that's what they keep telling me as a kid. That's what I saw. The only thing that matters in this society is money. So guess what I started to learn how to do? How do you make money? You got to get money, then you got to start investing in the business. Most black men in America are never a day in their lives taught this, shown this, or if they're really unlucky, know that they can do this. That's why they ain't doing it.
I feel you. That's a great point. Mr. Everything, you got anything to say? We're gonna start closing out.
No, man, I'm good, man. It was a good convo, dog. I'm about to go to sleep, man.
Damn, bro, this was a damn good combo. I almost want to do a stream just talking about this situation itself, because I do strongly think that black issues should be separated from the greater manosphere, at least to focus on that, because there's a lot more things there to pay attention to. But also, yeah, man, I think having more conversations about that, even having conversations about getting certain certifications to be on your way to six-figure earnership, like it's there. I think these conversations are very important. I think, although while we criticize these idiots, right, I think it's also important to basically uplift these other aspects and show another side to it. So I know it's a almost 7.5 hour stream. This is like a long ass stream. It's damn near a full workday. But realistically, I think that this will be chopped up, and we'll have little different parts put up there. So you guys, I know y'all been telling me to do this. I just didn't have the time. I will. It will get there. But I appreciate y'all watching. Listen, man. Quan Letter said, yeah, I think we should. I like these conversations. These are important conversations. So hell, we might even have another one maybe tomorrow if I'm up to it. So maybe because there's a lot more shit that I want to talk about. And actually, one of the main topics is the red pill not being for black people. So I think that's a stream.
Oh, that's for damn sure.
So yeah, I really think so. So I wanted to have that on Monday, but this Melanie King shit was freaking interesting as hell, and I wanted to expose a little bit of the manipulative, narcissistic tactics a lot of these chameleons use. So it's very important we do that, as well as talking about these nice things. But yeah, I think we should do a stream on that. Quan, I like this question. Quan coming in at the end when we trying to close things down. He said, "So what's the main problem with African diaspora?" There's a lot of go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna get you guys out of here so you guys can go ahead and have a great night. But yeah, I just want to answer this question real quick. He says, so what is the main problem with the African diaspora? Well, I mean, the main problem is we kind of mentioned a lot of that stuff, right? There's a lack of unity. There's a lack of unity. There's a lack of cohesion, and there's also a bunch of differences, right? That there's keeping us from coming together, right? So even though we share a similar skin tone, right? The cultures are different, right? You got to realize the whole diaspora, right? So the cultures are very different. People are freaking, it's hard to find common ground in these situations. So I think it just comes down to conversation. I don't really think that we need to be bonding on a kumbaya level with a lot of these cultures. I think economically speaking, that we need to, like, I'm talking about money wise. I think that's the thing that's going to turn a lot of people around, right? If they know that they can come with a country and they can make money with that country, and the people who are merchants or local traders and things like that, they can make that kind of money. I think they bypass a lot of the whole tribal shit, right? Because even look at my country, Nigeria, the big economy is not these industrial corporations. It's multinational corporations that exist within there. It's not that. The big economy are the local markets. The local markets that are on the roads that people interact with every day. The local economy is actually one of the bigger driving forces in a lot of these countries. So if you really think about it, it's a lot different. It's a different kind of atmosphere, for different kind of vibe. It's a different kind of mentality. So we got to talk about that. And I think it's very important. I really think it's very important. We'll have, hell, we might even have that stream tomorrow. It'll be a little Sunday night chill thing, because I do think having that stream where the having the conversation of separating the red pill, what it's become now, to basically what the black manosphere needs to be, or at least what the black version of the red pill needs to be. I think that's a very important conversation to have. Maybe we'll have that tomorrow. But yeah, Classic Ruby. Yeah, it was a great discussion. Of course, it's a great. I'm glad that you're back. Hopefully, you can fix the issues going on with the condo. I'm surprised that shit happened, bro. That was crazy, but I'm glad to have you back. Welcome to the stream, Micah. Great conversations, man. I appreciate y'all being here. A lot of intelligent folks. You guys are very intelligent. I'm glad to have the chat that I do. I'm glad to have the audience that I do, because we can expound on a lot. So with that being said, guys, you guys could be anywhere in the world, especially at 2 a.m. Central Time, right? But you're here, we're spending time with Duke the Don. I appreciate you guys. So with that being said, I'm going to catch you guys on the next one. Peace.